cards again? You know, the Prince Cup is about to kick off again this year. Want to sign up?
Oh, I know that event. I was a contestant last year.
This year's Prince Cup has its competition format upgraded comprehensively, with a considerable increase in prize money.
Prize money? How much?
In this Prince Cup, there's a total prize pool of $60,000 for each region. The champion will be awarded $16,000, and the runner-up will receive $8,000. The rest of the top 32 players will also get a corresponding amount of prize money.
Hold on, did you just say each region?
Exactly. This year, the Prince Cup has been fully upgraded with competitions unfolding in the Pacific and Atlantic regions respectively.
That's 2 regions. So which region should I sign up for?
That depends on your location. The Pacific region is for players from the Asia server and the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan server. The Atlantic region is for players from the Europe server and the America server. You can sign up for only one region based on your location.
I see. Let me check which region I should choose.
Wait, I haven't finished. Each region has 3 competition stages, which include the Regional Wildcard Tournament, the regular season, and the knockout stage.
Oh, sounds pretty complicated. Why so many stages?
To ensure it's available to every player. After successfully registering for it, you're supposed to start with the Regional Wildcard.
How does the Regional Wildcard work?
The Regional Wildcard Tournament consists of 2 stages, with players following the rules of single elimination and the Swiss system respectively. First of all, based on the total number of registrations in your region, you need to win 3 to 4 single elimination matches to advance to the SS stage. And the top 9 at the SS stage can qualify as the regional top 32 and make it to the regular season.
Do I only have one chance? This competition format sounds so cruel.
No. It's true that one failure in the first few rounds of single elimination matches will deprive you of the qualification to advance, but so long as you make it to the SS stage, all the games that follow will give you a chance to start over again.
You just said the top 8 would qualify as the regional top 32, but what about the rest of them?
8 players are selected from the Regional Wildcard Tournament, and the other 24 players are from the Community Tournament Cat's Tail Gathering. Together, these players make up the regional top 32.
Whoa, it's not going to be easy to make it to the top 32, huh? I gotta gear up for this challenge.
Then you don't have much time left now. The registration period for the Regional Wildcard Tournament in the 2 regions is from April 3rd to April 15th, with a slight difference in the tournament dates. That's April 26th to April 28th for the Atlantic Wildcard, and May 17th to May 19th for the Pacific one.
Come on! Don't worry, it's gonna be easy as pie for me to advance to the top 32.
It'll be great if you make it to the top 32. Starting from the regular season of the top 32, the matches will be live streamed on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter from start to finish. By then, the whole world will see your amazing card tactics.
Wow, live stream from start to finish? So what are the exact dates for that? I'm gonna ask my friends to watch it.
Both regions will have their regular seasons last for 5 weeks. The Atlantic region will get the dice rolling from May 3rd to June 2nd. Then it'll be followed by the matches in the Pacific region, starting from June 15th to July 14th. Oh yes, you'll have a week's hiatus after the first week of competition. Make sure to keep this time in mind.
All right, I'll surely remember it. I'm just wondering about the format of the online regular season.
The 32 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups, with each group having double elimination matches respectively. Those who win the winner's bracket finals and the loser's bracket finals in each team will all advance to the knockout stage.
Be it in the winner's bracket or the loser's bracket, it doesn't make a difference as long as you advance, right?
Nah, the knockout stage will continue to use the double elimination rule. So if you've lost one match in the regular season and fall into the loser's bracket, then you'll only have one chance to lose at the knockout stage.
I see. So we gotta do our best at every stage.
That's right, and the knockout stage. And these 2 regions are also held at different times. It's from July 26th to July 28th for the Atlantic knockout stage, and from August 2nd to August 4th for the Pacific offline finals.
My goal is to advance to the knockout stage. I gotta prepare my decks for the registration right away.
Speaking of decks, do you know the rules adopted by the Prince Cup this time?
Sure, just the best 2 out of 3, right?
Nuh-uh. Except for the initial single elimination matches, the following ones will all follow the Conquest format. And remember, no duplicate characters in a contestant's decks.
Got it. I'll make sure to prepare well. I can't wait.
Hey, it's not even registration time yet. I'll repeat it for you, just in case you didn't catch it. You can register through the official website from April 3rd to April 15th. Mark the dates.
Hello travelers and welcome to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and joined with me today is Sumi.
Hello everybody, I'm Sumis. I might be familiar to some, unknown to others, but that's okay. This will be my first time on the big screen with you, and I am super stoked to see our best players battle it out amongst themselves. But speaking of our players, what is our bracket looking like today?
What is our bracket looking like today? So, I mean, we're going to be going over Group A, right? There are 4 groups. The video gave us a lot of context for the Prince Cup tournament. Of course, we have the top 32 players battling it out, starting with today's matches. But yes, we're going to have Group A today. We are personally casting the first 3 matches of Group A, right?
That is correct, yes. And then Rin and Blep will be doing 2 more. They'll be casting the last game of Group A, as well as the first game of Upper Bracket Round 2.
So our first match, which by the way, just to reiterate, they are going to be best of 3s. So each match you see here is going to be at least 3 games, could be 2. It is Conquest format, which we'll explain again a little bit later, but it's going to be Shan versus Bilul. And then the winner of that match will go on to the upper bracket round 2. And then we're going to have Kaori versus DVDia, Hakio versus Fufu, and Robot Wizard versus Riku. So.
But like, just in case you do lose, your tournament run isn't quite over yet, because we do have a second chance in the lower bracket. And if you make it all the way through that, you also can get promoted to the top 8 placement for your chance at the LAN in LA.
It's so exciting. Like, the stakes are super high, right? You know, every player coming into this top 32 tournament already has won $600, actually, 600 USD. That is the bottom prize for top 32. And then, of course, the grand prize is that 16,000 USD for winning the whole thing, the in-person event as well. So.
Yeah, there's like a lot of money in this, and it's not just about the money, it's about the pride too. Being one of those few elite players to make it onto that live event is going to be so huge as well.
I mean, speaking of elite players, so we have, I think, 5 previous Prince Cup participants just in Group A alone. And we do have Robot Wizard, who actually took first place in last year's America's Prince Cup competition, right?
Yes, so like, he's for sure going to be the favorite to win this whole event, but that's not to discount our other players as well. As you've mentioned, there are previous Prince Cup contestants as well, on top of our rising stars of players who've qualified through wildcard or who have placed very highly in Serious Showdown to get invited here as well.
Yeah, actually, so our first match, Shan versus Bilul, Shan took top 4 and actually lost to Robot Wizard in the America's Prince Cup from last year. It was the first Prince Cup. We are now on our 2nd year of Prince Cup tournaments, which is, it's so exciting to be back, honestly, because, you know, I was casting through all that last year, and yeah, I mean, good to have you casting alongside me. Good to see some new faces. Bilul qualified through the EU Serious Showdown, I believe.
That is
and
correct.
This is going to be his first, like, tournament showing. So.
And it's not just like new players as well, it's a completely different meta. If we look back last year, 2023, Prince Cup was all about value meta. It was like Shen SC, it was Ito, it was all about damage efficiency. But now we've completely shifted to a more like an action card oriented meta where your action cards kind of dictate what characters you play and how much dice you can get to go for those OTKs.
Yeah, so, I mean, I remember, you know, Pyro Kuching being very, very popular back then. Also, things like Agent EC, MMEC, NEC. You know, some of these decks have fallen out of popularity over time, but I think we're going to see some very similar archetypes today for example, Pyro Kaching, just thinking about how that deck has changed over time. Normally you run 2 Pyro characters and then Kaching. And so you have this overload reaction and Pyro Res and everything. And now these days, instead of Kaching, we have Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah,
and we actually call that Fire Station, right? Because it's double Pyro Station.
I mean, it causes more fires than it puts out. Or, I mean, technically Overload puts out the Pyro Aura, but, you know, you're just not very intact at that point. So, you know, like, technically it could work as a fire station, you know what I mean?
I think before, too, so Klee and Bennett were the popular characters, and I think they're still commonly played today with that Fire Station deck, but I know some players like to take Linny. So the thing is, just to reiterate, this is open decklist conquest format. So players are going to have access to their opponent's decks. They will choose one to ban, and then they have to play 2. If they win with one of those decks, they can no longer play it, right? But if they lose, they can play it again.
They need to win with both of their decks in order to proceed to the next round, but I think what's going to be quite important, or maybe not as much anymore because it is conquest format, is getting a good round 1 snipe. If you're able to get a good matchup right off the bat, it is able to alleviate a lot of the pressure you would face otherwise, because your opponent will now probably have to play a bad matchup into your second deck at some point, and that makes it a lot easier for you to move on.
Yeah, and like these players can't have repeating characters in their decks. So if Linny is in one deck, it can't be in another deck. And Linny is a very, very strong character, I believe. Just we're a favorite character by a lot of players. So it's hard to decide what decks these characters are going to get shifted into. So
character like competition was something that was quite big in the previous Prince Cup as well. Like I think we had Shenhe that was kind of 1 and 2 decks where like 2 Nemo swirl for those 3 damage swirls in combination with Icy Cold in her burst, as well as Fischl, who was 1 in like Ocean Official decks like MNEC, a lot of other ones as well. But I think right now Linny is probably the most highly contested one because 2 Anima with Farazan really likes Linny, but he's also really good in Seasauce as well.
Seasauce. Okay, hold that thought. So, I just wanted to give a heads up. We are waiting for our players to get ready for our first match. So, if you're wondering where the action is, it is coming very shortly. But can you explain what Seasauce is?
Yeah, for sure. Seasauce is a deck that came out during the Hyper Magic meta. Or no, it was during normal Magic meta as a reaction to Finally, which was Linny, Fischl, Nahida. It was popularized by Kevin Z, and it uses Yao Yao, Seahorse, and Linny to both outvalue and also like outlive the summon damage from Finally, and then counterattack with Linny and Magic and Seahorse and all that. They're really high base damage skills.
So, I mean, these decks were a product of the engine called Magic before, right?
Yes.
Which Magic itself is still good. Hyper Magic with the jet changes is not in the best place right now. And actually, we have had new cards added with the treasure hunt, right?
Yes.
So, what are you expecting to be played today? Do you think we're going to see something like Seasauce, Finale, Yolano TK, these combo decks that, or, you know, aggro decks as well that utilize Magic, things like that? Or are we going to see something with Treasure Hunt? Because we are going to be seeing these games played on the original patch that was released.
Right?
I
think we're actually going to see both, because Yelan, right now, this is before the balance adjustments we had earlier this week, so her burst still does 2 damage on follow-up attacks, and Underwater does still cost 1. So I took a look at some of the wildcard players and what they qualified with. A lot of them ran Yelan OTK with Underwater, replacing a little bit of the gilded functionality, as well as Xingqiu Hyper Magic, replacing the Jet with Underwater, although Hakio in particular does still play 1 Jet in their list when I checked for wildcard. I don't know if they'll still be doing that, but they are running it.
So, Underwater Treasure Hunt, do you want to explain that card just a bit for our, for our audience?
Yeah, for sure. Underwater Treasure Hunt is part of a line of new cards Hoya released, where it costs 1 Geist to play, and then it will generate 6 cards that will get shuffled into your deck evenly. It did get changed to 2 dice post the patch, but we won't be seeing that today. And the cards that shuffled in your deck, it costs 0 dice to play, and it generates you 1 random dice and also heals your active character for 1 HP. So it's kind of like a Woven with a little bit of Sweet Madame mixed in.
So I think this like this idea where you want to draw out your deck. I mean, card draw has always been important in Gene Civication, right? But with Hyper Magic and Magic especially, players have been looking to add as much card draw as they can, just so they get everything that they need for that dice generation out as fast as possible, right? And they've even like sacrificed, like I know like the Xingqiu Razor Chongyun deck actually sacrificed food and any sort of sustain just to have like all of those support cards and card draw and stuff like that for Jet. So I think it's similar with Treasure Hunt and these other cards that were introduced like Taromaru, right? Where you want card draw so you can draw them all, because they essentially function like Wovens, right? Like
Yes,
you play
basically.
one, you get a dice and you get 1 health for a Treasure Hunt, for example, or you get like damage with Taromaru. So, do you think that there's like a lot of similarities between these deck types, even though we're not seeing a whole lot of Jet played these days?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like, just the amount of dice you're able to get is, like, quite frankly, pretty crazy. Especially, like, looking back to the past, we had to generally play slower cards like Palmen and Libin to get that advantage. But, and a lot of decks we're seeing them in are pretty similar to Hyper Magic, right? Like Huntao, which is kind of a new deck, likes to run Seahorse for that extra draw if you end hunting with his shield up. I've also seen players running Soteria because you need to play these cards to get them, right? And you shuffle them into your deck. You're able to just go through your deck so fast with that card. Yeah, it's really exciting to see.
I think Soteria is really interesting because she wasn't popular for like the longest time. Like even with Hyper Magic. So, Soteria is a 1-cost companion card. You play her, and if you have no cards left in your hand, you will just draw one. And I don't think there's a round limit. It just keeps going until Soteria runs out of her.
Yeah.
She keeps going until she runs out of her usages, which I think starts with 3. So
it is 3, yes.
So I find it really interesting that in this meta with like Treasure Hunt cards, Soteria is favored over like some other means of card draw that were used with Hyper Magic.
I think like with Hyper Magic though, because the cards they played generally had a cost to them, right? Like they had like Sealy or like Chang or not Chang or Lion, but like Sealy, Strat. It costs you dice to draw. Whereas with Hunt, because you're adding things back into your deck, right? And they cost 0 to play, it's effectively just an infinite cycle of dice. You don't even need to worry about replacing your companions as well.
Yeah, I mean, with Hyper Magic, I feel like you are often looking to have a full hand until you're ready to use it all, right? With Treasure Hunt, sometimes you just want those cards as fast as you can get them. And it doesn't really matter. Like, I know some players like stacking them up in their hand for like that one turn. But sometimes you need the healing.
Yeah, like for the breakpoint. Sometimes you use that one extra dice, and I think that's where Treasure Hunt is a bit more versatile than Jet, because you're not all in on that one turn. I mean, you still can do it, but you have a little bit of extra value sprinkled in here and there.
So, I mean, Treasure Hunt decks aside, and Magic decks aside, I feel like, with the hit, so to speak, to Hyper Magic, it's enabled stall and aggro to come back onto the playing field, because when you think about like the meta of Genie Civication TCG, you have a triangle, and at one point of the triangle you have stall, at one point of the triangle you have combo, and at one point of the triangle you have aggro. And decks can sometimes fall somewhere in between, on like the sides of the triangle. They don't have to be on the points, but stall was kind of pushed back for a while with Hyper Magic because it was way too slow. But what do you think about it now?
I think with Hyper Magic, stall wasn't really in the game because it just did too much damage, right? Stall is all about taking hits from your opponent and then dishing them back. With Hyper Magic, you just couldn't take all of those hits. You just died before that could happen.
Right.
But without Jet in the meta now, the hits come a lot slower. They're a lot more spread out. And because in stall you typically run things like Tenacity the Millilith and Barbara, lots of food, you're able to better withstand those hits to charge up your one-shot burst to slowly whittle away your opponent. So I do think stall will probably have a resurgence, especially with new characters like Crab coming in with their interesting shield stacking mechanic.
Crab is so cool. So, I mean, if you're following the Astro Carnival social medias, they just recently announced the Cat Sales Gathering Season 3 for this patch. Registration is actually open right now. So all these games you're going to be seeing played today, the players qualified mostly through that Cat Sales Gathering, right? But
They
it had
did,
Crab
yeah.
on the artwork for it. But here we go. We're finally
Here's the
getting
games.
into our first set. So this is going to be Shan versus Bilo. You can see their decks in the center here. Looks like Shan brought Yulan OTK, Layla Child Stall, and
Farazan Linny, yeah. Like Farazan 2 Nemo. Like that's the deck we were talking about earlier. For those unaware, Farazan is a new card. Her burst functions like a Shenhe burst, but for Animo units.
So
That's why
Bilo brought Yulan OTK, double Animo
and
with Farazan, and
yeah,
then the
and
Shinto
Xingqiu
Razor,
Hyper Magic.
Yeah, Shinto Hyper Magic. So,
I think the bans here kind of make sense overall, right? Beulah decided to ban the Farazan Linny deck because that is the most aggressive deck Shan has in their collection. And just looking at Beulah's roster, it's Yelan OTK, Xingqiu Hyper Magic, but they're both combo decks, and also Farazan Linny, which would be an aggro mirror, which will generally be decided by whoever goes first. So it's kind of a 50-50.
yeah,
And
I was just thinking.
banning that aggro deck, because Shan's other decks is also combo and a stall deck, overall, he should, in theory, have the matchup advantage.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna depend on the 50-50, right? So, I mean, we could very well see Yulan OTK mirror. I do think that that child stall deck is going to beat out the Farazan aggro deck.
I think so too. It's just like, I mean, it does do a lot of damage, right? Farazan with burst, like plus King Squire, which they do typically run, is 5 damage. And that's not even counting in Linny as well. If you get those prop arrow stacks, his Eve Bewildering Lights will absolutely chunk.
Yeah, Linny is definitely going to be a character to watch out for. I think, you know, in this current patch, Farazan, of course, you know, buffs animal damage and also has some dice generation in her kit. So a lot of players have been taking her. As you see, both players actually brought that deck today, and we're probably going to see it again later. It's nice to see aggro back in the meta a bit.
Yeah, like the thing is though, I don't think aggro will be particularly strong like combo is with Hyper Magic. Mainly because its game plan is very straightforward and very easy to disrupt, and also quite weak to stall, which we are expecting a resurgence of. But I think players are choosing to bring it because it is a comfortable deck, and because it is straightforward, you don't have a high learning curve for it, so it's an easy new deck to slot in while we're still trying to figure out how the meta will develop.
Also, I just wanted to mention, so, you know, Shan did bring that Layla Child stall deck, and what's different about this year's Prince Cup is that players could choose, I think, up to 3 like tags for themselves, defining what kind of player they are. And Shan's only tag was round 15 enthusiast. So we could be in for a pretty long game if it goes in his favor.
Well, Shan's opponent, Bilua, is a mathematician as well as a dice magician. That second tag of dice magician is going to be quite important because we saw with Finally a couple patches ago how dice reliant it was, especially early on. Like, so Bilu's absolutely going to need to roll 8 Animo every round. Except for round 1, you take 3 Pyro with that.
Oh, I wonder if Jade Chamber is gonna be like meta for that deck, honestly. Jade Chamber has had some changes over time. It's never really been played, right? But
Jade Chamber was messed around with a little bit in Hyper Magic because it's 0 cost location that like you can use to replace a companion, and also if you like have less than 2 cards in hand at the start of the round, or was it 4? Something like along those lines. If you had less than X number of cards, you got Omni Dice for free. So
yeah,
we might see it.
Do you have any expectations for what decks these players are going to bring into the first game? So we have Yulan OTK on Shan's side with that Child Stall, and then we have Yulan OTK and double Animal Farazan with Linny.
I think game 1, just like looking at the matchups, I think you go for the combo deck, right? Like Yulan right now is still extremely powerful. And I feel like in the mirror, just, you know, play better. And against the Farazan aggro deck, there's still secondary lines you can go for if Yelan gets taken out early. Whereas, like, if you play Child Stall into Yelan OTK, it's kind of just an instant loss.
So, the thing is, if both players bring that Yelan OTK, right, and it's a mirror match, then depending on who wins, they're going to be locked into their other deck only, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if there's going to be some kind of like mind games, because when it comes to Yelan OTK, I feel like that double animal Linny should beat it, right? It's just a bit faster.
It is a bit faster. I mean, Yelan takes 4 actions to get her burst, while to get Farazan burst it takes 3, and then the 4th action you do a skill again, right? But you could mitigate some of that pressure by swapping off to, say, like Sig at the end phase to tank some of that damage to make it a little bit easier on your Yelan. And in Yelan OTK, you are typically running Yayoi as well as Mao, which means you are running things like Lotus, things like NSC as well, to make getting to that burst a little bit easier.
Do you still run Yayoi in after the Yayoi changes?
I think
are you bringing
do.
Tamaya's?
You
but
might
here we go. We are getting into our first game. Of course, it's a best of 3 between Bilo and Shan. So it is going to be that double animal Farazan Linny deck up against the child stall with Layla and Barbara. So
I guess I was wrong in my predictions. I think Shan's going for like a little bit of a comfort pick here. I know they are like a stall player in general. So I think like they're just confident that they know the matchup better than Bilo, and that no matter what happens, like this is their comfort deck, they're gonna win it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like this deck, this child stall deck should definitely perform well up against Bilo's deck. But, you know, this double animal Farazan deck should not be underestimated as well. I feel like it's very fast-paced. It's one of the best aggro decks in this current meta. And of course, just a reminder for those of you watching home, but we are playing these matches on the original patch when Underwater Treasure Hunt was 1 cost.
And Yelan Burst did 1 on cast and 2 on follow-up.
Yes.
I think something to kind of note here, though, is that even though Shan's deck is really good at withstanding like the constant hits from an aggro deck like Bilo, unlike something like Shen SC, Farazan's Burst does last 3 turns, so that would be an extra turn of damage amp.
I really like how long Farazan's Burst lasts for, especially like if you have her talent out, because it gives you dice.
It gives you dice as well, yeah. It's so much more versatile than like a Shenhe Burst, although it doesn't give you that bonus physical damage. Another thing is though, is that if Bilo chooses to run Lynette talent, like Lynette plus Tandoori's plus like Farazan talent absolutely slaps.
I've seen some players in my personal practice matches while practicing for casting. I've seen some players bring like equips for Lynette as well, because I think she is the anchor in this deck, right? The iteration I've been running doesn't have any equips for Lynette, but I actually kind of like those decks that invest in Lynette a little bit as well, because, you know, at the end of the game, which, you know, for an aggro deck like this is probably going to be round 3-ish, right? Lynette is probably going to be who you're ending everything on. And if she has equips, she becomes like an entirely different character.
I think it is worth like investing at least 1 copy of Lynette talent. Just like the +2 damage on the second cast is so value. And like if you combine that with Tandoori's as well, that's just 7 damage right off the bat. And of course this deck will be running Tandoori's because you have a lot of damage amplification, like through Linny, through King Squire, through Farazan talent, or through Farazan Burst, sorry. And like if you run a Lynette talent on top of that, that's just so much breakpoint buffering that you can just ignore.
So, looking at Shan's deck, by the way, so this is a stall deck, as we have mentioned before. Oh, and I think we're going to get into the game right now. But, what is the game plan for Shan? That's what I wanted to ask.
Shan's gameplay will be delay. You're gonna set up that Layla skill early. You're gonna slowly chunk down Beal, who runs very little healing with those... Oh, that's a dice. Oh my god.
Those are dice?
Those are dice, alright.
I don't know, do you want all that cryo?
I mean, you're gonna... I think it's okay, right? Because 3 of those cryo are gonna be used for the skill. You can have 2 remaining, and then you can, like, equip Veterans and Liven as well. Something I want to point out, though, is that Shan is running Lumenstone, which is quite uncommon for a stall deck. Lumenstone is generally played in combo and some aggro lists because it lets you cycle through your hand extremely quickly, and if you're running a bunch of 0 cost, it gets you dice advantage as well.
So, if Shan is bringing Lumenstone here, we didn't get to see a preview of the player's deck, so we're gonna be kind of playing a guessing game as the game goes on. But that indicates to me that Shan might have Underwater Treasure Hunt in his deck. What do you think?
Maybe. I know like some players have been experimenting with running Underwater Treasure in stall decks. I don't know if this is what Shen is going for, but that could be a possibility.
But yeah, so first off, we see, of course, Veterans Visage coming onto Layla, and then her skill coming out, leaving 3 more dice left.
Probably going to Liben.
Probably going to Liben. I mean, we could see Lumenstone.
I don't think Shan can play 3 cards after playing Lumenstone. Like, with only 2 dice remaining, Liben being your only 0 cost, right? Like, you already played your Veterans. I don't think you can get to proc, so it's not really worth.
Hilo is most certainly going to go for Prop Arrow here and swap the fires on. That's the typical line you take.
The question is, though, do you, like, tune 1 early to keep that, the extra Omni dice in order to King Squire for free and just skill?
What if you King Squire Liddy?
No, because it doesn't work on Prop Arrow.
Oh, that's true, because you're going for Prop Arrow first.
Like, you would need
Prop Arrow's a normal attack.
It is. You need to tune 1 Prop Arrow. That way you have Omni plus, like, the 2 Hydra to put the King Squire. Oh.
Well, Treasure Seeking Sealy coming down. Just a Prop Arrow, no tuning here.
Yeah, that means, like, no King Squire. Probably won't be able to Farazan skill, but I think that's alright. You just swap and then live and pass. I think that's perfectly alright if you're Pilul. Now,
I think,
Shan.
You know, if you're Pilul, you don't really have too much to fear with Shan's deck because it is a stall deck. Of course, so I think the deck Shan's playing kind of functions similar to Ningguang.
It has a lot of very similar characteristics to it. Like, you are building towards a big nuke burst with Child, but you have a little bit of less defensive ability because you don't have that Jade screen on. But you're also less reliant on that as well for your big damage, just as long as you're in that melee stance. The burst chunks are 8.
So I feel like Freeze is also a defensive ability, if you think about it. So you don't have like Jade screen or anything like that, but you do have shields with Layla, you have heals with Barbara and Cleanses, and then you have Freeze.
That's true. I think something like pretty underrated about the Barbara version of this deck is that you're running Layla over the Kokomi and still being able to keep the Hydra res. Like, the Layla, like, if you just want to sit on a character and you don't want to swap to any other ones because they can threaten a lethal, normally on Layla is just so value. Like, 2 damage is not to be underestimated, especially if you're doing it over and over again or over the course of like 5 or 6 rounds. That damage does stack up.
So Philo just played Liben and then Willow. So basically, if you have only 2 cards in your hand, Willow will draw an additional 2 at the end of the round, and then Liben, of course, is going to eat up all those elemental dice and give 2 Omni, 2 Omni, 2 cards at the start of next turn.
Like, Phil's hand is going to be absolute a 2e res.
Yes, I knew it! Treasure hunt! Let's go! Let's go! It's so much fun to watch the underwater treasure hunt.
Yeah, no, you called it. Like, Shan is running Lumenstone for Underwater Treasure Hunt in order to cycle through his hand.
Well, Lumenstone's like a relatively newish card, right? So it's 2 costs to play, but every time you play a card, like any card, you get 1 stack towards that Lumenstone. If you hit 3 stacks, if you play 3 cards, you get 1 Omni and you draw a card. So it's so good for drawing out your deck and also like having extra Omni, especially if, so with Underwater Treasure Hunt, it has like this really interesting interaction where you are not really paying for the Lumenstone dice, right? Because if you draw out your treasure, it's 0 cost, you get a dice for free. And then if you play 3 Wovens, essentially, you heal for 3, and then you can also get another Omni dice and maybe another treasure from Lumenstone.
Something to keep in mind with Lumenstone, though, is that the stacks do not carry over. You need to play 3 cards in that round in order to get use out of it.
Yes.
So that's a little bit restrictive in that sense, but like Shan, while we were talking, just drew his 2nd Underwater Treasure Hunt.
Oh, here we go. So, Animal Residence to quick swap the Farazan. King Squire equip, which is going to make her elemental skill cost 1. And surely we're going to see a big swirl coming out. Oh, 2 res! Wait, there's 2 in Bilul's hand.
Oh, you're right. Oh, unfortunately, he rolls Pyro.
And 2 Unseed Razors.
Oh, that's gonna be so much damage this turn. Whoa.
Wolfen! And a Wolfen! And Tandoori!
Wait, okay, look, if you can Unseen Razor, right? Skill again, which will give you your Farazan burst, and then you just tune one. No, actually, no. What would be better is probably normal attack, which is Woven burst, and we save the Unseen Razors for later.
Also, look at the element that Below rolled. It's a low roll. It's like
Yeah,
pyro.
no, that is for sure a little bit of a low roll. You would prefer another element just so you can get reactions out of it. But I think if you're Shan, you're happy, right? Like you don't need to worry about any reactions happening again. And Shan gonna take advantage of that low roll from Below, knowing that like the worst that can happen is he eats a swirl. Going to go to Barbara, gonna go set up the melody loop to heal up like any swirl damage Below will do. And just also cleansing any element that will be on his characters.
Yeah, so Shan played Lumen Stone.
Talent too?
Yeah. Shan
played.
Shan played Lumen Stone and then Tenacity of the Millith on Barbara. So even though it cost 1 dice to swap to Barbara, he immediately got it back after Below's action. And now with Barbara's skill coming out and her talent, it's gonna be another free swap from her.
Oh my god, what an absolute high roller. The only issue here, though, is that if Below is able to... Oh, there's talent too? Woven Flowers on Talent Burst? That's crazy!
Also I see Heart of Karina and Gamblers, I believe, are the artifacts in Below's hand. You know, both of these players are definitely in like a pretty good spot right now, but I do think that Below could have an edge right now. What do you think?
I think for sure, yeah, like Beetle's putting up so much early damage, it's insane. Doesn't go for the Farazan burst. I think that might be a little bit of a mistake.
Wait, no.
Oh, wait,
with talent, it's 1 cost. King Squire, re-equip. Unseen Razor, King Squire. There's talent.
Burst.
And then you get 1 dice back immediately on cast with the talent.
Wait, and then you can Unseen
You
Razor
can
Squire again.
unseen because the Woven.
Because no, you don't even need the woven. You just have unseen. You have like Unseen Razor, and then you pull it back. You put it on Farazan again. Your skill is 1, and you do 5 damage. Oh my god! Like, I take back everything I said about this being a bad matchup for Below. If you high roll this hard, everything is winning.
Oh my gosh! It doesn't even need the other Fatui residents right now. Here we go. There is the Underwater Treasure Hunt new card added in this patch, and so did not draw one of those treasures. Unfortunately, drew into a Lotus instead. But honestly, a Lotus could save Shan in these beginning rounds.
Shan is like in a little bit of a pickle here as well, though, because like if you end first on a character with Pyro on it, you just eat a swirl. If you end first on Barbara, though, like, your opponent gets a free vape. But if you end second on Barbara, your opponent gets a free vape next turn. Like, Shan is in a really bad position here.
So actually, here's the problem for Shan. Do you see the little, like, red thing? Not the pyro from the Fatui conspiracy, but the red thing at the bottom left. Yes.
Yeah.
So that is part of Farazan's kit. Basically, at the end of the round, when action is over, it will force swap Barbara back to being the active character. So that cleanse is not going to cleanse any pyro. It's going to apply Hydro to Barbara, who currently has no elemental application.
Oh, there's the Unseen Razor again.
There we go. Unseen Razor. 1 to play.
King Squire.
King
I think
Squire.
Shan made a really good decision there, like recognizing the fact that people could have a second Unseen Razor.
Oof.
But yeah, I do not think he is happy about that one.
Also, with Farazan's burst on the field, all animal damage is +1. So that was 5 damage, I believe, onto Layla. All of Shan's characters are left at 2 HP. This is the strength of this deck we are seeing Below play right now. This is a brand new deck in this patch. You know, Farazan is just the perfect character to bring back Double Animo.
I think like Double Animo has always like kind of been relevant in some sense. Like early on we had like Mona Sucre's Gene, right? Like with Entropy, that was like your original damage buffering, but it was a bit reliant on talent. Then we had Shenhe 2 Animo, which is like you had more consistent like damage output, but your swirls were a bit eh. And then now with Linny Farazan, or no, sorry, and then it was like Dea Gene Lynette Animo stalled. And then like now we have this.
So something that saves Shan actually. So the King Squire re-equip into another Farazan skill actually applied Pyro back onto Barbara. So the Hydro did cleanse. It didn't apply Hydro for Vape.
Yeah, but like I think overall his characters are still much lower than where he likes it. There is still one like
Yes.
Totem Arm Barbara, but like Farzan still has 2 more turns of burst to work with.
I
And
think
there's
if
like
you're
gamblers in
Shan-
hand now as well.
Yeah, the Gamblers was their last turn, but did draw into Covenant and another Animal Res quick swap, which I'm not sure if it's going to come into play, but if Shan can get a freeze off, it might.
It could be relevant. I mean, you're 2 stacks on the Layla summon or status. If you get to 4 stacks, it will just do a
Oh.
follow-up attack. Oh, there's
Our
a
first
treasure.
treasure! Our first treasure!
First
Who
treasure.
are we gonna see a plate? Barbara heals for
Yeah,
1.
1
Get a
HP.
dice? Don't know what dice it is, it's cut off. Dang!
Too much dice.
Too many dice.
Too
but
much
this
dice.
might actually be what saved Shan. So Shan played both underwater treasure hunt cards last round, and now if I don't know, he doesn't have a whole lot of card draw, but
I mean, yeah. Still though, right? Like, if Shen does 1 more action, Farzan does get frozen. I don't know if people particularly cares, because there is some Animo Res, and they could just swap to Lynette as well. But I think you do want to keep Farzan on field as much as possible, because she does have the equip.
also I just noticed Bilul from Heart of Cabrina drew his last Wolven, so we just all played. There's a normal attack
Oh, to get to
coming out.
even dice.
Yes, for charge attacks.
Oh, that's
because,
actually so smart. Like that +1 dice.
yeah, Farzan's charge attacks after she uses her skill.
Oh, and then
do a
now
lot of
every single
damage.
character is within lethal range.
Oh!
Oh,
Couch
never mind.
Barber
It's
Burst!
saved by Couch
They
Barber
is
Barber
saved.
Burst. Still though, I think with 8 dice remaining, like only 1 card left in Shan's hand, Animal Res as well, there is no way that Bilul does not take out at least one of Shan's characters by the end phase.
And so this is like the back and forth with aggro and Distal, right? So we saw how oppressive the double animal Linny deck is against Shan, but after getting that bar burst off, it's like it never happened. It's like it never happened.
Yeah, it's like that last turn never existed. We're back to square one. Of course, like Shan will need to go build up another Barbara Burst at some point. So Bilo is gonna have like about a 3-turn buffer to get lasting damage down before it all goes away. But still, like, it's still so rough.
So Bilo
slow
swap onto Lynette, and now Shan. How do you think Shan's gonna respond here?
I have no clue, because you kind of don't really want to stay on Barbara, but you also can't swap to Child, right? Because if you do, he's just eating 4 damage, and now he's like within range of 2 swirls. It's so rough. Because like you need to charge up Child Burst in order to like actually have kill pressure, but if you swap to him right now, you're putting yourself in a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, so I mean, like we were talking about earlier, this deck Shan's playing kind of functions like the Ningguang variation with Kokomi and Barbara, double Hydro Stall. But instead of that Crystallize, you have Freeze, and Child still does a whole lot of damage, but he's like your only DPS here. You have to build up to his burst. But if you can't reliably swap to him, then what do?
It's so rough. Like the game plan of stall is generally to like out dice your opponent, right? Because your game plan revolves so much around swap stalling, and your opponent wants to like put damage onto you with their skills. You're spending 2 less dice than your opponent every action essentially, which allows you to safely build the burst. But against like an aggro deck, it doesn't care who it's putting its damage on. It needs to kill every character eventually, right? So just gonna keep slapping you, and then your game plan of swap stalling kind of falls apart.
Yeah, so Shan opted to play a Woven into a normal attack. I'm not sure if I remember, is Barbara's passive up? Like if Shan swaps from Barbara, is it 0 cost?
It's the first swap to any turn is 0 cost.
So has it? I don't remember if he swapped this round. I don't think he has.
It hasn't, because the talent is still shiny. That's how you can tell.
Right. So probably, do you think we're gonna see a Layla skill here, or do you think he's gonna risk going to Child?
I don't think, with 3 dice remaining, you can't swap skill and also swap off. So it's probably going to be Layla. We'll get a shield reset.
Of course, Bilo is still sitting at 4 dice. We know they're
Can't
not
sleep?
usable, but
I could do a normal attack.
you could do.
It's always an
normal attack.
option. Also, like, tuning your entire hand isn't the worst, because you do have Willow to fill it back up.
You do have Willow. However, I feel like you're more likely to play the Fatui Conspiracy, right?
Yeah, I think you do want it.
And I think
Honestly,
you want the
I think-
Tandoori against Stall, because you really want to be able to snipe off a character.
I think if I'm Pulo right now, I'm like really contemplating whether or not to hit this Lynette, right? Because it is damage, but on the other hand, we have the Farazan status onto Barbara, so we can get a vape swirl. Oh, there's the freeze.
A little bit too late, I think, because Lynette is not going to do anything anyway.
Oh, it would just be the Gambler's equip. Okay.
Oh, Gambler's onto Lynette instead of Linny or Farazan. What do you think about that?
I think it's fine, right? Because like it will pull back to Barbara.
Oh, wait, here we go.
Ooh.
Wait, look.
This heals the 6. This heals the 6.
Oh no!
Oh, it heals the 7. Oh, the cleanse as well.
Okay, so I thought that I neglected the Farazan swapping, like force swapping over to Barbara. I thought Hydra was gonna be applied to Layla, and there was gonna be a vape
I think.
swirl, but
No, I don't think this matters to Beetle though, because remember they have Tandoris in hand.
that's true.
And like, I think you currently deal what is it, 4 damage base? Yeah, 4 damage with Lynette. It will be 5. With Tandoori, so it's still a bit off. I just saw the Farazan though with Animo Res. Hold up. Animo Res swap Farazan skill will take out the Barbara. But then that Gambler's kind of goes to waste a little bit, which is a shame.
Yeah, Bilo has turn priority here, so we're gonna have to see if he's going to go for that Tandoori this turn, or if he's going to play it slower. So the thing is, in an aggro deck, when you're up against Stall, like, if you burn through all of your resources, you really have nothing left to dominate over the Stall deck with, right? Like, that's when the Stall deck starts dominating the field instead, because there's nothing to fear, there's no cards left in your hand, and you can just go for the win.
Yeah, you typically have, like, 1 or 2 breakthrough tools, like the Tandoris we were talking about. It will be the skill. Okay, that puts Barbara within swirl range if Shan decides to swap off. And remember, there is still Animal Resonance in hand. Bulo, though, with a lot of Pyro Dice, might choose to go to Linny.
Wait, so Bulo didn't play Fatui Conspiracy. I wonder... So it does put Barbara in swirl range if Shan decides to swap off. However, if Bulo had played the Fatui Conspiracy, then if Barbara did any action...
No, but then like you have
treasure.
to consider as well though, if you play Fatui Conspiracy and then Pulo swaps off, you're left with 2 dice only, which isn't enough for a skill.
My mind
Right,
is
and then also
blank.
Sean did play double
I
treasure,
need to
so
get
you
out
could
and
always heal
unwind.
above 1 HP, right?
Swapping to Layla with the Lotus, that is a really smart decision. Right? Like, this denies the swirl that you have on Chow. Like, it lets you keep Barbara at that 2 HP, which gives you a little bit more wiggle room as we go forward into the match. And, like, this is where the swap stall nature of stall really comes into play, because look at the dice difference. 4 to 9, this is going to be Shan's chance at coming back. This will be Shan's, like, opportunity to go rebuild that childburst, and ooh.
My guiding stars.
So Bilo's already used both Unseen Razors. Yeah, that shield
Both
refresh
Wovens
is
as well.
really
Now
bad. Bilo's gonna have to eat through it with the skill. -1 onto Layla. I wonder what he's saving the Animal Resonance for. What do you think?
I think they're really saving that for when Shen missteps and swaps a child a little bit prematurely. Because you want to have that surprise option available to you. I think that's the most important thing in a stall versus aggro matchup, is because your damage is really front loaded and like you have so little tools to really break through it. You need to keep them in reserve for when you find that opportunity.
I would agree. Also, so Shan did proc Lumenstone. The last of his Lumenstone is gone and drew 1 treasure. So ideally, you'd use it on Child or on
or
Barbara.
Just wherever you need it for those break points.
Wherever you need it.
But yeah, like I think this is like where we're really gonna see the strength of stall. Like Shan withstood the early pressure from Buell, not losing any characters, did get chunked quite a bit, but everyone
Keep your
is
eyes
still
wide open.
alive, which is what's important. And then this is going to be Shan's chance to take back his advantage. because just look at how much more dice he has over Below, and like that's gonna be a theme continuing going on because you have dice generation from Totem, like from your underwaters, from Barbara talent, right? You have infinite healing through the Melody loop as well. And because Below ran out of tools, you're able to swap so much more freely onto your characters and waste so much more of his dice.
Below ending here, you know, Shan felt like more than comfortable swapping on to Child with Below at 0 dice. Sometimes it's a gamble, especially in more previous patches, because you could easily go from 0 dice to very, very many dice, but Shan felt pretty confident that it was time to bring Child out, so what are we gonna see here?
I mean, it's a little bit of a shame though, because Lila's already at 3 stacks. You're gonna freeze till the end phase, which you don't really care about if you're Below, right? Because you're at the end of your turn, not acting anyways. Then Shan's gonna have to work quite hard to go build those up again. But I think just getting the damage out is probably what's most important right now. Oh, not scaling. Interesting. Oh,
well,
but a normal twice, so you don't consider.
Yeah,
you're gonna. I think
really
that you're normally
smart,
twice here, so you don't
actually.
consume the aura. That's really smart.
That's so smart, actually. So, yeah, no.
Okay, no more echo.
No more echo. There's the skill.
There's the skill.
I mean, with 300 dice, why would you go for the skill? And then Shan, not ending on a different character. I wondered if he would use Treasure
I don't think it's
swap off.
worth. Oh wait, actually, this might get dangerous. Hold on, because this is 5 HP with Hydro Aura.
Yeah.
Wait. No, you live on 1 HP, and there's no Tandoris. Oh wait.
Well, the
that's
child
perfect.
is Vorokasha's blow.
I think this is perfect breakthrough calculation on the side of Shan, because we saw that the Tandoori is already from Below, right?
Right.
And this is open deck list. So
Right,
Shan does
right.
know all the blows Below has.
Right.
I think the only thing to be aware of is like if Below had a second King Squire.
Which, you know, could be possible because I think Below has only played King Squire, like the 1 King Squire with 2 1-2 users. But, I mean, we know that Below doesn't have it. Though, I think what's dangerous is Below has that other animal resonance in hand. The Hydro Aura is on Child. I wonder if
the
you
double
quick
swirl.
swap fires on skill.
No, but it shouldn't matter though, right? Because it'll only do 3 damage. Like, Lila lives on 1, so does Barbara, so it doesn't really change anything. And you consume all of your aura.
But then you play Fatui Conspiracy.
Oh. That is something to consider. That is for sure something to consider. Because, like, you do still have King Squire on her.
Here we go.
It does like Pilo was going for that play. Oh, you can reset burst as well if you feel like it.
Yep, the last quick swap coming out of Beetle, at least with Animal Resonance. Haven't seen any other quick swaps.
I think this is probably Pilo's like last chance to break through, right? Because this turns Shan like 1 energy away from Childburst, and if you attack on if you attack into the Farazan, like Farazan's now on 1 HP. If you burst, like it's gonna consume all the aura. Oh, it
There
rolls
it is.
Pyro
and
again.
It's Pyro. Oh no!
Oh no. I mean, it's
Oh,
still
no.
okay. It's still okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at that vape swirl.
So big. Okay. Shan is gonna have to sack either Layla or Barbara here. Or you
So-
could play all 3 of your treasures, get to 5 HP.
That's
Oh,
what
that's
I was
probably what you're
wondering.
doing.
What do you do with your treasure? So Shan has
Actually,
3 treasure.
playing all
now.
your treasure
Wow.
doesn't even save you. Because remember, the Fatui Conspiracy as well. It'll take away 1 of your HP. If you play 3, it brings you up to 5, and then you scale, it brings you down to 4,
Oh,
which is
no.
perfectly within lethal range. So Shan needs to sack a character.
I really think that was a misstep that last round, not using that treasure to swap off of Child and cleanse the Pyro Aura. I really feel like that was a misstep.
It could potentially. I think no matter what Shan did, though, it would have led to him sacking a character no matter what. And I think delaying it.
That vaporized swirl is just
It hurts so bad.
so painful.
My mind is completely blank. I need to get out of here.
Choosing to sack the Layla because you have a little bit more value on the Barbara. Like you have her equipped with the tenacity, the talent as well. I think this makes sense. As soon as Beetle acts, though, that is the last of their dice.
So here's the unfortunate thing. I believe the gamblers. No. He has the other gamblers in hand. So here we go. Replacing the Heart of Cavarina, I believe, on Farazan with that gamblers. And a normal attack is going to be just enough here to take out Layla.
Dream.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be it though, right? With 2 dice remaining, we saw both Wovens played, we saw both King Squire played. What else could Shan possibly be worried about for dice generation? Does go to Barbara to be a little safe, I suppose.
Treasure! It's like that feeling when you're running around Genshin and you open a treasure chest and you get good things. Primo gems.
Let the show begin.
And my gems. I don't have any more of those, by the way. Like, I spent all of them.
On Arlecchino.
On Arlecchino, yeah.
Of course.
They're all gone. Not a single one remains.
Shan managing these breakpoints very well. I believe he's saving those treasure hunts. Maybe just for breakpoints, but maybe also for Child specifically. Only playing one of them to bring Barbara up to 2. I think he knows that, I mean, either Bilul has it or he doesn't. Because what's he gonna do with 2 dice? He's already used both his Wovens. Already used both of his Unseen Razors.
One off NSC, maybe? I don't think you run that in this deck, though. Actually, what's funny, Shan might have gone to Barbara because he actually gains dice from this.
Yep, from Tenacity of the Millilith on Barbara. Mm-hmm.
And you also get the free swap off, and you like also have the summon out to heal you, so...
Yeah. Cleanse that Pyro Aura. And, yeah, here's a strat. I think...
None of those cards are useful.
Yeah, none of those cards are really going to do Bilo any good. I think if you're Bilo, you want to swap off here, right?
Yes, I think at this point in the game, I think you just sacrifice the Linny. Like, swirls aren't gonna do you much good here. So you might as well, I think you sack, like, the character you're using for Aura. He already used all of his stacks, right? He doesn't burst up, but his burst isn't the most impactful. Like, Farazan is full equip and Lynette is your anchor.
Huh.
So I think you probably do just sacrifice the Linny in this situation, and then pray Lynette Farazan can bring it home.
So Bilo used both dice to Drat and draw 4 cards. I wonder if we're gonna see Covenant swap off. Is that a Lotus in hand?
It could be. I think 1-cost card in aggro deck, it most likely is a Lotus, because, like, what else are you running? Oh.
That is bold.
That is, yes. I mean, Shan is more than enough to take out Farazan no matter what. I guess, like, just preferring to sack the Farazan over the Linny or the Lynette. I think for sure you keep the Lynette, but Farazan over Linny, that is a choice. I don't know if I agree with it, but we'll have to see how it plays out.
So we were kind of talking about this earlier on at the start of the stream, right? Like, with this Farazan Lynette double animal deck with Linny. Sometimes players bring equips for Lynette, and sometimes they don't. And
Keep
so
your
far
eyes
we haven't
wide
seen
open.
anything for Lynette, but Philo was intending on leaving her as the anchor.
Tidal wave.
So, what do you think? Do you think there might be something in Philo's deck we haven't seen yet?
I mean, like, you can never discount the possibility. I just don't know. I think if you are running anything for Lynette, though, it probably is just the one-off Lynette talent. I don't think it's worth investing like a sack sword or anything onto her. Just based off how this deck's like the game plan goes, but even I think the only bailout you can realistically have for Beetle in this situation is like a Lynette talent. It could be just enough to help you break through.
So
without it, it doesn't look the best.
Bilo choosing to go to Linny after Farazan goes down. Because Shan has one more action if he wishes, but looks like we're going to see Treasure Vana pass, maybe?
Oh, yes. I think that second treasure is actually quite smart. Because with this healing and with the tenacity, it'll heal Barbara up to 5 HP, which means she can live a skill from Linny and tank the Fatui aura, and also stiff on 1 HP, which forces Beetle to use 2 actions in order to take her out. The Hydra Res as well.
We haven't seen a Hydra Res this entire game, or Tamaya's. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a bit late for that, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, like, Shan already has everything full equipped, right? Like, I think he even tuned away a couple of his artifacts. This is probably going to be the last round of the game as well, so... It's been unfortunate seeing them so late.
Very, very drastic for Bilo if Shan has an egg.
Oh.
and can draw
Oh
it.
no. I don't know if you run egg in most stall decks anymore. It's like
But when you have
combo was such a
Barbara,
big thing.
it's like a classic thing, right? Like you egg Barbara Burst.
True. I mean, like egg Barber Burst like puts all your characters to basically before they ever did damage to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Okay.
Here we go. I think this is the moment of truth for this game.
Yeah, it's like, can Pilul break through, or is it cooked?
Or is it cooked?
Or is it cooked? That is the question.
Is Shan going to put the fire out? So, I don't think you ever played Tamias here, right?
No, you don't, right? Like, Tamias is probably only going to get value like next round anyways, where you get to equip like the totem for free or something. It's not really worth it.
I don't even know. Like, so Buell totally drew out his entire deck. I didn't catch what round we're currently on, but it is definitely very late in the game at the moment.
For an aggro deck, I
I
think it's like round 5, maybe?
I just wanted to... Wait, round 5, he's already drawn out his entire deck. Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Is it round 5?
it could be less than that, actually.
I don't think it's less. It might be like 6 or 7. We'll have to check at the very start. It shows you like very briefly when the round starts. We'll have to look for it next round, if it goes next round.
A round
But
of applause.
here we go. Linny's Elemental Burst coming out. Putting Grimalkin on the board and also giving Shan another Hydro Dice to work with.
Probably just normal attack. If you normal attack, it's just like,
It's doomed.
Gilu has at most 2 actions, and one of those actions need to be used to take out Barbara, right? And then, even with talent, it will only do 5 onto Child, so as long as you Hydro Res, it's just auto-win.
So, I honestly don't see a way for Beelul to get out of this even with Lynette's Burst. I mean, if you take Linny out at all here, because you can't freeze him, even a normal attack is going to take him down. Then Lynette gets to go, and yeah, I mean, Child's Burst is ready to go, right?
Like, Shan
Plenty
will
of
always
dice.
be able to do 2 actions onto Lynette, and with Burst, it is always lethal. And Bilu only has the dice for 2 actions total.
Drop.
And like, Shan has the Hydro Res as well, so even if Bilu has talent, which at this point we know he absolutely does not, it won't be enough to take out Child no matter what.
There it is, though, the normal attack. Linny falls. We only have Lynette left, and I don't think she can survive the Child Burst. I don't know, does Lotus bring Lynette above that breakpoint?
It brings her to 9, which she lives on 1. But then Shan has 2 actions, so it doesn't matter.
And Hydro Res.
And Hydro Res.
Oof. So, okay. So, Lynette's skill will bring her
Lynette's
up
skill will bring her up.
HP.
Or bring her up to 7. With Lotus, it'll bring her up to 11 HP.
Is it better to skill here or burst?
No, if you skill, probably
Who has
Burst, because
everyone
it takes less damage. This
stop
brings her to 12 EHP. Burst will do 8, which brings her down to 4.
Wait, so one more action.
Wait. If summons win for this? Because Burst brings Lynette down to... Okay, cracks the Lotus first. That's smart. Brings her down to 7 HP, and then Burst wins. Okay, never mind.
Yes.
If Shan
Okay.
bursted first before skilling,
It might have
Beetle
been-
could
might have
have
been
won from summons. It would have been possible.
This is so close, actually. This is so close.
I
So,
haven't
I
lost
haven't
yet.
lost yet.
Skill?
It has to be skill.
It has to be skill, yeah.
It has to be a skill.
Wait, this brings her up to 8 HP. That's 9. Wait, I think Lynette lives on 1, and then Summoner should win.
So, Child is in melee stance. So his burst is going to do a lot more than range.
Over here.
It should do 8 damage right now because it's Riptide as well. Lynette's on 9 HP. I think Lynette lives on 1. Oh, Hydro Res comes in to save the day. Okay.
Wait, but it doesn't matter. It's a vape at the end of round, and then below should go first.
Oh, that's true. Oh my
so
god.
close! This is actually so
It's-
close!
Oh, the breakpoints are just like slightly off for Shan, I think. Or
Man.
no. What Shan does, right? What Shan does is no, because then you run out of your melee stance. It might be. What if you burst Tamias Tenacity?
you can't end here, right? Hydro Res brings him up to 5. Do you end? Do you literally just end?
I think you do end. I think
And then
Burst
Lynette,
doesn't kill. Burst is exactly 1 damage off killing Lynette.
if
so
you
need to
end here, if you end here, yes, he's gonna end. He's gonna
Wait,
wait.
if you end, Lynette loses her healing.
Yeah,
because
she loses HP. Wait.
Wait.
Is that it? That's it. Shan wins.
No, because you lose your melee stance. Burst only does 5.
Oh my god.
Lynette will be at 7, so you need to skill again in order to get back to melee. And then I think that the second Lotus from Bilu, this might not be it.
Um.
Opera doesn't proc
So-
because Shannon's more equips.
End of summon. Well, I think he's just trying to figure out how to use that last dice. Covenant. Wait, why Covenant? Oh, he's
Oh,
trying
for the
to
second Willow,
for the
maybe.
Willow. See if he could draw something to save him. You just
Okay.
play both Willows. You could. No, you don't want to tune the Lotus.
No, you need to keep the Lotus.
You definitely keep the Lotus. So.
If you
End
tune
of
the
summon
Lotus, I think
damage
you
here.
lose.
End of summon damage here. So down to 3. Yeah, Child's gonna be on.
That's 7. Child will bring it down to 2.
Yeah. Oh wait, Forward Caution's gonna bring him up to 3.
Heals him back to 4, and then Child lives on 1.
Oh! Judgment! Judgment and Treasure!
Lotus! Judgment for Lotus. The thing,
He's so close! Like,
Child is on 4 HP here, which means he lives exactly 1 attack, and he's also on 3-stack Layla summon, right? So this attack will bring him to 3 stacks. You live a hit, and then you attack again, Lynette gets frozen. But you also have burst. I think Shan wins this.
I think... Okay, so...
Oh, the treasure too.
Yeah, so Shan drew Treasure and also Judgment. So Judgment's going to stop Lotus.
I don't think it matters though, because you always have 3 actions no matter what, and you always live 1 hit, which means you can guarantee a freeze onto Pilul's Lynette.
But you still play Judgment because the Tenacity of the Millilith is going to give you another dice back.
Oh, that's true. Yes, it's just a free
Yes.
judgment.
It is a free Judgment. So
There's the skill.
skill first.
Yep. Okay, and then that's 3 stacks on
And then
on
that's it.
passive. That's it.
That's it. That's actually
That's
it.
it.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
That's it. That's it. That's the game. That's it.
That is the game.
You cannot lose from here if you're Shan, unless his internet dies.
Oh, wait, but if his internet dies, he has to press the burst, right? Okay. Anyway.
It's now Pilul's turn. Yeah, there's the skill.
There is a skill. It is not going to be enough. You know, Child is in that melee stance. I think this
There it
burst
is.
is going to be plenty. Tuning
Yeah.
1, there it is. -8 on
Eight
Luna.
damage.
That's just enough. Shan takes the first match in this best of 3. The
Oh,
Astro
what an-
Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic tournament.
What an absolutely tense game 1. Like, just the battle of breakpoints there at the end.
The Battle of Breakpoints. Also, I believe my camera is a little blurry. Apologies about that if you're watching, but man, that was really tense at the end, right? There was
Like, just
that was a treat to
1
watch.
HP off. Shan just barely able to edge out by finding the play, ending early on 3 dice, equips the totem. Like, just 1 HP off getting 1 shot. Just such an absolutely close game.
As expected of a previous Prince Cup participant, right? So here we have some highlights. And see how low the HP Shan got, but he managed those breakpoints so well, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, he just being able to withstand that early pressure so well. Like, despite getting within, like, lethal range for all 3 of his characters, 4-2-2, just still able to bring it back and come out on top at the end. And I think that's just, like, I think this really showcases the power of both of these decks, right? Like, even in a bad matchup, Farzan 2 Nemo was able to absolutely dominate the early game, but then stall with, like, all of its dice advantages, was able to slowly crawl it back. I think that was a great showcase of how this matchup usually goes.
So I know we were saying that, you know, that vaporized swirl onto Shan was like really like deadly for them, right? But in the end, he managed those breakpoints so well, and this is kind of like we're seeing the power of treasure. It's no wonder. So there was a hotfix like a week into the patch that changed treasure from 1 cost to 2 cost, and right now we're playing on the iteration of the patch where it was 1 cost, and you could just see like you play it for 1 cost and you get 4 health and 4 dice.
I think it's 6. I'm pretty sure it generates 6 cards.
Oh wait, yeah, it generates 6 cards. We have to draw them, right?
You do have to draw them, but it does give you 6.
But I mean, its value is just, it's so good. So yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of treasure this patch, I believe, or at least for Group A. Group A is playing on this patch.
Group B is playing. Part of Group B is also playing it, so we'll see some of these decks there as well. I think like part of Group B is going to be looking at what we have over here and going to take notes because they are playing on the same patch as our Group A participants. So they're going to take a look at the decks that succeed and they're going to bring it into their own matches.
Yes. So, of course, this is Conquest format, open deck list. So Shan can no longer play the stall deck again, right?
Will be forced onto Yelan OTK.
Which I think loses to that double animal Linny deck.
In theory, it should.
In theory, it should.
In theory, it should.
In theory, it should.
But yeah, I mean, you can never really say for these high-level matches, like just the outplay potential that some of these decks have, and as well as like being able to find the option C of options A and B that both lose, being able to find that third line is going to be such a crucial thing these players to look out for.
Definitely. And Shan, just bringing this up once again, he did put that he is a round 15 enthusiast. So we have seen him dominate with the stall deck that he showed us today. Very, very good job from Shan. Both these players were managing those breakpoints. It was so tense at the end. I really think Shan ending first won him the game.
Yeah, just being able to know for a fact that skilling their auto loses you, being able to try to find a line that bypasses that going into the next round, knowing that like Lynette will take that piercing damage at the end phase,
right.
So like lowers her HP, and the fact that you have your Lila stacks as well. If you can live one attack, you're guaranteed to freeze the Lynette in that game. Just noticing these small little details is what differentiates these guys from us.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here casting, right?
Yeah.
These are definitely the pro players. They have fought very hard to make it here today. They've been playing Genius Invocation. Many of them have been playing Genius Invocation since the game came out. Shan taking top 4 in last year's America Prince Cup and actually losing to Robot Wizard, who is in the same group. So, congratulations to Shan taking the first game in this best of 3. But we still have at least 1 more game to go. Could be 2.
I think we are going to angle for that third game because Shan will be forced to play Yelan OTK, which means that Bilu could very well just counterpick on the Lineage 2 Nemo, which like in their first game showed an absolutely dominating performance against one of its worst matchups.
So I have to wonder about like what you choose here. So Bilu has both decks at his disposal, right? Because he didn't win with the double animal Linny deck. So he could still bring it again, and he could dominate over Yelan OTK. Well, maybe. We'll have to see how that game goes. But theoretically, it's a faster paced deck as an aggro deck versus a combo deck. So it should have an edge over Yelan OTK. But...
But?
I don't know. You have to play the mirror in the end, right?
You do.
Do you get the mirror out of the way now? Or do you... What do you think?
My mindset when I was like still playing competitively was get to that game 3. If you're down a game, your goal isn't to win anymore, right? It's just get to that third game. Because if you lose in round 2, if you play like the 50-50 and you lose it, that's it, you're out. So your goal right now is just to get to that third game to keep the tournament series alive.
I do think one big thing to consider when you're watching these games, whether it's like as a caster like us, or if you're at home watching along and learning from these players, we don't get to see a lot of the emotion, right? And especially since we don't have webcams for this remote phase, like we can't really see like the emotions the players are going through as important things come up in matches. But there's a lot of nerves, right, that could really get to your head. But here we go. We are getting into the second game between Bilu and Shan. And
looking at the cards, I think it's a mirror.
Is it a mirror? I mean,
Actually, no. There's
Bilo
Opera.
could still be playing.
Could
Bilo
be.
could
I don't
still
think
be
you run
playing-
Opera on Yelan OTK anymore. I think this is the Farzan deck.
We're gonna have to see. I mean, Shan is definitely on Yolano TK. There's no other
There's no
options
question
for him.
about it.
Mhm.
Okay, no, it is the Farzan deck. Okay,
Oh my
so
gosh. Okay, no King Squire, but
the Farzan talent is quite a nice start. Oh, and Shen also running Lumenstone. In Hunt as well. We were talking about this earlier, where like a lot of the decks that used to run Magic are now running Hunt as well.
yeah. So I mean, you never really run Hyper Magic in Yulan OTK anyway. But with the changes to Yayoi, I feel like players are looking for other ways to generate dice that aren't just the magic art of the magic engine and the
It's time
Hyper
to
Magic
pull
engine.
the trigger.
So, Treasure Hunt, being released in this patch, and of course we're playing on the patch where it is 1 cost and not 2 costs, definitely gives you a whole lot to work with. And Yulan OTK is one of those decks that has a whole lot of card draw in it, right?
Absolutely. It is like you have the Yelan passive as well. You typically like to run things like the Cavarina and Flowing Rings as well. Sometimes Echoes, although with Magic getting hit a little bit with that Yayoi chain, it might not be run anymore. But there's certainly a lot of draw for Yelan. But unfortunately, Shan not getting the preferred 4 Hydro dice for round 1 for skill normal.
On
Bit
the
of a
other
shame.
hand, Bilo has the perfect dice, going for Prop Arrow, and of course, applying Heart of Cavarina to Linny. So as he takes damage from his own Prop Arrow, it activates. He draws a card. So now he has Fatui Conspiracy.
Oh, okay. Lumenstone equip 1. Interesting.
So something that Shan is going to have to be careful about. This is kind of like one of the reasons why I feel like this double animal deck is slightly favored against Yulan OTK, because you have to build up to Yulan Burst to actually get the damage going in Yulan OTK. It's possible to win without Yulan Burst, but that's what you're going to be looking to do in a lot of cases. And it's 3 energy points, right, to get that burst up. And Bilo has Woven, Fatui Conspiracy, like so many tools in his disposal if he wishes to swap to Farzan and go for skill normal.
Absolutely, right? Like, Shan's going to be a punching bag for Beulah during these opening rounds. Because, like, you need a minimum 4 actions before you really get your game plan going.
Here we go.
Even
So,
rolling Hydro. Oh!
no Pyro! There's still Pyro this time! Let's go!
Okay. I mean, getting a little bit of revenge, like, rolling good this time. We eating good.
So do you use your Animal Res to swap without consuming a dice to Farzan? Or do you slow swap Woven?
I mean, I think with this line you went for, I think you'd rather go for the Animo dice. I think the Woven can come in a lot later because it will get you more damage overall just because you have that extra action with the burst up. I think you do prefer to get that action with the Woven as well. Because you can Woven and then Covenant Woven, or sorry, Animo Res and then Covenant Woven normal attack, and then you can get an insta burst next turn.
That's what I was thinking. So, you go for the skill here, and then you're at 0 dice, you can cover.
We'll see about that.
So,
And like, if Shan decides to act, right, that's like free Hydro Aura, right? And you get another Vape Swirl, plus like the Prop Arrow at the end will reapply Pyro, and you will end first most likely.
yes, Bilo is in a really advantageous spot here, I believe. And of course, Shan is going to be thinking about these things. Like, these are 2 very, very high-level players. These are the top 32 players in the North America and Europe region. We have to be considering that when watching this game. So they're going to be seeing things that we don't, right? Despite seeing both sides of the board. So, but Shan is going to go for the NSC normal.
We'll just decide to eat that Vaporize potentially. I mean, no dice remaining will end first. I think if you're Pilo, you for sure go for this fate, right? You Covenant.
I think so.
You just Covenant Tune 1, or yeah, I think you Covenant Tune 1 to get that sword with your normal attack.
So here's the
probably
thing.
Tune the Woven.
I don't even think Shan ends first, because he's probably gonna have to use that dice to swap off of Yelan. Ooh,
Oh,
just
really?
going for an end here.
I actually, no, I can see this, right? Because if you go for the normal attack, Shan will end,
Quick swap ends.
or like not even quick swap end, but Shan will get to end first, right? And if you go for the swirl, it means there's only one Pyro Aura, which means that Shan can just swap saw a little bit for next turn and deny any swirls on the side of Beelul.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is that, you know, if Beelul goes for that swirl onto Yelan, then
They lose
Yelan,
Aura.
well, Yelan is facing Linny's summon, right? So you have to swap off with your Shan. You might have to quick swap off. So, but I think Beelul ending here just confirms that he has turn prio going into this round. So I think this is fine.
Oh, those dice do not look pretty, I'll say that much though.
They don't, and he didn't draw King Squire.
That is a bit unfortunate. Normal attack though, that'll be more than enough to fix up the dice a little bit. I think at this point, if you are Beelul though, like, I don't think you can afford to go Farazan Burst. Tuning your hand is just not viable, right? Because you have so many useful, like, high-value cards in there. You have Liban, Animo Res, Woven, Covenant. Like, I think what I'm expecting to see from them is potentially go Linny, just set up another prop arrow, and then Liban pass with Woven.
So here's the problem for Shan, right? That Pyro Aura is still on Signora, and any action Shan takes here is going to consume that Fatui Conspiracy and apply
It's
Hydro.
time to
So
pull the
I think he's
trigger.
gonna have Yelan eat it. Yeah, quick swap to Yelan.
Oh, are we just gonna sack Yelan here? Just accept
think
the fact
so.
that we're not getting burst? Because, like, with no food, right? Yelan is one swirl away from death. I guess just
think you have
accepting the
to.
fact that Yelan won't get value and just going to get the extra card draw from her talent, or sorry, from her passive.
Yeah, I think you have to go for this because otherwise you get another Vaporized Swirl, and either way Yelan's gonna fall. So this way, you negate the Vaporized Swirl. Ah, another treasure.
How was I so...
And there's no gamblers or anything to give you a little Omni Dice from that, so...
And, like, with the, with Lightning Rod onto Farazan, like, that's guaranteed value right there. It will do 5 damage, leaving Farazan on 1 HP, which will make her a lot easier to take her out later. But this is still going to be a lot of damage on the side of Shan. I think, though, the play we talked about earlier, which is going Linny Reset Prop Arrow, that's the play I expect people to go for, just because your dice are so atrocious.
Yeah, so that Lightning Rod is on Farazan. It's going to mean that their manifestation's damage is +1 with Electro Charge. Farazan is barely going to survive.
I mean, barely survive is all you realistically need, because the next turn you Animo Res, set up Burst, and then just Lynette will go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like we were saying earlier, Beelul is in a really advantageous spot here. Of course, you can still end the game on Thunder Manifestation Signora, but this is not ideal if you're playing Yolando TK, right?
No, for sure, you don't have that follow-up tech damage from Yelan, which means that you're kind of just forced to skill swap skill as your main game plan, and when you're already at such an HP deficit, skill swap skill just does not cut it.
So here we go, a slow swap onto Linny, basically just as you predicted, Sumi. So what do you think Shan is going to do in response?
Ooh, the Lotus. I think this is smart, because 5 dice remaining, right, with 1 stack of Prop Arrow, Tandori's skill would be enough to do 6, so forcing out the Lotus from Shan, that'll be 1 less defensive tool for later.
I do think that one thing that can save Shan. Oh, Farazan at 1 HP. Of course, that Lightning Rod is still stuck to her, right? So if Thunder Manifestation goes for a skill, it's always going to target Farazan and not necessarily the active character.
It
but
is
now the Lightning
clear-
Rod's gone.
It is clear now that, yeah, but, like, Animo Res still in hand. I think, like, just Prop Arrow. You want to get double Pyro to guarantee swirls next round in order to apply pressure. Unfortunately, that Lotus, like, is there to eat the damage, but I think you go for it anyways if you are Beelul.
Now disappear!
One thing that could definitely save Shan in this matchup is if he
skill.
starts drawing that treasure out, and you know, with the Lumen Stone in hand, I'm not sure if we're gonna see him play it, but the Lumen Stone on the field and also Treasure Seeking Sealy, we will most certainly start to see some treasure that will give dice and HP.
Absolutely. And now, like, as we said, the Woven Liven just for the extra dice next turn, the extra cards as well to fill back up Beelul's hand. And like with talent and animal res ready to rip for his Faruzan, like Shan is going to be in a world of hurt real soon.
Alright.
Oh, did not
So-
draw those treasures, unfortunately.
Don't see.
There is turn prowl for Shan. A lightning rod is no longer on Faruzan, and like with no aura to work with, you're not going to be able to get any piercing damage to take her out. So
Shan's
just
hand
raw
is
damage.
not. Shan's hand is not very good, right? Like, I mean, you can play
No.
Junior Zad Chang, but what is that gonna do for you?
Like Shan has a lot of setup cards in hand right now. This is like the stuff you play to get your combo going, not to
Right.
combo with, which is
Right.
the issue right now.
But this is round 3. This is round 3, right? So, like, this is not where you want to be getting more setup cards. This is where you want to be like actually popping off with Helan's burst and everything. So, well, Chef Mao
Chef Mao could do something.
playing another treasure.
NSC, okay. Chef Mao here is +1 dice. You could work with that.
Go free Mao from Junior Zad. NSC for the 1 dice.
Yeah, I mean,
It's kind of normal.
okay, so +2 dice technically. I mean, you don't really like normaling on Thunder Manifestation, but I guess.
Oh, there's the
treasure,
first
okay,
treasure.
okay,
So
there's the treasure.
there's 12 treasure in Shan's deck that he has to go find. He needs
Well,
to
there's
be
now 11.
he needs to be 100% completionist on his Genshin Impact exploration to win this game.
You know, fun fact, after a Sumeru release, I have like less than 4% in each region. I just could not care enough about exploration.
Wow. I mean, you're just playing too much TCG, right?
I'm like grinding this stuff.
TCG is very
Still, though.
addicting.
It is. There's like there's a lot of thinking going on. The animations are really cool though. The players unfortunately did not grind enough to get the gold card backs on their tournament clients. So, you know, a little bit disappointed. I expected more from them. Should have grinded more. But we're here for the gameplay, not the art.
Well, so I believe that we're not going to see the golden card backs until the live event, but don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that.
You know, I actually
So-
wonder. Oh, Farzan coming in.
Yes, quick
first.
swap
Oh, there's
use-
King
so-
Squire too.
Yeah, Bilo used the last quick swap in hand to swap to Farazan and go for Farazan Burst with Talent. Does have both King Squires, but I think Farazan is about to be sacked here, so those King Squires are certainly going to be for Linny.
For Linny, yeah, a little bit wasted though. Or you could just go Lynette. Not worry about those King Squires for now, because you don't have the Unseen Razors, right? So it's not like you're gonna be able to skill spam.
Treasure.
Treasure, Rose Cryo. It feels a little bit bad here, because like the Thunder, the Lightning Rod damage is a little bit wasted, but I think you do just want to take out that Farazan as fast as possible.
Yeah, and that burst coming down will do additional electro damage at the end of the round. So one thing that could be dangerous for Biluo is breaking through Signora's defenses, because of course, she will flip at the end of round if she is 4 HP or under, but until then she is cryo, or unless she uses her burst or something. She's cryo, and then when she flips to the Crimson Witch of Embers, then she'll be doing a lot of like pyro damage, but
I think something that's a little bit unfortunate though is that because you didn't play that King Squire, Thunder Manifestation is 5 HP, and Lynette with like Farazan buff will only do 4.
ooh, the double Sitaria.
Oh,
Wait, this is
wait.
exactly what Shan needs to draw all 11 treasure.
Yeah, no, like you Lumen Stone, like double Sataria, the strategize, you maybe even play the Lotus, and then just like either keep tuning or keep playing the treasures that you draw.
You don't even need Chang at this point. Part of
I mean,
Karina
Chang
coming
is
down
like
onto
Chang is never gonna
Lynette.
proc.
True. Yeah, never gonna proc at this point. Are we just gonna see a skill here?
Most likely. I don't. It could be a normal attack, right? Because Thunder Manifestation always dies in 2 attacks, so you could just save on the dice a little bit and go for the normal attack.
I do wonder. Oh, -4. Of course, because Farazan's burst buffs animal damage by 1. But yeah, bringing up what you were saying earlier about not using King Squire on Farazan, of course you would have lost it, but then
I think just for the breakpoints, it's
Yeah, the
worth it, right?
breakpoint.
Because like with King Squire, you're spending, I think 1 less or like 2 less dice than you would normally. Because like skilling is 3, right? King Squire is effectively 1.
I think that not trolling any treasure. I think the dangerous thing for Shan here is he can't swap to Signora because the swirl is going to take out TM.
Yeah, and you have to worry about like the gamblers at that point. Well, this is not looking too good.
This is not looking good at all for Shan. Linny's burst is up as well. But you're probably fine just sitting on Lynette, right? You have 2 actions on Lynette here.
Yeah, I think you do, because like you use normal attack and then skill, right? Which will be enough to flip Sig. You bring her down to 3 HP. Unless Shan decides to play the Lotus on her.
Oh?
Oh.
Are we gonna see a Lotus on Thunder Manifestation maybe?
We can't. He ate NSC earlier.
Oh yeah, right.
We're gonna tune everything.
Everything.
Not going to fish for the treasures this turn. Okay. I think this does make sense. You do want to stay on team as much as possible because, like, you know, 1 HP. He dies this roll. He dies to an attack. So you might as well take the attack because it's less damage overall.
Yep, sacking TM here. But I think the unfortunate thing is Signora is still gonna flip at the end of this round.
Because like we aren't able to play that Lotus. Like, it will bring her below 4 HP. So she will lose the revive, which would have been really nice to have on Shan's side.
Ooh, tuning.
Probably just a normal attack.
It could be a normal attack, but if you're tuning, you could have just used the Omni dice. So I wonder.
I think they're considering a skill. I don't think, like, there's 0 dice remaining, right? So I think it's probably just normal skill. That way you can take the hit from the summon a little bit better. And you can save the cards in hand. Yeah, it will be normal.
Okay, yeah, so Philo tuned just a normal attack.
You're trembling.
You wouldn't need to tune later anyways, so probably just extra time to think. But yeah, I think you skill there because like TM died to skill and normal attack, and then this way you have to tune less cards in your hand if you want to attack twice.
So do you stay on Lynette and burst here, or yeah, I guess you do. So we're gonna see the Woven, right?
The Woven be a lot of damage reduction.
the magic
I think you do go for it.
There's the burst, leaving Signora just at 4 HP. And do those summons at the end of turn actually?
No.
They don't, right?
No,
they don't,
shouldn't.
right?
Wait. No, wait, they might.
Because she flips
she flips first.
She flips
right,
first.
She ended first. She flips first.
No, she doesn't flip
No,
first.
no, she doesn't. Okay, never mind.
Okay, our mistake.
I mean,
She flipped at 1 HP and now she flips.
She flips at the start of round. That's our mistake.
Yes.
We forgot that's how it worked.
All these little tiny things you have to remember.
This is why we're sitting here behind the desk and not the screen. But yeah, I mean, shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because like, oh, I mean, 2 treasures. Hold up, it might matter.
So Shan has double treasure. Of course, you know, Philo doesn't have a quick swap or anything like that to go to Linny for the overload, but I feel like
if
Philo's
Sig
in
attacks,
a fine.
It'll get overload onto Linny anyway.
True.
And then Lotus brings Sig up to 4 HP. I mean, there's double treasure to bring her up to 6, but like 2 attacks is more than enough to take her out no matter what. And with 9 dice total, there is no way Beelul does not have enough to win it.
So what Shan could do, he could play treasure.
Okay.
He basically plays or tunes his entire hand. Like you play double
Okay.
Sataria.
Okay.
And then what you're trying to do is find the rest of your treasure.
Okay. I mean,
Because
it could work.
He has like 11 treasure in his deck, right?
I mean, if
So-
Shan has, if Shan has 4 actions, it could theoretically be possible. It's just a little bit unfortunate that like, the second part, like a little bit of Signora's damage is backloaded. She only does 2 initial, which means Lynette with the shield from her ult will live on exactly 1 HP, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Tuning Covenant. Wait, didn't play Minty Meat Rule. That's interesting. Maybe.
Oh, tuned Lotus too. That's
No, I think he only had one food card. It was Minty. So playing.
Oh, was it Minty? I thought it was
Gamblers,
Lotus.
yeah.
Oh, there's the treasure.
There's a treasure. I think Shan is fishing for a Lotus maybe because he's gonna draw a card with every Sataria. There's a treasure.
There's
another treasure. And this is why it's so fun. I love treasure.
Oh
no! No!
I think you play the boar. You might get another artifact later.
Oh yeah, you can play board. You can play
Shan
board.
would have loved that earlier though, because I think he had 2 equipped.
Tune it.
Oh, tune it. Okay, we still have dice to
tune
tune. We don't have perfect dice, which means we can tune this.
So yeah, so the thing is, if Shan tunes all of his dice to pyro, we can't
treasure.
tune anymore. Treasure. What break point does Shan need to get to? Treasure.
6. Treasure. Okay. 6 HP will always live 1 attack, unless King Squire. So 7 HP would be ideal.
Well, there is King Squire.
Well, then Shan needs 7.
And now Shan is out of card draw.
Oh, and Shan did not play it, unfortunately.
Here we go, King Squire.
Here's King Squire.
A round of applause.
Oh, the first.
Elemental
There
Burst
it
is just enough to take out Senor, and Bilo is taking the second game in this first best of 3. It's been so close, actually. Both of these players are really showing up today. Of course, Bilo qualifying through the series showdown, and this is his first tournament showing. But Shan being top 4 America's Prince Cup last year.
I think Bilo is showing that, like, despite being a rookie, it just absolutely has not affected their gameplay. They have been playing phenomenally today.
Yes. I mean, both these players have been playing phenomenally. Even though Shan didn't get the winner, it was so fun. Like, he knew exactly what to do. He double Sitaria, he either tuned or played everything and just got all the treasure out of his deck. But it wasn't enough for those big points, unfortunately.
I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier about nerves and how, like, the veterancy of Shan might help him out a little bit in that area, but now it's game 3. This is the money match, right? Like, whoever wins this goes up, and whoever loses will be down into the lower bracket. I think this is going to be where Bilo needs to show up big. Like, Shan has a little bit more competitive experience, and it'll be up to Bilo to control those nerves.
Definitely, and here we have the highlights from the second game. Of course, so Bilo, having won with that double animal deck, now can no longer play it going to next round. So we are going to have a Yulan OTK mirror, and I'm very curious to see if Bilo brought that treasure that Shan did. But oh yeah, this Signora, we got this wrong. So Signora flips at the start of next round.
Or if she gets a 0 HP before flipping.
Yes,
whichever comes first.
Whichever comes first, she will flip. But it was not quite enough to make her flip.
Yeah, the 1
Still
HP off taking up the
overload.
Lynette.
So even if Shan played that treasure, right? He only survives 1 attack, right? So
yeah, it would have been down to 2. I mean, if Shan had a Lotus, it would have been a different story.
I think
would have been able to live 2 attacks.
I think that's why he tuned the Minty. Because he has plenty of dice at his disposal, and I think what he really wants is a Lotus. Just, he needs survivability, he doesn't need the...
Yeah, it doesn't really need the damage. Because, like, would have always, like, had enough, especially with that Gambler as well, but... Little bit unfortunate, couldn't draw it in time, just a couple cards off.
Yeah, but, very, very good games for both these players. We do have one more game in this first set in Group A. This is the top 32 players from both Americas and Europe server competing. So,
and these are the decks. Just a reminder once again. We had the bans earlier, Xingqiu Hyper Magic, as well as the Lynette deck. Or sorry, not Lynette deck. The 2 Nemo deck banned on the side of Shan, but this will be the final match. Oh, wait a second.
Oh! Wait a second. Is that for Signora?
This will be the Yale and OTK deck, yeah.
That is an interesting arcane to bring.
Honestly, that arcane has so rarely used, I legitimately forgot the name. Let me go bring it up real quick.
Do you want to describe what it does to me as you also bring up the name?
Okay. There we go. It is called Day of Resistance, Moment of Shattered Dreams. Very long name. And basically, what happens is you play it, and then the next 4 attacks you receive are -1 damage. Or like the next 4 instances of damage are reduced by 1.
So I feel like it's very good against combo and aggro decks that are looking to do a lot of damage at once, right? Because basically it will allow you to just survive that round. And I feel like you can play on anyone, but with Signora as your anchor.
I think it might actually be better into combo matchups because you have that follow-up attack, so you get to reduce their breakpoints even more.
Hear me out. What if you played it round 1 on Yulan, so you can just get Yulan first off with no threat?
Oh my god, the infinite statuses. It took ages to get through.
Every character has their own status to go through and refresh, but here we go. Shan going first in this mirror.
I think Shan has like the god opener though. Like, you do Lumen Stone into Cavarina into Underwater into. I mean, I guess you can just play Boar on nothing.
You could play Boar, like Sand King.
Or SSK, right?
Yeah,
I think that should be able to give you enough dice to skill normal attack and also proc your Lumen Stone. I think. Don't quote me on that. No, I think. Oh, you have to Boar into nothing in order to get that Lumen Stone dice, which is a little bit unfortunate.
So I mean, Bilo goes for the hit here, right?
Bilo should.
Then...
I mean, looking at their dice, it's for sure like Cavarina, Sealy, skill normal.
Yeah, so then Shan gets a card, and then Shan can decide what to do. You could Boar, SSK, replace Cavarina, then you don't have to tune anything. Normal.
It would depend on what Shan gets, but yeah.
And then you get another dice, you play Underwater.
Ooh.
Like you play Underwater first.
Okay. Okay, I'm listening.
Underwater first, then you down to 2 dice, and then you Boar, and then you SSK. And then you get the dice proc from Lumen Stone.
I hear you, and then you normal attack with that Omni die. Okay. Yeah. 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 Got you. I think a little bit unfortunate they had to like burn Boar this early, but I think for that good of an opener, you take it.
I mean, I think it could be fine. We're gonna have to see what Shan draws as well from this Heart of Karina, so... Sitaria!
I don't think Sitaria helps with your opener, though.
Wait.
You're not fishing for treasures this early, there's no way. It doesn't help you that much.
So you treasure, you Boar,
you Boar,
you SSK, you draw a treasure, you Sitaria.
No. No. I don't...
Wait. Oh, don't your side, wait.
Ooh. No, you have the normal attack first. You don't have enough dice to play Dun, Sitaria, and normal.
Yeah.
Doesn't work out.
Dang, didn't draw a treasure.
Unfortunately, that Boar is wasted. It could have been quite helpful later on, but we will have to see if Shan is running a second copy of it. I know a lot of players are only running 1 copy of Boar right now, so that could come back to bite him later.
Well, I wonder if you still draw the... No, I guess you can't now. Yeah, the Boar is totally wasted. But I was wondering, like, why wouldn't you just draw the card for free? I guess you get more use out of keeping Heart on Yulan, but...
I mean, because, like, SSK, right? If you play on TM later when you're going in for the combo, you will be drawing on, like, when you normal attack. Whereas Yelan, you're kind of not doing reactions, right? She's kind of just there to get burst. You're only really going to be slapping the Yelan with Pilua, so there's not really a point.
Right. So, Bilua's hand also brought treasure, by the way. So we were wondering about this. Is Bilua bringing treasure like Shan did? The answer is yes. Treasure is just so fun. Especially when it's 1 cost, so...
Just so much value in that one little card.
And I do believe Bilo has that 0 cost food card should be NSC. Ooh, opting not to use it. So I was wondering if you would go for like NSC treasure.
Yeah, treasure and then normal attack. I think like probably saving it for next turn, right? Because you could NSC normal attack burst and then most likely have enough dice attack on TM as well, depending on what you draw. Or like you can also just play treasure like NSC. Oh wait, 1 treasure already in Shan's hand. Okay.
And another Sitaria. So Shan can basically play his entire hand here, right?
In theory, yes, but you might not want to. Your priority is really just get that Yelan burst down.
Ooh, those dice are really good on Bilua's side.
Oh wow, that
need
is...
one more
Both players
hydro.
need 1 more Hydro.
But we could very well see, so there's flowing rings. I think both players have Heart of Kavarina, right?
Yes. Ooh, the Chef Mao instead of Beetle. That's gonna get a lot of value with like already 2 food cards in hand. The first one will be reduced to essentially free, and then the second one will be +1 dice, so.
Here we go, Junior Zod.
Dunyazard. The Chang would have loved to have that earlier, so you plays it earlier.
Chang,
Oh,
another
second
Junior
Dun.
Zod for 2 Sitaria? 2 free Sitaria? No, wait.
Oh.
Just 1 free Sitaria.
I mean, it'll be 2 free Sataria next turn.
But I mean,
Alternatively, I don't think you play the Sataria now, because like if you want the Sataria on your combo turn, you can still play it. But if you draw something like Chef Mao plus food, I think you much rather use that instead.
I mean, so Lumenstone proc did give Shan that Omni Dice, by the way, so Shan has perfect dice to go for normal Yelan Burst.
Normal Yelan Burst, well, you have 2 dice left over. Not sure what you're gonna do with it, but maybe like you draw into a 2 cost or like a second Lumenstone or something from like Cavalrying on your side, and you just play that, and the next turn you go crazy.
One thing we haven't seen from Below is that Lumenstone. I wonder if it was left out of their deck. Another Mao on Shan's side.
Lumenstone is like quite a strong card. It does let you cycle through your deck and also generate a lot of just dice in general, especially if you're running a bunch of 0 costs and combined with Treasure as well in Soteria. But it also kind of forces you into a playstyle that dumps your hand. And it's a little bit restrictive in that sense.
So, I just realized something. There's something very dangerous here for both players. And I'm not sure if one player is gonna go for it.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You see what I mean? You see the lightning rod?
If Shan goes...
There it is. Okay, so quick swap onto Thunder Manifestation, the lightning rod plus electro charge.
The treasure...
Wait, why use treasure on Thunder Manifestation?
I think if Shan was going for this, he played on Yelan and then swap.
It's the breakpoint though. Like, why not use it on Yelan?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think he saw the play and then didn't fully process it.
Oh no. I think yeah, you're right. But wait, that means Bilo can just do the same thing.
No, Bilo can't do the same thing.
No,
because
the
will
lightning
act
rod's
first.
The lightning rod's gonna
It will shift onto Thunder Manifestation.
Yes. Because it's a new round.
Wait, Shan's going for it. Tuning the Mao.
It has to tune the Mao here, right? You don't play the Mao.
Oh, there's a treasure.
There is a treasure.
I don't think you go for it now, though. I think you skill on TM first.
Yep.
And then... Yeah, and then after that, you can go... I don't know. Flop Soul with it, and then... Ooh, Cavarina.
And now that lightning rod should move
shifts.
onto Thunder Manifestation, and that is so... So this is... Shan went first in this matchup, right? And so
Yes.
at some point, the mirror is no longer a mirror because one side, the side that went first, completes an action like this that completely changes the landscape of the game, right? Because they were basically copying each other's moves on Yulan until then. And both of them have that quick swap in hand, it's just Shan had it first.
Like, because Shan got to go first, he has that priority on the turn. He gets to take initiative before Bilo has a chance to react. And because of that, just gets to take out Yelan early with that fast swap. Unfortunately, did have to burn. So it'll be a little less dice later, but I think like you're perfectly happy with that. You'd much rather defeat the opponent's Yelan before they get a chance to burst and just have that little bit of extra dice.
There's the treasure, and Shifmao is certainly NSC, right? I'm not sure what the other one cost food card is in Bilo's hand. Oh, it's a Lotus. Okay, never mind.
Loaded. Ooh, okay.
Egg!
No, there's no way Egg is.
You can't play it
value.
here.
No,
you can't play it here. You can't play it yet. There might be a situation.
I think the. Oh, double treasure. Hold up.
Wait, double treasure quick swap.
Oh, to freeze the Yelan?
No, hear me out. Hear me out. You egg Yelan. You quick swap.
Who's our target this time?
No, I don't think it works.
And then you double treasure.
I don't think it works, because like that still puts Yelan to 3 HP, which isn't really enough to justify.
Yeah, I know.
Also, you need to charge up her energy again, which is a bit of a pain.
So, Shan's dice are pretty much perfect here, by the way. 2 Hydra dice has that treasure in hand. Now the only thing is... Yeah, skill from Thunder Manifestation onto Yelan is not going to take her down.
We'll live on 1 HP, and like we'll draw a card as well. What Shan could do is treasure replace Cavarina with the boar active and like draw into another treasure and then just burst.
Oh yeah, Shan drew his other boar, right?
It is currently active. It's like, Shan in theory could normal burst this turn, assuming he rolls enough treasures.
Oh, this is I love the concept of the card Underwater Treasure Hunt too, because it really is like diving into your deck, like diving deep and looking for those dice, the HP, the depths of the ocean.
I think it's also really cool when these new cards get released. Like, we get to see use out of cards that normally aren't very popular, like the Sataria.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Like Catherine was floating around the meta for a while as well.
Yeah, because you can't Judgment Catherine.
Exactly, but you can Judgment the event card Quick Swap that is currently in Beulah's hand.
Probably not gonna get use out of it. Like freezing Yelan isn't the actually no, it might be okay, right? Because then you get another Cryo Aura on her later on, which you can react with the Thunder Manifestation, so it could be okay if they do decide to go for that.
Beulah, considering very carefully what line to take here, I think we have to see a skill, right? Oh, just a normal attack.
Okay.
I wonder what the reason for not going for the skill is. Because it wasn't discounted, right?
No, it wasn't. And they had more. They had I think they had 2 Omni, so they could have tuned for a skill. They will be covering a replace as well for the side of Shan. Will play the treasure, rolls Electro.
Play the
plays
Quick Swap.
They have.
Who will play the treasure? Play the treasure. Play the
Okay,
treasure.
we play the treasure.
Play the treasure.
We play the treasure.
We play the treasure.
We play the treasure.
More treasure in the deck.
More treasure. We draw a ring.
draw.
Okay, we replace.
More value. We
More
replace.
value. More value. You're gonna normal attack anyways, right? So it's just free draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Replace?
Yes.
Come on, Shan. Place.
Replace
there we
it.
go.
Yes.
Oh, no!
Oh.
With the
NSC.
War!
Wait, we take the NSC, I think.
But the war value. He put it on Signora.
Yeah, I think we do replace the Cavalrina, right? Because now, like, with this NSC, we just need...
Okay, Chang. Play Chang.
Oh, okay. We play the Chang.
Play Chang.
Play Chang.
Play Chang.
Play Chang.
Play Chang.
We play Chang.
Treasure. Oh!
Nope, it's a strat.
Well, okay. I think Shan should have definitely replaced the artifact.
I can understand not replacing it, because like you would have needed to draw into 2 more treasures in order to burst. Or no, 1 more treasure in order to burst.
Well, he didn't know. He didn't know he was going to draw the NSC.
There was no way to know you would draw into it, so it was for sure the safer play.
But still, you're gonna draw from the normal
behind
attack, right?
it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think now though, if you are Shan, it is probably just a end on Yelan angle, because like Beulah does not run things like Tandori, so like you can't do more than 3 damage on a skill, especially because there is no lightning rod onto Yelan. So like you're able to guarantee a burst, and as soon as that goes down, it's GG's.
So
especially because you have fast swap too, right? Like you can just go onto Sig.
Oh!
Punished.
Wait.
Got punished for not replacing 4. You still can't burst though. Like you're 1 dice off.
These breakpoints.
Oh
Ooh,
my
another
god, there's so much
Lumen
treasure.
Stone. There's so
Wait,
much
Lumen
treasure.
Stone double. No, Lumen Stone double treasure is -1 dice the turn you play it. It's gonna end this turn, so it doesn't matter.
Beulah, by the way, last turn played Shadow Sand on Signora. I feel like Beulah is just saving everything and setting up for this next round. This is going to be a very decisive round for this game.
Like whoever, I think this round is for sure gonna decide who wins it. But Shannon's gonna be at such an advantage because he has the extra damage from Yelan Burst.
Yeah,
But-
and there's no way that Beulah doesn't. Like Beulah can't take out Yelan, right? The lightning rod is not on her right now, so it's gonna be 3 damage skill.
And like, as well, something to note is that Shen played to leave it to me last turn, which means that he does have access to freeze with Sig.
That's true, yeah.
Like just Yelan Burst, like insta freeze with Sig, and the treasure as well guarantees you a double freeze.
Yeah, that leave it to me is still, you can see the status underneath Yelan, so, you know, when Shan swaps, it's gonna be a fast swap.
And like, if you can end on Sig, Beulah next turn won't have the damage, like with that singular, in order to take her out in time. So I think like Burst, fast swap Sig, double treasure, and just like normal should secure Shan the game.
Apilo did not play Lumen Stone. I guess we probably won't see it because I think if you're gonna play it at all, you play at the start of the round, right?
Lumenstone, the thing about Lumenstone is the turn you play, it is -1 dice, but it will overall go +2. And if the game is going to end this turn, or like the result will be decided this turn, there is no point setting up for the next.
Yeah, because this is like a very decisive round, right? Even if the game doesn't strictly end, but nothing normal. Oh, because of NSC. But even if the game doesn't strictly end, a lot will be decided. 3 treasure in Shan's hand.
There is treasure. I didn't count how much treasure Shan already drew. I think he still has like 4 more treasures, because I think he played 2 already, right? So this is 7, and there's 12 total, so 5 more.
Treasure? Is he gonna draw
Treasure?
Hydra? Oh, there's
it
Hydra!
does draw the Hydra.
There's a Hydra!
Man, what a high roller.
And then there's the...
There's the dice.
Yeah, there's Omni from Lumenstone. Oh my gosh, and all that card draw,
my
2
God.
Changs and a Sealy on
Sealy
Shan's
as well.
side.
That can draw you so many more treasures.
Yes, so much treasure. We are on a treasure hunt.
Man, I like treasure. Treasure is good.
It's so fun to watch, right?
Yeah, it's just like, you see, it's kind of like rolling, you know, in the normal game, like when you wish. You play your card and it's like, oh, is it treasure? Is it treasure? And it's like...
I wonder why it is, you know, treasure itself is like the most valuable card added in this patch to players, I believe. Because we haven't seen much Taromaru played, for example, right? Or the, it's like a 0-cost card.
I think it's White Glove.
Yeah, White Glove.
But that one's a bit slow. It only generates you cards end phase.
Yeah, Thunder Manifestations Burst coming down on Belo's side. And, I mean, Yolanda is still at 2 health with the Hydro Aura.
You know, I think if you're Shan, like, just go for TM. TM is guaranteed 2 actions, right? So you just get some extra piercing damage. You get to make use of that Lightning Rod as well.
You don't go for freeze?
I don't think you need to go for freeze, right? Because TM is guaranteed 2 actions. You only have 2 actions. And, like, because it has SSK, right, you get to get a little bit of extra draw.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could definitely go for, like, the more damage from Thunder Manifestation here and just leave Senora as, like, your true anchor, right?
Because, like, only have enough dice for 2 actions.
Huh?
We're gonna stay on the Yelan, okay.
Interesting.
Didn't expect that.
What is Shan gonna draw? Treasure!
Oh, you know, draws a treasure. I think this is actually quite smart from Shan. Because you want the damage to be dumped onto MMR.
Yeah, that's true. You want Yelan to take that hit.
Because, like, she's already one-shot anyways, regardless. I mean, unless Philo decides to normal attack, which is, like, not the best. But because she's already so low, you rather they dump damage onto her than, like, one of your more healthy characters.
Yeah, because, I mean, you could quick swap the Thunder Manifestation and play some treasure and, like, keep Thunder Manifestation above breakpoints.
You're trembling.
But you don't have to manage those breakpoints like that, right?
Here
we go,
This is
slow
the swap we're talking about.
Yep, slow swap. No, quick swap, because of...
Quick swap, because there was, the Leave It To Me.
Leave it to me, yep. And this is
First
going to
hit.
freeze. Another treasure!
Oh, another treasure!
Wait,
Wait.
that's so good.
You can get another attack here. Oh, more treasure!
3 more treasures!
I think you can get another 2 actions with this. This is quite big.
No, because he's BTB roll.
Yeah, like you can for sure guarantee like at least another 2.
It's way more than 2.
I think you're 1 dice off from 3.
'Cause you
Unless
have-
Chang draws you more treasure.
Okay, so we go for another normal.
Yeah, 2 in the Lumen
2
Stone.
Lumen Stone. Normal.
Normal.
Okay.
Okay.
Covenant!
Covenant? Okay, you for sure have more than
You
3
covenant now.
actions
You covenant now. You covenant now.
Yeah. I think if oh.
That's
I
it.
think that's it?
I think
think-
that has to be it.
I think burst is 4 damage, right? So if Fuel goes to Sig, just Covenant, Treasure, tune 3 burst, and then with freeze.
So 1 more normal, discounted normal. which you would certainly need Covenant now, right? And then
Yes, because it will give you more dice.
Treasure.
Below has some treasure for breakpoints of their own.
Yeah, the breakpoints.
Not enough though. Burst will be enough to lethal TM no matter what, and Burst normal is guaranteed to kill at least one.
I don't think playing any more treasure is gonna help you if
Oh,
you're
what did we
below.
tune there?
Yeah, what are we
What's going
tuning?
on?
Are you playing Lumenstone or Egg? Egg?
Oh, egg. Oh wait, you play the treasure and then you tune for egg and then you swap, and that way normal attack leaves TM onto 1.
I think
That's actually so smart.
that's an excellent idea, Sumi.
Oh my god, really? Really?
Wow, Lumenstone? Wait, where's the egg?
No, where's the egg?
Wait, actually,
What?
where's the egg?
Ah, no.
Is Below gonna play treasure and then play
Oh,
more
treasure-
zero? No?
No.
No?
Okay.
Oh,
Treasure-
I feel
Wait,
like...
why aren't we playing the Covenant?
Why aren't we playing the Covenant? I'm not sure.
I'm a little bit confused here.
I think we're going for Senora Burst. Tune everything for Burst. And then...
Maybe.
And then the normal attacks with Vaporize are going to do a lot more damage.
Oh, I suppose.
Witness
Oh, so we
my
burst
suffering.
the... Okay, we burst.
Burst.
We burst.
Then we
No,
Covenant.
but... Yeah, we Covenant. Tune the
You have to
treasure.
tune the treasure.
It's a bit risky gambling 1 in 7 to get the crowd. I mean, you already have full HP as well. Okay, this flips the Sig.
I never
This was a
asked
Sig.
for redemption.
Okay,
I'm not
and then-
sure how much it mattered to go for the burst there, but you know, big numbers
I
is
think
good.
as long as you flip the Sig, you won.
I think
and
you
you
can do
flip
it
the Sig.
anyway, but yeah, we flip the Senora. Senora is at 1 HP. Bilo does have the egg. Maybe Bilo is saving the egg for this round. We have to see the egg be played. Bilo played the Lumenstone to prepare for this round to draw more treasure.
But like, you're gonna need a lot of treasure to save this, because Sig does 5 damage normals now. That hurts a lot.
It does hurt a lot. And, you know, Bilo going first. Let's see what last efforts he has to save this game.
This will be the moment of truth for Bilo. Does he have the out?
Does he have the out? He has
Does
1
he have the
treasure,
out?
2 quick swaps, 1 egg, Lumenstone, Seely's gonna proc, Chef Mal for another dice, Gamblers. I don't know. Can he survive?
I don't think so, because like if you egg, you can't heal that second character, right? Which means they're dead to normal attack, and the follow-up will go to Sig. And then
Well,
as long as you
you-
attack again, it's over.
You can heal the character if you get more treasure. There's egg. There's Ylan.
Okay, so fast swap treasure, I suppose. No, but that only heals the... Ooh, fast swap treasure. Because Sig only deals 1 on a normal attack. You get to survive another
You
action.
can just have another action. So there's a quick swap. There's the boar.
There's the boar.
Is it treasure?
Nope,
It's
so
Chef Mao. That's not good.
That's not what you
That's-
want.
that's
It could
not
be
what you
plus
want.
1. No, that's not what you want.
But you still swap treasure.
It lets you live a little bit longer. But I think no matter what's done, Shan always has enough for 2 actions.
Yeah.
There's
Fast swap. Skill.
Treasure.
Skill.
Treasure.
Treasure skill.
Skill.
Treasure.
Yep, that's the most damage you can do.
Busted.
Okay.
Here we go. And treasure? Is there treasure?
What was
Ah,
treasure?
It's not enough. It's only 1
No.
treasure. That is not enough. That is not gonna be enough, and there's no more card draw for Bilo. That is so unfortunate. You really need the Cetarias. I'm not sure if Bilo will carry Cetaria in this deck, but I feel like you really need those Cetarias. But here we go. Gamblers on Signora. Ylan does fall. The vaporized damage doing 4 onto 1 HP Ylan. There's nothing Bilo can do here.
Overkill the Sentry, yeah. Like, it's just, at this point, it's rather hopeless. I mean, unless one of those cards are a Lotus, but it is probably just MMR. I think with so many treasures, you don't really run healing, because the treasure is your healing. So, we'll just be a normal attack. And Shan should
Shan
take it
is
here.
taking this. This is the first best of 3 in the Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament. Group A, Shan is taking this decisive victory against Velo. Congratulations, making it to the upper bracket round 2, I believe. So.
Yeah, like Shan just in that best of 3 secured them those $12, doubling their initial prize earnings. So.
Yes,
big congratulations to him.
I believe if you win from the upper bracket, then you are definitely top 16, which will increase your prize to 1,200 USD. So, these players are playing for that top spot, top 8 in the live event, right? But they're also playing for increase in prizes, and just for reputation's sake, right? So here are the highlights for them that last game.
I think soon we're gonna see the moment where it all goes sideways.
Yes, one falls, and that is the consequence of going first in the mirror. Yeah,
I mean,
there's
being able to take the Yale on early put Shan in such a better position.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I was saying, that is the consequence of going first in the mirror. Shan definitely has the advantage, and neither players were really playing around that quick swap under manifestation skill, right? Shan didn't have to because he goes first.
Was going first. Yeah. I think though it's just, I think that's where we talk about nerves, right? And that's where it comes in. When you're so nervous, you typically you're hyper focused a little bit on these very specific lines, and you tune out other threats. I think that's probably what happened to Bilo. Like the first time on such a big stage, they just weren't quite able to maintain that focus and just fell apart a little bit because there's just one thing they couldn't keep track of.
But I mean, there is something to say that this is double elimination format. So, of course, only 2 players can emerge victorious from each group and go on to the top 8 in the live event in Los Angeles. But Bilo still has a shot at it, falling to the lower bracket now. 1 life left, right? So.
One chance.
One chance. We are going to have to see how Bilo performs. I believe we're not going to see any of the lower bracket today. We have 4 more best of 3s coming up. We are casting the next 2. And then we're going to see one of the upper bracket finals, I think.
Yes, we will. But, I mean, that's going to be for later. Just a recap on the bracket so far.
This is the updated bracket. So, of course, Shan taking the win against Bilo. Bilo's name is grayed out there. But Bilo will fall to the lower bracket, and we will be seeing them play still tomorrow. Our next best of 3 in the top 32 here is Kaori versus DVDia.
I actually had taken a liberty to take a peek at their lists. Just a quick reminder for where these players qualified from. Kaori qualified through Wildcard, while DVDia qualified through the EU Serious Showdown. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find what decks DVDia played to qualify, although I imagine it went along the lines of Yale and OTK, Hyper Magic, and Mew or something, because that was before the update with Underwater. While Kaori qualified with Yale and OTK with Underwater, like we just saw Shan and Beetle play, as well as Mew and KFC, which is a deck you haven't seen in a while.
KFC?
Yep, Fischl, Klee, and Nahida. It was with Chicken before, but it is with Nahida on their specific list.
I see.
It is an old deck.
That sounds like a fun community name, but I just want to highlight as well that Kaori did take top 8 in last year's EU Prince Cup and has several Castle's Gathering placements, took 2nd in America's Season 3. None this year, and DVDI has been very active in the community tournaments and stuff like this, but I believe that this is DVDI's first Prince Cup showing, right? I think DVDI took some Cattails Gathering placements this year. Of course, Cattails Gathering is the community tournament that is open for registration for 2024 Season 3 if you want to try your shot to make it to the Prince Cup games that we are casting today. That's where it all starts. So if you're watching at home and you're interested in getting involved in the tournament scene, go over to Tavern Discord server and sign up. But yeah, that's where everything begins, right? Cattails Gathering.
Just if you place well in those tournaments, you just get invited. No need to go games, which means you get to observe opponents are maybe just a little bit advantage because you reveal less of your secrets.
Right. So I also just wanted to highlight the player tags that these players chose for themselves. So, Kaori chose aggressive unlucky roller, and DVDia chose mathematician and dark horse.
Oh, and you can see the decks here. We already have the bands underway. That was fast. Oh, wait, Hu Tao instead of the classic Thunder Manifestation and Kaori's Yelan deck. That's very interesting.
Oh, I see crab. I see a crab deck with Layla and Harold.
Crab deck.
Oh, that's gonna be so fun to watch. It wasn't banned, so it looks like the two bans for these players were Yelan OTK on Kaori's side and that double Animo Linny deck on DVD's side, both decks that we saw played in this first best of 3, so we already know what to expect here. I see a Hu Tao deck that I'm not familiar with. Is that going to be the famous Hun Tao I've heard so much about?
Oh, it could be Hun Tao.
Like a different variation of it, right?
It could be, yeah. Hun Tao is like, it plays similarly to Yayo Seahorse, where it has some combo elements, but it also has some stall elements because you're running quite a bit of healing. So it is a very interesting deck, especially like with underwater as well. You have a lot more pressure compared to normal.
And of course, we are playing Group A on the changes where treasure hunt was 1 cost instead of 2 costs. So I believe that players are going to be likely to take it a lot more. So I'm almost certain that we're going to see treasure in that deck with Hu Tao. It's not the variation that I've personally seen in the past few days, but it does look very interesting with Signora there, right? I believe the other decks were so there's that crab deck that DVDia took.
They are running the Herald variation as opposed to Diona or Noel, which we also sometimes see for better shield stacking. I think they're taking a little bit more of like the aura pressure because Herald does apply a lot of Hydro. If you run the talent as well, like costing 1 extra for skills and burst is quite frustrating.
Yeah, and I do think that Kaori took Tongyun, Shincho, Razor, right? So that was traditionally, like, it emerged from Hyper Magic with Jet, but now it functions a little bit differently. Like, it still has Hyper Magic elements, but without...
But like without the Jet anymore. Yeah. Okay, so before it ran like Gilda Yayoi, like the classic Magic engine, but it also ran Jet, which, just a quick reminder in case, Hyper Magic was a couple weeks away, but if you replace at least 5 companions and then used an elemental burst on one of your characters, it would have given you Jet stack minus 4 elemental dice, or Omni dice, sorry, to use. It was changed recently to needing 6 stacks to proc, and on burst it just reduces your next skill to cost 0 dice. So it was changed a little bit, so we're seeing a lot less of it, but yeah.
But I do think that players are still taking a copy of Jet, right? Oh, here we have a deck spotlight. So, it looks like DVD is playing that Layla Herald Crab deck first. I am so excited to see this deck played. Of course, we have 1 copy of Herald talent and then 2 copies of Crab talent. Anything else stand out to you here?
The thing I would like to point out actually are the Paimons as well as the Gilded. I think Paimon is a card that's been seeing declining popularity recently because like there's a lot more instant dice amplification with things like Gilded in the game now. But I think if you're running Dunyazard, right, like the companion engine, it is a card you should consider because it makes your early game quite strong because of how much dice you get. As well as the Gilded, like in a stall deck, that's very interesting to see.
I feel like Paimon is a card that you typically take in this crab deck. It is a slower deck because, well, you guys will see how crab works. If you've never seen crab before, you are in for a treat, I think. It's a slower deck. Your crab builds up so many shield points, and I feel like Paimon as ramp is probably better. Especially with Junior Zod.
I mean, like, with double Dunyazard, you can reduce Paimon to just cost 1, and, like, of course, being able to give 2 dice, like, every round for the next 2 rounds, it is quite strong. And if you're running, like, companions you want to search for as well, like the Tamais, like the Libin, it does become quite a strong option.
Right. So, I'm curious to see what DVD is going to be facing. I do believe this is Cowardy's deck spotlight. So the double animal Linny deck. I thought that was that on the list?
It was. This was one of Kaori's decks. Running a really similar list to what we saw earlier from Beelor, like double Farzan Talon, the double King Squire, the double Unseen Razor as well. Like very, very similar list, and of course only run the two Lotus as their one defensive option.
I think this is a very standard list for this double animal Linny deck. Of course, you know, those King Squires and Farzan Talent are very, very important, which is why you take 2 copies. And 2 Unseen Razor, 2 Fatui Conspiracy, 2 Animal Res. Like, this is one of those decks where you really want all of the cards you're bringing, so you just take 2 copies of it instead of mix and match. Other than that, Tandori and Treasure Seeking Sealy, I guess.
I think just consistency is key in that deck, because you're playing it so fast, and you want a lot of those cards, so just run 2 of it so you draw into them more.
Yep, so who do you think is favored to win in this matchup? I have some thoughts, but I want to hear yours first.
I mean, normally I'd give the favor over to the stall match, like as we've seen in the Shan vs Beedwall match. Like if you're able to withstand that early pressure, it's rather smooth sailing. But Crab is kind of different. It's like a ramping stall deck where like you need to take more time to generate those shields. And if you're running things like Herald as well, which like are a little bit lower in HP and they need a lot of field time, so it's actually really difficult.
Herald has that revive, right? And then
it does.
One thing that comes with Herald, you know, Herald and Crab are both new cards this patch, right? Herald will also apply Undercurrent to the enemy, especially with that talent. So if Herald gets that revive triggered with talent equipped, then Underwater Crit is immediately applied to the other side, and any skill or burst costs 1 more, right? Which is super frustrating to work around, especially when you can apply it multiple ways, like with the burst as well.
The thing is though, like Herald does require quite a bit of field time, and then Crab takes a bit of time to ramp up. But round 1, it looks like it'll be Crab stall versus Hu Tao combo.
Okay, so I definitely thought we were going to see the double animal Linny deck, but it looks like it's going to be Hu Tao Signora. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I saw before. I saw the Chongyin Razor deck on Cowardly side. I saw the Hu Tao deck, and then there was another band deck.
I believe the first on deck was the band deck.
Oh
wait, no, they are
it's
playing
an
cards on
honor
deck.
to be here.
Never mind.
Sleep.
Wait.
I lied.
Wait. Okay,
Let's
that's
go
fine.
for a walk then.
I didn't catch who starts first.
I did not either, but we'll find out shortly.
Got it. So,
Ooh.
DVD being a mathematician and a dark horse, can you kind of explain what dark horse means in this context? Like, that's the tag that DVD chose for himself.
I think Dark Horse is like kind of used interchangeably with Underdog. It's where like they're a bit overlooked in favor of other people, but like they could surprise you if the time comes.
Here we go, Junior Zod coming out on DVD's side. Wait, is that a D-Look profile picture? That's different from the Ethers we've seen so far.
I think like DVD might be one of the few players who just decided to switch over to like what's default.
Is this
The
gonna
other
be a
players-
full ramp turn?
Oh, it could be. I think like
Not now.
I think against combo having a ramp turn is quite important, especially like against a deck like Farzan where it does need to get burst up before it really has the opportunity to pressure you as much as it likes.
So, by the way, every time that an action that generates shields is taken on DVD's side, Crab is going to eat those shields. So now Crab has 7 shield points. And basically the goal of that deck is to just stack as many shield points as you can on that Crab and make it to, like, basically a few rounds from now where every time Crab uses Burst, it does one additional point of damage for every 2 stacks of shield, I think.
It's 1 plus half shield amount,
Yes.
rounded down.
You can swap the Crab here. Very interesting choice. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's okay, right? Because you want to start building towards that first, and skill will generate you shield points as well. And like, since talent already gives you power, you might as well just tank it onto Crab. This is fine.
This is fine. Wow, look
This
at
is
those
fine.
dice on Kaori's side.
Oh wow, that is some dice, really.
That is a perfect roll. That's 8 usable plus the 2
Oh.
Omni from Liben. That is perfect. That's
DVD
beautiful.
is unfortunately not as lucky.
Look how fast Kaori is playing. That quick
Here to
swap
mess with
onto
me.
Fireson. King Squire equipped for the 1 cost skill and the +1 point of damage, swirling the pyro onto Lecter and Layla.
Just an absolute god roll for Kaori. Like they understand how this deck plays. They got the rolls they wanted, and so they're just going for it.
Really just going for it. 6 Omni dice to use however he wants. And here's a Lotus.
Oh, status is gonna get stacked on the Crab as well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if DFEDM wants a skill, they will need to tune too. And looking at their hand, those cards are quite valuable. I don't think there's really anything you want to tune. Oh, it's 2 pizzas.
Do you tune here or
Oh wait, are
you-
we full ramping?
Wait, are we full ramping?
Like Liben pizza
Like
pass?
actually full ramping? Like General's helm on huh?
Are we full ramping?
Are we full ramping? The dice count are a bit awkward, I think.
You're 1 off using the Liben. We'll play it anyways. I think
I
that's
guess
still
yeah,
fine.
we're playing it anyway. I think having General's helm on Herald is just too important because you know those shields are going to contribute to
Gears of the
perhaps
storm.
beautiful stats. Here's Firezon's burst coming down, not with their talent unfortunately, but still good to have on the field regardless.
And 1 dice left over as well to feed to Liben.
So good.
The dice just working perfectly for Kaori.
Another King Squire and Tandoori. Ooh, that's going to be rough.
Ooh.
DPD is going to have to play around that Tandoori, right?
Absolutely. Like, if Crab goes down, it's just over for you. Because, like, Layla Herald cannot solo. They just don't have enough damage. They don't have enough health.
I guess you keep the Pyro because you want to go for Crab skill.
Kaori's gonna have to be super careful to play around these breakpoints. Like, Faruzan right now does 7 with Tandoori's. You need to, like, get above that 8 threshold.
It's not only getting above it, but the problem is that you're trying to stack the shields on Crab, right? How do you stack the shields on Crab if Crab's shields are being
Broken.
brought down? Exactly.
Yeah, like, that's the point where you gotta go spam skill Layla, but, like, if you do that, Layla's gonna get taken down real quick.
But looking at DVD's hand, do you see the 1 cost blue card on the left?
I do see it. That's gonna put a real downer onto Carrie's game plan for a bit. It will make the, like, if Herald triggers the revive, it'll make their Carrie's next 2 skills or elemental burst cost +1 dice. And with how skill reliant it is, like this deck is, it could be enough to slow down Carrie just enough to get that shield stacking going.
Oh, look at that. 8 the shields.
Hate the shields, but shields be gone.
Shields be gone. Now
Be
Crab
gone.
is at 12 HP. -5 from Farzan's skill with King Squire and your burst on the field. That's a heavy hit. Here we go. Herald's talent coming down.
If we do
swap?
swap, yeah, this could be a vape onto Farzan if Kaori doesn't swap off. And worst case scenario, you apply like some pyro or some hydro aura going around, which could be used to like either vape with Crab to apply some pressure or to freeze with Layla
I
to
feel
slow
like
down the game a little bit.
This is very good for DVD. I think you really don't want to trigger that Herald revive if you're Kaori. However, you also don't want Herald to be skilling freely, right? Because that prepare skill it's going to do a bunch of damage.
Ooh, okay, just a charge attack. Going to delay the revive a little bit. I think if you are DVD though, you just go for the skill anyways. Like just apply a little bit of that aura, and if they do trigger the revive, like you can slow the game down a little bit.
Oh,
And then you use
vaporize.
Yeah.
-4. Yeah, I do agree. You know, Herald being at 1 HP here, but having that revive. Herald gets revived, and I think is still going to complete the action, right?
It will, yes. And then as well, like you charge it up to 3-stack Layla passive, and if they don't lethal, next turn you just get a freeze off, and you're perfectly happy with that as well.
Also, if Herald does fall here, say Kaori takes 2 actions against Herald. Herald falls. DVD does have I haven't lost yet, go for another action.
True. You would have loved to do that. Like, I lost it on crap to do big damage, but unfortunately, no shield, so
No shields at
not
all.
so big damage.
Not so big damage. Actually, very painful. Like this is kind of a downfall for Crab. Crab is just a little too slow sometimes. So you have to play very smartly.
I talked to the players a little bit about like how they think Crab fits into the meta, and the answer I got was quite interesting. The way it was to me is Crab filters out inefficient decks.
Filters out inefficient decks. Well, I mean, Fires on Double Animo Linny is definitely not inefficient, right?
No, it definitely is not. But like decks that struggle to do like efficient damage to take out those shields before it goes big, it will almost always win against. But like decks that are really efficient with their damage, like Farazan, like 5 damage for 3 dice, that is crazy efficient. It will kind of struggle against because it won't be able to get that shield stacking game plan going.
So the question here is, what does Kaori do? Kaori is on 1 dice, it's Pyro. Farazan is at 3 health with Hydro Aura.
Oh wait, and because the revive was triggered, you don't have enough dice to do Covenant Woven normal attack.
Yeah,
Or
because
Covenant Woven skill.
if you see the little star thing underneath Farazan, so basically every time, and that's gonna follow Kaori depending on what character they swap to, right? So any skill or burst is going to take 1 more dice, and that is so rough.
I think
You
this
have to
Lotus,
use
yeah, I think this Lotus is quite a smart play because just if Dividia has some extra dice, you get to guarantee Farazan lives like for that 1 extra turn, which does allow you to get another 5 damage skill going.
Oh, but here we go. Pizza onto Herald, and that last dice is going to go to Liben.
But that pizza won't be enough. That's still within lethal range of Farazan. Just 1 skill and it's gone.
I think that's fine. I think Dividia is just using the last dice. I mean, maybe the pizza would have been better onto Layla.
I think so too, because Herald was always gone to 1 attack no matter what.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better for Layla for those breakpoints. Also, can I say I love Kaori's profile picture?
It is quite cute, and DVD is using the chasm one. I forgot her name. It's the adventure that guided us through the chasm.
Zhishong.
Yes, there we go. I'm not a very lore-focused person, so I apologize.
But actually, speaking of breakpoints...
Oh, never mind, the shields. I forgot.
Yeah, General's
It's
Ancient
totems.
Helm is on... It's not Totem, it's General's Ancient Helm on Herald. So...
I mean,
no
Tandori's
dice
could
generation.
still go through with that.
You could
Tandori's gamblers.
Gambler. I mean, I think that's what's gonna happen considering the...
Yeah, like
Gambler's
Tandori's and then skill, and then like after that you can animal res like Lynette skill or something, or animal res Linny skill. Like with loaded, or sorry, with Tandori's, it's gonna really hurt.
Tandori.
Too late for regrets.
Oh yeah, you have to
There's the skill.
Woven because the skills cost 4, right? That was a very,
Yeah.
very expensive move.
Still though, like taking out Herald, like that's 1 less character for DVD to play around with. Onto Crab as well, and I think just now you go on Linny and just you skill again, and then poof, more HP gone.
Now the question is, I don't think you burst here, but here we go.
Ooh.
Crab talent coming down. And now, do you play I Haven't Lost Yet here, or do you hold it? I guess you hold it. Farazan is going to fall
Time.
to skill with Vaporize.
Didn't stop for me.
This is rough. Farazan's your main damage healer.
I mean, there's still Lynette. I mean,
Time
1
for
turn left on
afternoon
it.
tea.
Okay, we'll go for Lynette. I was considering like maybe you rather go Linny and then King Squire skill, right? Do 7 damage, bring like take care of Crab shield so that burst isn't really a threat
You
anymore.
can't King Squire skill though because it
Oh, wait,
costs
'cause it
1
costs
more.
2.
Yeah, because
Oh,
of
you're right.
the undercurrent.
Man,
Yes.
pesky Herald messing with my dice.
I mean, that's why you take Herald with Crab. Because you're trying to delay the opponent's actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Heart of Kavarina onto Lynette. I think Kaori has to tune 1 more in order to skill. It just, ooh, it feels so bad. It doesn't go away. You have to use up. You have to
Oh,
use
the
it up.
animal res goes away. Okay. Yeah, like the fact that it stays until you do use that skill is just so annoying as well. It's not like you can just wait it out and use normal attacks a little bit. Like you have to skill, and like that forces you to spend that extra dice. It's just annoying no matter where you see him.
It definitely buys Crab some time to work, right? So now DVDia is sitting with 3 Omni. Can't really use those 3 Hydro. Has Tamias at 3 stacks and 2 Tenacity with the Millith in hand. I feel like DVDia is in a very good spot.
I think so as well, right? Because like Farzone Burst will run out next turn, so it will be back to just 3 base damage. Linny unfortunately wasn't able to get like another stack of Prop Air or anything, wasn't able to Tendori's. Okay.
Covenants. Strategize? What's the goal here? What is the goal here?
I guess just Sealy.
Don't
Can't really do anything else with it.
I mean, you could tune Sealy Willow.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Because you need 2 cards in your hand in order to proc Willow.
Yeah.
And procking Willow is going to be faster than
And procking Celia.
Yeah, procking Celia.
I think Crab is in quite a good spot now. Like with Farazon down, like Burst running out soon, no Tendori's left to really worry about. You can shield stack in peace for a bit. Of
Honestly,
course, the dice aren't looking great.
This is the beginning of the end for Kaori, I believe. I don't really know how you come back from this. Like, it looks like you go either way right now, right? But with Farazon down, all of her equips are gone. Really, like, you can only equip King Squire, Unseen Razor. You can only do that with Linny. You still have that undercurrent on Kaori's side. And from here on out, I think you just build stacks. So yeah, here's that I haven't lost yet. You
Is it Tune 1 Burst, I suppose?
Tune 1 Burst, Vanarana?
Oh, could be. Or you could...
Heal again. Build up more stacks.
Yeah, you could, but you have to tune as well. I was thinking like maybe you play the totem onto crowds to get that extra dice. Okay, we'll just tune the Tamias.
Don't be scared.
There's the burst coming up. Yeah, get like a little bit of extra crowd app, a little bit more damage going as well. Okay, you take that.
I think we Vanarana here. DVD aside, Vanarana.
Or we swap to crowd to not take swirl damage.
Good. I mean, you could still do both. You could swap Vanarana for the 1 dice.
Yeah, you could. Or you can just Vanarana here for 2.
But I feel like you don't really care about the swirl damage so much. I feel like you want to stack those shields up and you don't want Crab taking direct damage at this point.
No, I think you're right. Like, you'd rather take swirl damage because it's like, it's less than direct damage. Oh, second King Fire, that could come in big.
2 Unseen Razors. Unfortunately, Razor's not in this deck.
Man,
Where is the Unseen Razor? I know that I'm very punny. Alright.
Was that supposed to be a pun? I can like kind of see it.
This is our first cast together, and Sumi is already ready to cast with someone else.
I am so ready for Blunt to come in tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Speaking of Blep, so Blep and Vin are going to be casting later today. After this best of 3, we're going to have one more best of 3 coming up. And then that will be it for us for today, at least. And you'll see Blep and Rin soon. Pretty exciting.
It will be the Linny swap for Kyrie, though. Probably do like a reset on that prop arrow stacks, building it up to do big damage on his skill.
So
in combination with King Squire.
So the fun thing is that prop arrow is not affected by the undercurrent because prop arrow is counted as a normal.
My guiding stars.
So you can go for prop arrow without spending 4 dice. But the thing is, if you King Squire, it has the opposite effect where King Squire is not going to discount your prop arrow because it's a normal attack and not a skill.
Yeah, that is in fact how it works. You could still do it anyways, right? Just King Squire for the extra prop arrow damage, and then just like woven skill later.
5 damage at break point. Ooh.
Just 1 damage off. That's so close.
Tenacity the Millith giving 1 extra dice to Dividia, and here we see
the
a
hash coming in.
Swap to Crab. 9 shield points!
That's actually so big. Like, that burst is gonna hurt. It's gonna do what, like 5 damage right now? Yeah, it's gonna do 5 damage, like plus melt. So 7.
What can Kaori even do? What can Kaori do here? You can Unseen Razor.
You need to bring down like the shield HP, right?
Wait,
so
wait, Kaori has 2 actions.
Oh, Kairi does have 2 actions. You're right.
2 actions.
I think like, yeah. You do
not doesn't proc.
And then you skill.
You skill, and then you Unseen.
And then crab burst, and you Unseen Razor.
Wait, no, you don't have 2 actions.
No, you don't.
You need 2 dice because King King Square costs 1 to equip, and then you need 1 more to skill. Dang, we both miscalculated.
Okay,
that.
DVD playing a little bit safe, going for the skill instead of the burst. Like, want to do a little bit more damage, shield stack a little bit more. I think this is fine.
So the thing is, DVD would have to tune 3 to skill again, but it would
that's
be
not
a
great.
melt reaction.
You would take out Linny though if you burst.
You would take so doesn't Crab's skill also stack with the shield points?
It doesn't. If you have at least, I believe it's at least 3 shield points, it does 2 damage instead of 1. So it will not go above 2 damage.
So it's only the burst that stacks infinitely, but there is slight stacking on the skill. It's not gonna bring it up any higher.
The skill is more for like shield generation. But yeah, like if DVD decides to burst right now, it will do 6 damage. So it will be enough to take out Linny, leaving it on a Lynette solo on the side of Kaori, which I think is perfectly worth it, right? Because Summon will bring her down to 1 HP end phase. Ooh.
It looks like we might see a Woven and either
Potentially
if that's a
Lotus.
Lotus in hand.
It should
or
be. They're only
maybe
running...
we swapped a Lynette.
From the deck showcase, I believe it was only Tandoori's and Lotus being run, so it can't be any other food.
Is it time for a magic show?
Yep, swapped to Lynette.
It'll be Lynette swap, okay.
But then you just burst next round.
I think in this case, if you're DVDI, you just end first and then skill burst next round.
Yeah, I think you're perfectly good to just end here. Is that pizza? That food? Just pizza.
Or Lotus. It'd be a lot of
No,
things.
no, Layla already ate, so you can't even play it. You just float one.
Yeah, and like Crab was full HP, so you can't really. Yeah. I think you do just. Oh, Layla swap. Interesting.
Very interesting.
I mean, I guess if there's no healing, right? Just normal attack, take out Lynette, and then you force them, or you force them to skill or something. But skill
Linny
would have
versus Crab showdown.
The 1v1, the 2 pyro anchors. Lynette's at 1 HP.
Look at Layla's shield stack. Look at Layla's shield stack. Double Fatui conspiracy! Wait, and the gamblers!
Oh, well, you can for sure take out Layla now, and then Lynette at 4 HP. No, unfortunately she has cryo on her. Oh wait, no, she does have cryo on her, which means Crab skill will take her out. No, wait. Lotus skill. No, Layla lives with Totem.
Whatever happens, that Layla's shield is at 4 stacks right now. Is that cryo? Ooh.
Cryo.
Over here!
Skill. Okay, not gonna play the Lotus, which means that Layla normal attack will be more than enough to take out Lynette.
Yeah, and then you eat the cryo on Layla, which is probably what you want. You don't want that cryo to be swirled onto Crab.
Unfortunately, that does mean that, you don't get the cryo onto Linny. Oh, you swap to Crab. That means if they stay on Lynette, you get to have the cryo aura onto Linny, and then after that burst does big damage. Because Carrie only has 1 action. I believe we saw them play both Wovens and Cove.
The DVD is sitting at 10 dice, swap stalling around, just waiting for Kaori to run out of those resources. And once Kaori can't act and has to end his turn, that is when DVD is going to pop off.
Like, DVD has more than enough for 3 actions here. Like, Kaori is running out of resources at this point. Like, there's barely any cards left in hand. Oh, even having to tune the Lotus.
Tuning everything. Probably gonna see Lynette's burst, right? For the damage reduction.
Yeah, like, you're never doing enough damage to, like, bring Crowd within any meaningful breakpoints this turn. So you just burst to try to live a little bit more.
Yeah, but there is the burst. It swaps that Pyro Aura back onto Layla. And now, how will DVD react? Do we swap stall again? Or do we know that they're out of resources? No!
Just a big
Immediately go for
chomp.
skill.
Crowd Aura going over to Linny as well.
Wait, you just tune burst!
Yeah, you just tune burst.
You just tune burst! That's it!
You just tune burst.
You just tune burst.
You just tune burst.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's watch the Crab burst. How much damage is it going to be? It's also melt reaction.
Should
It's actually gonna be that much.
Should be 7, I think.
Is it gonna be 7?
It should be 7.
It was
Yeah, I can
7.
do
You're
math.
right, you're mad. Let's go!
I can do
Let's go! Congratulations. So, DVD taking that first match against Kaori with the Crab deck. Of course, this is open decklist conquest format, so that deck will not be played again. Unfortunately, it's so much fun to watch Crab. I love Crab. It's great. I know Blep is watching and is so happy to see Crab.
Yeah, like that's such an interesting back and forth once again, like in the stall and aggro matchup, where like early on stall just really chunks you out, but as soon as they run out of gas, you can really get your shield stacking going, like just heal it all back up and take it from there.
Yeah, and I mean, so we saw the power of that double Enemo deck with Farazan in the first best of 3 we watched, right? Very, very, very strong deck. But in a more stall deck like DVDia's, it really has trouble penetrating through the defenses because you can just keep stacking up those shields. And DVDia did the smart thing and went for basically equipping all those shield artifacts straight away, like basically spending 2 turns ramping.
I think like DVD did a really great job recognizing the fact that this is a Farazan aggro deck. It's not like Cleave 8 where you have instant pressure with skill into skill. You need to get that burst going. So decided to spend a little bit more time preparing for that second round into the future, but yeah.
So, yes, DVD won with the Crab deck, so it will not be played again. However, we do have Yelan OTK left. I think that is the last deck DVDia has. And of course, DVDia's double Anemo Linny deck was banned out by Kaori. Yelan OTK was banned for Kaori. Kaori can either play that same deck again, or we might see the Central Razor Chomyu deck. What do you think?
I think this is probably going to be a repeat of what we saw in Game 1, where Kaori is going to choose to pick the Farazan aggro deck just to get to that Game 3, and then we'll play from there.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the logic you were saying earlier, right? So it's very similar situation. Of course, Chomyun Razor Shincho is another magic hyper magic type deck, combo deck, right? So similar-ish to Yelan OTK. Yelan OTK still has an edge over it.
I think historically, Yelan OTK has been the stronger of the two, so the matchup will slightly favor it carries opponent, but slightly favor DVDia, but just it could swing either way. They're both combo decks at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. So I have to wonder. We're probably definitely. I think you're right. We're going to see the double Enemo deck being played, and it should have a considerable edge against the deck that DVDia is going to bring.
I think we saw that in Game 1, Shan versus Beedlaw. It's just, Farazan is able to take out Yelan before she ever gets a chance to burst, and after that, it's just a sweep. Just does so much damage with King Squire as well, the extra dice from Talon. Just, there's so much damage coming out turns 2 and 3 that you have a really hard time getting Yelan burst up.
So I just wanted to give another reminder about our players, by the way. So Kaori, once again, took top 8 in the EU Prince Cup last year. Has several placements in the Catskills Gathering tournament that most players qualified through the Serious Showdown from, and then Serious Showdown into here. No placements in Catskills Gathering this year. And DVDia took their first Catskills Gathering placements this year and qualified through the EU Serious Showdown. Actually beat Fufu, who we're going to be seeing play in the
next
upcoming
game,
the next set,
next series,
also in Group A.
Of course, these players are still have a lot of work to pull. Of course, DVDia, this is their Yelan OTK deck, we talked about this earlier, is running the underwater version of it, as we kind of discussed, with Lumenstone as well, and the egg, which I'm really curious about. I really wonder what that's for. I'll have to go ask them later.
So wait, what are you questioning? Which one? The egg?
Mainly the egg, yeah. It's
I mean, we saw an egg in Yelan OTK before too, right? Like very similar deck.
Egg is like a tech card though. You play it for a specific matchup, and I kind of wonder what deck they're worried about that they're placing the egg in there to try to beat. On the other side, Kaori, they're running the Xingqiu Hyper Magic deck. Okay.
So we're not going to see the double Enemo just yet. I'm sure Kaori knows, like, so, you have to play both decks anyway, right? So you might as well win with this one, and then you have an easy win on the next one. So
I suppose. Something I saw interestingly on Kaori's deck though is Stove. That is Stove God, you know? Card that was 100% like seen in every deck, and then it got changed recently, or a few patches ago actually. The same patch
Here we
Jet
go.
released. Oh,
DVD
yeah, popping in.
versus Kaori. This is round 2. Yelan OTK versus Tongyun Hyper Magic Freeze. So, I'm not sure. Stove God, I've seen more players taking Stove God lately. I think it's because they're also playing Underwater Treasure Hunt, and I'm not sure if I caught it in their deck. I didn't take a close enough peek at that deck to know if there's treasure. Do you remember if there's treasure
Chivalry will
in?
never
There was
die.
treasure in
Who's our
Kaori's deck.
target
There was
this
also
time?
Stove in his deck as well, which is super interesting. That is not something we really see nowadays.
Yes. So, I feel like a lot of players are taking Stove again in some of these decks because they can just draw all their treasure in like a later round. There was a change to Stove. It was one of the, it was like a staple to many Hyper Magic decks. Back when it wasn't the round -1, that's how many cards you drew. Because a lot of players were actually playing Stove in round 2 or 3 to draw 2 or 3 cards.
Yeah, and like at that point it was essentially a free strategize, but after it got changed to round -1, where like most Hyper Magic decks really wanted their draw round 2, and like round 3 they already had everything set up, it kind of lost value. So players switched over to things like Judgment, and sometimes they switched over to Joyous as well to cleanse some of those auras. So seeing it back now, like with Underwater, where you kind of just want to draw everything at the same time, is pretty interesting.
Definitely pretty interesting. So, DVD is starting out with Chang the 9th and going for Minty Meat Roll. Most certainly going to take 3 actions with the Yelan and get her burst charged up. Meanwhile, Kaori is building Xingqiu's burst. You know, Xingqiu and Yelan being very similar cards, very similar characters.
Yeah, there's the next attack as well. Something never mind, no, because because DVD did go for the Minty Meat Roll, they are able to get turn 1 burst setup, but something that I was going to mention is that if DVD went for the more standard skill into normal, Kaori would have been able to apply Hydro and also fast up onto Chongyun and freeze Yelan round 2 to delay that a little bit. So that would have been an interesting line to see them go for, but of course DVD knows better than us and goes for just an instant burst charge, so that's not something they need to be concerned about.
It takes a lot of resources, I think, to go for that line sometimes. I think sometimes what you can do with the Xingqiu Chongyun deck is actually start Chongyun and go for skill, and then you go to Xingqiu and build up the burst that way, because then you always have freeze at your disposal. So yeah, just kind of depends. Already having 2 Lumen Stones on the field, it's gonna be a lot of card draw and dice generation.
Especially in conjunction with like Underwater as well, you're gonna cycle through your deck so incredibly fast. Of course, right now I think Kaori is just more focused on setting up that Xingqiu burst and then just placing their second Underwater. I don't believe they have enough dice to swap and skill on Chongyun, so that will be for next turn. It's probably just a skill on Xingqiu, or I mean burst on Xingqiu now, and then just sack him for a setup.
Yeah, because I mean, with decks like both Yelan OTK and Chongyun Razor, you aren't really interested in making the game go on super long, right? You're trying to end the game round 3, round 4 max. And so sacrificing Xingqiu here is probably fine. We do see Xingqiu's burst coming out.
And like 3 days remaining as well, of course, just nothing like a Liven or anything you can play to get rid of it, so it might just be a skill, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Underwater, but if you do that, you're floating 2 dice, and you don't have a second Lumen, or like a third Lumen Stone to play, so most likely just a skill to mess around with the breakpoints a little bit for later. Of course, I'm ready to be surprised.
I almost wonder... So we're definitely gonna see DVD go for Yelan Burst here. And then 8 dice.
Yeah, 8 dice. I mean, you could swap Thunder Manifestation normal attack a little bit to start getting a little bit of that piercing damage going on as well. Or potentially Lumenstone Underwater, Mao, get all that setup going.
Ooh, not going for Yelan Burst, just slow swapping the Thunder Manifestation.
Yeah, this is interesting. What will be the Chongyun swap in response?
Are we gonna see Gambler's Equip? Are we gonna see Boar Princess Gamblers equip? Are we gonna see Lumenstone?
No, we don't. Wait, Lumenstone Cavarina, Boar Gamblers, Underwater. I think we're still one off.
Oh,
no,
not
never mind.
Lumenstone.
Okay.
Hard. Oh, wait, flowing rings. Okay,
Oh,
Boar.
we can still go for it.
But where's Lumenstone? Alright, Gamblers, and that is going to take out Chicho because Lightning Rod is on him. Falls to Electrocharge. Thunder Manifestation skill.
And it'll be Flowing Earrings in response. Draws a second Underwater. Oh, we could steal
One with
here.
my blade.
Yeah, okay. We are just going to steal, get that Frost Field set up. The safer play going here. And then we'll just double Underwater next turn as well for Lumenstone procs and like Boar Princess Gamblers. We're having all of our setup going into next turn.
Yeah, now Kaori has 3 Rain Swords for 3 characters, can keep all of DVD's characters nicely frozen. Wondering how DVD is going to respond here.
Ooh, I think you do want to get that Yelan burst set up, but something to watch out for though is that Kaori will have turn prio, so it will be on DVD to hopefully draw a fast swap in response. Otherwise,
so the thing is,
just gonna get nuked.
You swap to Yelan, and then you end on Yelan.
Mm-hmm.
You end on Yelan.
You
And
end
then
on
Yelan's
Yelan.
gonna fall. Like, there's no way to damage Yelan without...
Yeah, I mean, you could swap Chong, I guess, and just force DVD to attack. Like, you could swap. DVD uses 2 actions, and then you smack.
Both Yelan OTK and the Chongyun Razor deck have freeze at their disposal, but,
It
yeah.
is a little bit more available on the side of Kaori because of that Frost Field. But yeah, like, because Yelan's on 4 HP, this is actually quite bad for Kaori. Because you are forced to lethal, which means DVD gets a freeze swap into Signora, which allows them to freeze as well. And with only 2 characters to swap to, I mean, of course, you do have that fast swap, so it's not that bad. They swap to Sig, freeze your Chong, you go into Razor, freeze their Sig, and then we're back to even.
There's Lumenstone. I would have liked to see Lumenstone played earlier if it was going to be played, but I think this is fine now. So we go for a Yelan Burst. I just went on to Chongyun and setting up for the next 2 rounds now. So I mean, Yelan Otsuki, this is a very classic setup, right? So Thunder Manifestation can do a whole lot of damage, or you can go for the freezes with Signora, which is a little less damage, but...
But of course, you do have the extra utility in freeze, which might be what DVD is going for, just so like force Kaori to have a fast swap or just lose their turn.
Alright.
Kaori
Let's
going
see, Kaori going first. I think we're almost certainly going to see both Underwater. There's Boar Princess coming down.
I think you for sure do want to play both Underwaters, because like after you shuffle it, you can have your Lumenstone draw you them back to back.
Oh, NSC.
Ooh, NSC, the Chef Mao. Oh, unfortunate. Probably would have liked to have that MMR later. I can use it on Razor if you get frozen.
Underwater. Let's go.
Underwater.
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 Give the casters what they want.
Gamblers
Gamblers.
first?
What are they trying to draw?
Yeah. I would have liked to play the Underwaters first, because then you can have your Lumenstones draw into your treasures.
Yeah, but I mean, you have Sealy now. You can
You
still
do.
play.
You do still have 3 actions as well. So, still be fine.
Normal attack. No
Normal attack.
Underwater still.
Lightning Rod moving to Chongyun. I'm assuming it's going to be the Signora swap instead of... Yeah.
So both of these players have wait, not Signora, going Thunder Manifestation. This is very interesting to me actually. I would have thought the DVDO would have went for the freeze control with Signora.
Of course, like because you don't have a fast swap, as soon as Kaori just attacks again, you're frozen, right? And you don't have enough damage to lethal Chongyun. So why did we swap here? We had more than enough crowd dice as well. This is
Egg!
And then we swap back potentially?
Wait, so when do we play Underwater? Neither of these players have played Underwater.
DVD needs to go off this turn as well, because Yelan Burst is wearing off.
There it is.
There's the Underwater.
Treasure into the deck, and what are we drawing?
Treasure!
Yes. It
NSC
begins.
as well.
It begins.
And so it begins. Okay, this is gonna be the first hit.
So I think I understand what DVD is doing here. It's actually a very interesting play. So playing Egg on Yolande means that he can sack her again and then go Signora and freeze, but he's just getting extra damage and threatening Chongyun Razor with Thunder Manifestation right now.
That's like a really creative use of that card. I didn't expect to see it. Of course, Carrie just gonna respond by normal attacking, just going to freeze Thunder Manifestation. This is probably where DVD is going to on him and then just sack her to get a free freeze with Signora.
Yep, certainly we see a swap onto Yolande.
Strategizing. Oh, no treasure.
No treasure. But did draw into more card draw.
I mean, that strategize was basically free because we got a treasure. In fact, it gave us 1 HP.
It did.
It's in our deck too, so we get more treasure later.
We're playing treasure now.
Oh, I guess to keep the cryo dice.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because you want the cryo for Signora, right? And then treasure is just gonna generate you a random element. So yeah, we do see the slow swap onto Yolande. Yep.
I mean, you can't heal Yela or Signora either, right? So you might as well TM. That makes sense.
I mean, you never want to go Signora here because you want to be ending on Signora.
Okay, the Underworld treasure hunts are going down now. I would have liked to see them earlier. We could have drawn some from the Living Stones, but I think it's still fine to play it now. And then now we will go to Signora.
More treasure! Ooh. So DVD had a very resource intensive beginning to this round, and now it's only on 3 dice. Of course, Flowing Rings will draw another card. We'll see what it is. Quick swap.
Scourge of evil for me.
Would have liked to have that a little bit earlier. Because of course now Razor's just gonna normal attack and Razor will probably just normal attack here and freeze.
I feel like the order was actually Heart of Kavarina first. But yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like Cowardy might actually be able to finish this round with all the treasure.
Especially with the minty meat rolls as well. Oh, there's another treasure.
Another treasure.
There's for sure enough dice to normal attack into burst, but after that, it kind of depends. I do not believe there's enough to normal burst normal.
So
but there should be enough to flip Signora. Oh, unless DVD treasures and swaps.
So what is the 1-cost card here? Is that Minty Meat Rolls? The food card. It has to be Minty, right? If it's Lotus, that might...
I don't think you run Lotus in DL and OTK. More at least.
I don't know. This is actually looking really dicey for DVDia because he invested so many resources into reviving that Yolande and swapping over, right? And the card draw was just not quite there to get all the treasure in his deck. You know what? Cowardy.
Oh, it is a Lotus.
Full HP. It is a Lotus.
Kavarina replaced. Get 2 marks of cards going. Okay.
2 more discounted normals on Cowardy's side. 2 more treasure in hand. Shadow of the Sand King.
That's 1. Do we burst? I think if we burst, we can for sure flip Signora.
Treasure. What element is
Treasure.
it? Treasure.
Treasure.
Treasure. Oh, it's Electro. Boar.
Oh,
SK?
wait.
Is it treasure?
We have a reaction, so we can get
Mao.
more treasure.
No, not Mao.
Wait, no, but SSK will give us a reaction, so we can draw more treasure.
Okay, let's see.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see. There's so much treasure in the deck.
There's both
Statistically, we have
treasures
to
in
get
this
treasure.
deck.
And then Cowardy can go for 1 more normal. No more rain swords. No more rain swords, by the way.
No more rain swords.
No more rain swords. Oh, this is so smart. So playing the free Dunya's out and playing the free Mao. Yes, to thin the deck so you only draw treasure.
And we can even play the Chang as well to get more draw. But Chang's not prodding this round, so we might not play it. That's actually so smart that we thin the deck, so we're more likely to draw treasure. That's so smart.
Yes, because specifically Junior side is going to draw support cards, right?
These are only draws to companions.
Here we go. Razor Burst coming down. Let's see if what we get is treasure.
It's treasure!
It's treasure! Maybe the real treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Man, I feel like such a pirate, you know? Just like hunting for this treasure.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Left
I
at
mean,
1 HP, flip to Pyro.
yeah,
Out of
no
steam.
dice remaining.
This is going to be very close. No more
Ooh,
freezes
more
left.
treasure.
No more Hydra application left. Did both sides draw treasure?
I didn't check for DVDs, but I know Kaori drew treasure. Okay, okay. Look, like, DVD needs to have some type of healing. You need to get above 3 each. Wait, no. DVD can't live a normal attack from Razor no matter what.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Quick swap.
Okay, okay. DVD needs to somehow get another treasure in hand.
How?
Otherwise, it's auto lose.
Okay, quick swap.
Treasure.
Ooh, treasure on Signora. That makes sense because the superconductor is going to let her live. So you quick
And
swap
then
onto.
you can quick swap and then quick swap again.
Wait, no, but this doesn't work either way because Thunder Manifestation dies to a normal. And
No,
then...
no, but like if you get another treasure, right, and play it, it'll heal to 3, which means the other character lives on 1 from the SC.
But there was another treasure. I think it was another Lumenstone.
Lumenstone just proc. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, tragedy.
Oh,
Oh, we didn't draw the
no.
treasure.
We didn't draw the treasure. That's it. That's it.
That's it? Yeah.
That's it.
Like, Razor follow-up does 2.
Treasure.
Oh,
Indeed.
the MMR as well. Oh my...
Treasure?
Another treasure!
Why is Kaori just milling for treasure right now? Normal
That is
tag?
so much treasure. And then the
Goodbye.
follow-up swipe.
Yep, and there it goes. -2 on Signora. Kaori takes the second game in the second best of 3 against DVD. Congratulations to Kaori.
Like, what an excellent play by Kari as well, to just, like, have the perfect hand to start mulling for those treasures. Even playing Dunizard first to thin out the deck more, so he was more likely to draw into that critical card. What a smart play from Kaori.
You know, Sumi, I really treasure these moments.
Oh my god, we're back to the puns?
Well, it's a highlight of the casting, right? Speaking of highlights.
But, speaking of, yeah, like... Here it is, just like all those smacks going down.
All those smacks going. Yes.
All those smacks going down. all
Chongyu
those
never got
attacks.
the burst, but you know, treasure saves the day.
You know, maybe the real treasure were the friends we made along the way.
I already said that. Don't get overuse the joke, Sumi.
I'll come up with something. It's fine.
Looking forward to it. Show me what you got.
But yeah, like we are on our game 3 now, the second one of today, where it will be DVD's Yelan OTK versus Kaori's Farazan aggro.
Yes, so I mean, we already know how this game should go, really, right?
We did see an example earlier on, but I am always ready to be surprised, right? Like we were talking about how Yelan OTK was favored into Xingqiu Hyper Magic, and then it just lost. So
it did just lose. You're right. You know, Yelan OTK is typically the faster deck, but it doesn't mean it wins all the time. You know, the combat, the meta triangle, the triangle, is
The
not
triangle?
always so rigid. Yeah, I mean, because there's so many different factors. Yes, there's so many different factors that go into like whether a player is going to win with a deck. Like it's not just like purely matchup, right?
yeah, like you have the draws, you have the dice, you have like how the players play, most importantly. So never let a matchup dictate how you think something will go.
Definitely. So I mean, we're going to have to see how this last match goes. I think both best of 3s we've been casting over so far have gone to this 3rd round, right?
Yeah, so far it has. So, you know, great for the viewers, great for us, because more rounds equals more TCG, and more TCG makes me happy.
More TCG means we can study more for the live event.
Yes, exactly.
But
Here it is, though. Once again, oh, actually, DVT is not running an arcane card. Oh, never mind, there's a Covenant. I just didn't see it. Ignore me.
The DVD, so this is open list conquest formats. So basically both these players will ban one deck after seeing all the lists, and then they have to play 2. And after they win with the deck, they can't play it again. So DVD is stuck on this Yelan OTK deck, having 1 on the other deck they brought. And is going to be up against the double animal Linny deck, right?
Yeah, it will be. Like, that deck we've seen do so much. It hasn't won every match so far. In fact, it's gone 1 and 2, but the early game aggressive potential of this deck is probably unmatched for this current format. I don't think we've, like, seen a deck so far that does so much early pressure as well as this deck does.
Yep, and here is the list for the double animal Linny deck that... Honestly, I am very fond of this deck. This is brand new in this patch because Firezon is a character recently introduced, and she just buffs animal damage so well.
And like, in addition to that, because like Firezon was introduced, it also has a resurgence of Unseen Razor Unseen Razor as well as King Squire, which we haven't really been seeing as often. So I think that like weapon re-equip package is really just something really exciting for me, because I remember when King Squire was originally released, Weapon Quicken was just like the aggro deck. It wasn't really consistent, but it was fun.
Also, flashback to Inzaghi winning with that Child Yoimiya deck in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament from last year. Also used King Squire, Unseen Razor, I believe. It was very fun.
I think these cards have so much explosive potential, and it's just really cool seeing them being brought here after so long.
Yeah, and I mean we've talked about this a little bit as well earlier today. So Sicaria is a great example of a card that never really saw much screen time and is suddenly being used now. But here we go. This is the last game in this best of 3. DVDL versus Kaori. Yelan OTK into double animal Firezon.
Yeah.
I know it's Linny. Like, I want to say Firezon though, because I feel like she's really the centerpiece of this deck.
Firezon is the star of the show, but Linny is the off element. But yeah, he has an absolutely great starting hand right here. Like King Squire plus Willow, all you need to do is just like tune one card or play one card somewhere, and all of a sudden you get skill plus like draw from Willow. It's like you take those.
That is so good. I wonder, you keep Covenant, yeah. Kaori keeping that Covenant.
Prepare to be amazed.
Really
it's time
big
to pull the trigger.
Something I want to point out though is that DVD chose to keep Lotus in hand for their mulligan. Typically you do throw away all your food, but in a combo versus aggro matchup, I think it's really smart being able to keep that defensive option to help guarantee that Yelan burst just so much easier. Because I think if you can get that Yelan burst down, you should be favored. You just have to get there first. Ooh, dice not the best.
The dice are pretty good on DVD side. Has 5 Hydro basically. Also 2 underwater treasure. That is so funny.
But like Kaori though is not rolling as well.
Has the entire rainbow at his disposal minus the pyro element that he needs.
Yeah, like unfortunately only 3 usable.
Oh,
it's not great.
Especially when you want to play your entire hand. It's not like you want to tune anything here, right?
Yeah,
so,
it's not great.
What do you do here? What do you do here? Because in an aggro deck like the one that Kaori is playing, I feel like you really want to go for that damage quickly, like right off the bat, right?
I think in an aggro deck, you can't worry about your hand side. Because if the game goes long, your opponent wins more often than not. So just tune everything and start hitting them. That's generally what you have to do. I think like if you can manage to keep the King Squire as well as the Willow, like those will help reduce your dice spreading and fill your hand back up, but just tune the rest.
I wonder if you just don't even swirl with Linny, you just go Firezon right now.
Honestly, that is something to consider.
Like,
and just
really
like go Linny later. You could do that honestly. Just this turn you go Firezon skill normal attack, swap back to Linny and just pray.
You have 3 animo. You wouldn't have to tune as much if you just went Firezon, especially if you wanted to use King Squire.
That is an option as well. Like just go Firezon, skilled attack, right? Get that burst set up.
Oh, those dice are so painful to look
No.
And of course, so DVD, I'm not sure what food card, but it's probably Meagle.
Just
probably gonna be able to get Yelan's burst.
Oh, okay. They decided to just tune 1, go for the charge attack.
I think it was King Squire that was tuned. Which is fine. You have another copy in your deck.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think you'd much rather like keep the Willow and stuff as well.
Because you
You
want
need
to
the
draw
help
on
of
the
an
more cards
elder,
that you can tune when this happens.
Yep. We'll be the Farazan swap now. Still will need to tune too if they want to skill.
Wonder if you play Woven.
Play Woven, tune
Res.
Covenant. Tune Res? You can tune Res. Play Woven, tune Res or Covenant, and then...
Or you tune Woven so that DVD doesn't know that
No,
you've played it.
No, you play Woven so you can skill normal attack.
Normal
Oh, it doesn't
attack.
either. Okay.
Pain.
Pain. But I mean, this is
But
fine.
if you skill normal attack, you'd have to tune both Willow and Covenant.
Oh, you're right.
What do you even do here?
Is it?
Because you can't Willow now.
No, yeah, you can. Willow, Covenant, Woven, normal attack again, and then you burst next round. I think getting to that Farazan burst is like really what you're worried about, right? So I think you're fine committing early. Especially because your hand will be filled back by Willow. Yeah, Carrier is going for it.
Willow, Woven, another normal attack. It just feels like so much resources for so little return. And
No,
that
for
is
sure.
the consequence for rolling badly in your first opening hand.
I think that's mainly the oh.
Unseen Razor with no King Squire. Oh no, double offer with no King Squire.
It might be fine. I think that's a zero cost artifact on Thunder Manifestation, so you can still play it to fix your dice. It's not that bad.
Also, I think Coyote has a strat.
But they do have a strat.
Mm-hmm.
They have a strategy after strategizing. But yeah, I think... I got puns too. They're just not as good.
It's okay. The puns that are like not really good and just make you go like are arguably the best ones you could make.
The Sino puns.
Yes. No, Sino has great puns.
We call him the pun master.
I see. Anyway, so DVD has turned first, has turned pro. I see Lumenstone. Do you play Lumenstone Double Treasure?
You could. I mean, no. I don't think you have enough dice to Yelan normal burst if you do that. Oh, actually, you have NSC. Never mind, I lied. You could, actually.
You have NSC and Mao as well.
As well, yeah. Especially because, like, because Farazan Burst isn't down yet, right? Only 8 dice remaining. We just saw the Woven. Very unlikely Kairi has 3 actions to insta-kill Yelan. So I think you do just go for the burst line, and then you're killing.
Wait.
Fast swap as well to really guarantee it.
Wait, but where's the treasure?
Ooh.
No treasure yet?
No treasure yet, I guess.
Flowing rings and NSC on Yelan. We
Yeah, on
are
Yelan.
almost certainly going to see her burst.
Fast swap as well. We could still treasure. It would be barely enough for skill burst, and you even have enough to swap off as well. Actually, you can double treasure skill burst.
And then draw a treasure from flowing rings.
And then draw treasure from flowing rings.
Ah, I love treasure.
Treasure is such a fun card. You get so excited every time like the players mull for it.
I really treasure it from the bottom of my chest.
Heart.
Okay, that was bad. I'm sorry, that was really bad. that was terrible. All right.
That is the oh wait, that's treasure. Wow, insta treasure. Wait, is that two
Insta treasure.
treasures?
No, but
that's
it's
a
Shadow
stick.
Sinking and boar. Wait, DVD has boar in hand.
Oh no. I don't think you bore SSK because you don't get a reaction for it. You should do that later. Burst does
What?
come down. Unfortunately, not with talent, so won't get that extra animo dice.
We're gonna have to see. I don't know.
I think you burst here if you are DVDia.
Yes, you definitely go for a burst here.
Like, there's no reason not to. If you want to play that second treasure, you could. I mean, second underwater. You treasure and then underwater. Man, that sentence was so weird.
Treasure, yeah, because you don't know what dice you're gonna get. But I think DVD is gonna save it for next turn. The Lumenstone proc. We're just gonna see Yelan burst here.
Gonna Yelan burst.
And so this is honestly this is currently favoring Yelan OTK, I believe, and that's because when you're playing such an aggro deck, you really want to start out really like as fast as you can, right? And Cowardy's dice rolls at the beginning just weren't there for it. Here's the treasure.
Yeah, like an aggro deck wins and loses off of its opening. And like if you open bad, because this deck plays so fast and you want to end the game so early, And because you run out of gas so fast, having that one less turn in the bank affects you so much more than other decks.
There's Opera. Opera number 1.
Oh,
Tuning Unseen Razor, because no King Squire. Second Opera. Normal attack. Oh,
I don't think we need. Oh, we tuned the Unseen Razor for the Willow. Okay, that makes sense.
How was I so wrong?
Interesting keeping the strat around, and also, I mean, the quick swap is going to come into play against freeze for sure. But Yolan does fall, and now
I mean,
Signora
speaking of freeze, and the Talon coming in just slightly late.
Double.
Oh my god, double Talon.
Who shuffled these cards?
This deck is rigged to give maximum pain to Kaori.
Of course, whoever loses this best of 3 will drop down into the lower bracket with 1 life remaining. This is not the end of their run in the tournament, so just keep that in mind when you're watching. Here we go.
We will see more of these players later on, but they will of course be at a disadvantage. DVDia though, pulling the Minty Meat Rules as well, plus this Shadow of the Sand King, going to go at an absolute tear of Kaori's team right now.
Double Boar Princess in hand, has Flowing Rings, double treasure.
Double treasure.
Double treasure. We're trolling the treasure.
A second Flowing Rings as well with the board to get you even more treasure with even more dice.
Yes. This is it. I think this is it for DVDia.
I think so as well. You don't have the dice to really do anything, and even if you did, as soon as you did an action with that fast swap, your character's just getting frozen, so it's so rough.
So, what do you do here if you're Kaori? You have double Fatui Conspiracy. I believe that's a Tandoori that Kaori drew into. You have a quick swap. What do you do?
I think the first step would probably be fast swap Lynette skill, right? Because that way you get the Signora down to... Actually, no. No, it's not even enough. Actually, no, it would be enough with Fatui Conspiracy. You want her to get down to 4 HP in order to flip her over to her power form, so she loses the revive, which will make your next turn a lot easier. And then after that, your priority is just live until that next round.
But how do you live? Like, it's so bad. Also, those operas are not proccing.
No, they won't. Because unfortunately, DVDia has 1 extra dice worth of equips.
And it's that 1 dice that is gatekeeping Kaori from having the same element 2 of the character that you're currently on, right?
Would have given
and Farazan's frozen. Yeah. No Farazan talent. Farazan's frozen.
I think you tune in one of the talents and then you skill, and then with summon or with the Fatui res, it will bring Signora down to 4 and phase no matter what. And then after that, I guess you just go back onto Farazan and sacrifice her, and then Lynette can take an extra hit as well.
Double Fatui Conspiracy. Ooh, Pyro.
Pyro Electro.
That's so good. So it's an overload. And the skill from Lynette cleansed the aura off of Signora as well. So any action Signora takes here, it's gonna be overload on the Thunder Manifestation.
Here's the boar coming in, like Flowing Rings as well. Could be another treasure in the hand of DVDia. Okay. As long as Kaori lives this round, it's still possible. It is feasible. Because they will have Tandoris, they will have like Linny loaded up with a prop arrow, and Lynette has self-healing.
So the only thing, I want to point out, replacing Shadow of the Sand King with Flowing Rings. Flowing Rings is only once per round, right? So Shadow of the Sand King would proc and draw a card every time you do an elemental reaction.
Once per round.
Is it once per round?
It is once per round. It is Gilded is twice per round. Shadow of the Sand King is once per round. Flowing Rings is.
That is something that I did not remember. Okay, drew 2 more treasure.
Oh wait, that's actually so huge. We had our Opera proc as well. This will allow us to swap off if we wanted to. Most likely onto the Farazan. Unless we want to stay Lynette. Could be an option as well.
DVD has no gamblers, but 5 dice right now.
Oh, but because it's because DVD replaces Shadow of the Sand King with Flowing Rings, bring back their equip count to 0.
Oh. Wait.
The Lotus.
But it doesn't matter because Lynette's frozen.
Yeah, it doesn't. It will
the
just
Lotus
be.
might be enough.
It could be enough to have Lynette live this round. No, with the MMR, Lynette, it's going down. Guaranteed.
Normal
But this
attack.
lets. Okay.
That's
Oh,
it.
but
No,
the
no,
zero flips.
this is literally it.
No, wait,
Doesn't
no, but
matter.
there's the treasures.
There's 4
but there's
treasure.
the
There's 4
treasures.
treasure.
There's
There's 4
treasure.
treasure.
There's 4 treasure. There's
It's
4
literally
treasure.
it's literally it.
Need
It's
to
literally
Yeah,
have
no,
it
this
out
is
there,
it.
huh?
There's the 4 treasure.
There's way too much treasure in hand for DVD. That is it. The second best of 3. Group A for the Astra Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic Tournament is going to DVD, the Dark Horse.
The Dark Horse indeed.
The Dark Horse! We're seeing
Kaori-
why he chose that name for himself.
I think Kaori started out quite.
The puzzle.
Kaori started this round a little bit
Still
poorly. They
unsolved.
unfortunately did not have. They didn't treasure their dice enough, and so didn't roll quite as well as they wanted. But then moving
Prepare to
farther
be
into the round,
amazed.
DVD absolutely drowning Kaori in all of that treasure.
And there we go.
And Kaori not able to stay afloat in front of that sea of gold will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Yes, Linny falls, and Kaori falls with him. Wow. What a set. We are watching some really fun games. You know, the introduction of Underwater Treasure has, like, made watching TCG really fun, right? We're seeing so many different things than we did just one patch ago. So here are the highlights from this last match.
Yeah, like we can see that despite starting out pretty bad, Kaori was able to do a decent chunk of damage onto DVD as Yelan as well as Thunder Manifestation, but just going into round 3, after he got frozen, it was just over from there. Just too much dice to deal with, too much treasure, and not enough
Too
response
much
in hand.
treasure. So, I mean, both of my predictions fell flat, right? Because Yelan OTK was peed out by the Hyper Magic deck.
Yeah, it
and
was.
then Razor Shinto, and then it lost. No, it beat the double Animo.
Yeah, and then Yelan to beat the double Animo, which we feared would be a bad matchup, but I think this just really goes to show like the unpredictability of what we have in the tournament. You can never underestimate a player just because of a matchup.
Definitely. So, I mean, do you have anything you want to comment on that last set, Sumi?
I think it just really a surprise on the side of DVD. They were really able to show me, like, they were really able to show us that why, despite not showing up in Prince Cup last year, that they've managed to make it so far into the tournament. Just the first game on Crab did an excellent job at withstanding the early pressure and then turning it back around. And like that game as well, just doing an excellent job at managing their dice, have just barely enough to take out Kaori before they could respond.
Yeah, you know, Kaori did say one of his tags was unlucky roller, aggressive and unlucky roller. We kind of saw that with the aggro double Animo Linny deck, right? Which it's an aggro deck, it's an aggressive deck, but it had unlucky rolls in the first hand, and he had to either tune everything or play suboptimal lines just to make do with what he had. So really unfortunate, but you know, Kaori is a very consistent player. Kaori has participated last year's Prince Cup and also has several Cattails Gathering placements, and so I am so sure that this is not the last we're going to see of Kaori.
The story does not end yet. The story will continue in the lower bracket, which we will see sometime the following weeks or later this week. I need to go double check the schedule, but we will be seeing more of Kaori and of course our other players as well, who unfortunately have not managed to make it to the round 2 of uppers. But aside from that, we're still gonna do one more match for us before we hand it over to Blep and Rin, which will be Hakyu and Fufu.
Hakyu versus Fufu, again, 2 more previous Prince Cup participants. We have a lot of EU Prince Cup participants actually. You know, Fufu making it top 4 and Hakyu was top 8, but didn't quite make it to the live event unfortunately. So here is the deck spotlight. Hakyu running with double Animo Linny. This is definitely a staple deck of this patch. What do you think?
I believe so as well. I think this is like every single patch, excluding Hyper Magic, there has really been like an aggro deck that's really popular. And I think that's because of how simple it is, especially moving into a new format, not needing to learn a whole new deck puts your mind so much more at ease as a player.
It is definitely simple. Like it falls in line with the other aggro decks we know so far. Where like it has one thing it does really well, and in this case it is Fires on, high animal damage, Whirling Pyro.
I think something to point out in Hakyu's deck specifically though, which we'll get back to later, But onto Fufu's running. Ooh, this is more of like a classic Yeon OTK list with like
Rhythm of the
Gilded.
Dream? Echoes of the
Yeah,
Offering?
like Rhythm of the Great Dream, Echoes of the Offering, Gilded as well, like Tamais over Yayoi, which you're talking a little bit about earlier. Not running Treasure, which is what we've generally seen from Yelan decks today.
I feel like Treasure has given an edge to Yelan OTK, honestly. Like, Yelan OTK has performed so well because the Treasure has kept it afloat against the more aggro decks. I wonder how this more classic list is going to play into that aggressive double animal Frozen.
Yeah, for sure. Like this classic list, it's less reliant on drawing into your deck in the middle of your combo, right? Because like by then you should already have your Gilded, you should already have your Lyre Songs, as opposed to Treasure, where you have to kind of search your deck for them while you're dealing damage.
Right. So, I don't know. I know we've said that this is not favored for Yelan OTK, but Yelan is one of the characters that was adjusted, right? So we're playing on the patch without the adjustments. And later on we'll be playing with the adjustments. But so I don't know. I feel like Yelan is still a very, very good pick right now. Like it's
Yeah, no, for sure. Just like the follow-up attacks being 2 damage lets you synergize so well with characters like Thunder Manifestation, like Yelan, and like Yoimi and Aika, although we're not seeing that version of the deck being played here today.
I'm not sure what other 2 decks that the players are bringing, but it could be possible too. So, if Fufu does lose to that double Anemo deck with Lenny, then basically they can't play it anymore. So unless they bring another aggro deck, I think Yelan OTK could do well against most other things in this current meta.
I know Hakio, to qualify, did run Mew, which is, Wander, Eula, Mona. So that could be a deck they're bringing here today, although we haven't seen that yet, which is a little bit surprising. Mew is generally like a pretty popular deck to run into new formats just because of its consistency.
Mew is hit or miss. It's not really very consistent.
Consistently
it doesn't perform
appearing.
well. Yes, consistent. It has a consistent appearance, but at least for the Asia Invitational, which I had the pleasure of casting in Shanghai this last winter, Mew didn't perform too well in the group stage, and players learned very quickly that it's probably not the best thing to bring, and it's never really gonna get banned out. So I think maybe in the current meta, it has more matchups that it does well into, but we're gonna have to see.
Yeah, for sure. Like, especially with the resurgence of Stall, Mew like notoriously does quite poorly into that matchup. So, with a lot of the combo decks being nerfed, I think it kind of makes sense we haven't really seen it pop up.
By the way, so if you are new and watching for the first time, you don't know what Mew is. If you're new to Genius Invocation TCG, Mew means Mona, Eula, Wanderer. There are a lot of deck names in TCG that basically use 3-letter acronyms that reflect on the characters being played in the deck. Another fun example that is not as popular anymore is one called Finale or Finally. It's called Finally in a lot of circles, but Rin, who's going to be casting later today, had the genius idea of calling it Finale, because that's like Linny's line, right? Like, it's the finale! And it's official for Fi, Nahida for Na, and Lee for Linny. Finale.
I think Linny's Lee was like the only one not spelt in accordance with how their name is spelled in game, which is a little thing which is kind of funny to note, but the phonetics work out like that.
But it's still very fun.
Oh, speaking of official Nahida, though, those are 2 character cards that I'm very surprised aren't seeing more use right now. Like, historically, they have been super powerful pick ban cards. They give excellent value, so rather surprising that they aren't being seen.
I feel like it's because Freeze is kind of dominating right now, but here we go! Round 1 of this third best of 3. This is the last one Sumi and I are going to be casting for you today. Yelan OTK up against Double Animal Linny. Let's get into this match.
So something I did want to point out earlier, though, in Hakio's decklist was they were actually running a little bit of investment into Lynette. Like, we see the talent on screen right now.
Ooh,
it is only
Lynette
one copy. This is something we were talking about earlier, where, like, you could, in theory, invest in that Lynette a little bit, because she is going to be your anchor, and she is a super strong one at that.
And I wonder how this is going to perform. So we've seen a couple iterations of this deck today, right? But, you know, we have Lynette Talent here. And if she's going to be the anchor, of course, Lynette Talent, if you're not familiar with it, so on her
It's an honor to be
first
here.
cast of her skill, it doesn't buff her damage. But then
It's time
the
to
second
pull
cast
the
of skill
trigger.
in the same round, it will buff it by 2, I believe, or to 3.
It will. It's 2 damage. It'll
2
make her
damage.
do 5 damage base instead of 3, and it will also swap the opponent's character to the one to the left of their current active character.
Yes, it also has that swap, and it doesn't without the talent.
I think this is actually going to be super interesting as a matchup as well, because Fufu is playing a different version of Yelan OTK than our previous contestants, and Hakuya is running a slightly altered list from previous Farazan lists, because they're running the Liban as well. That means if you do have bad dice round 1, as we saw Kaori have last time, you
can
do
slide
have a
and
little bit of
pass.
yeah, you have like a little bit of a fallback option.
But I mean, look at Hakio's dice. Does not need the live in. Of course,
Quietly now.
Fufu putting Yulan on the right side.
Yeah, I believe this was actually done when Lynette Fischl
hang
Cloud
out with you
Cube was
youngsters.
quite popular. It was like a reaction to that, because of course after Yelan Burst, the cube is generally played on the rightmost side, so Cube Burst will hit Yelan end phase instead of like your Signora or Thunder Manifestation, and you also have the same ordering for Overload.
That was just last patch.
It was last patch, so Fufu's still sticking with that optimization.
I mean, I think it's technically in the same order, at least for overload purposes. But yeah, Cryo Cube, you gotta play around. Very fun. There you go. Quick
We'll see
Squire
about that.
into Farazan's skill as -4 onto Yulan. Such big damage.
And then now we can kind of see like the danger of Farazan aggro, which we didn't really get to see last game, like with Kaori. Right? Like, if Fufu decides to stay on Yelan, it's just one more skill and she goes poof.
Yeah, I mean, so Hakio is running Covenant, and this is open deck list, so Fufu knows there's Covenant in that deck. Hakio could very well go for a Covenant normal, but...
Oh no!
This is so
Fufu.
risky, Fufu!
No,
This is
wait.
so... There it is!
Oh,
there's
the
the Covenant! Oh no!
Oh no!
Tuning Liven, and the normal attack brings Elan
Oh,
down
I
to
think-
3, and Linny's summon will take Elan out.
I think that's game. Like, that's probably game right there. Like, yes, you can still like freeze Farazan to deny the burst for a turn, and yes, you do still have Thunder Manifestation, but like without that follow-up attack, your damage is just so neutered to compare to what it would normally be.
Did Fufu bring an egg in this deck? I'm not sure if I remember.
No, I don't believe he did.
Oh, this is so rough. Oh no.
Yeah, that's not a great start for Fufu, but his hand is pretty full, does have like the Tamias, does have double Lyre Song as well, so
Even
could
without
still bring it back.
even without Yolan Burst, there is still Hydro application on the two arguably most important characters in Hakio's deck, Linny and Farazan. The only thing I would be worried about
Oh,
it
those
does
dice.
have Lynette talent.
Those dice are not pretty.
Those dice are not good. I think Hakio wants those dice.
Hakio would love those dice. I mean, Hakio already has those dice. Hakio has better
Hakio has
dice than
pretty
that,
good dice.
actually.
You know what? Maybe
Haki's-
okay. Maybe the secret strat. Fufu. He's going to lose this match, and then he'll never have to face this aggro deck again. And then I'm not sure what else Hakio brought, but then he just plays Yolano DK again and wins.
Oh, it's the mind games. You give
It's
them a
the
false sense of
mind
security, and then you
Yeah.
reverse sweep them.
Or maybe he just didn't see the FTK first turn kill.
You know, that too. I think, like, FTKs are something that people don't really think about, right? Because they're just so uncommon, and you have to have a very specific lineup of cards.
Yes.
Like, I could for sure see how that slipped through the fingers, but, like, you cannot be happy about that if you're Fufu.
You always have Covenant in your starting hand, and I feel
Mhm.
like in this deck you don't normally throw it away.
Time for afternoon tea.
I don't think you do, because, like, Farazan does have that reduced normal, or reduced charge attack, just like Klee does, and in that deck you typically do keep it.
So Lightning Rod is currently on Linny.
Oh, Soft Solo Lynette with no aura. I mean, you get to get some damage down.
Yeah, so a Lightning Rod, a skill from Thunder Manifestation onto Linny would not take him
Not
out.
lives on one.
Mhm. And then also Lightning Rod's going to move when Hakio
If Hakio
acts
skills on
Lynette.
net, yeah.
Yes.
Kofu does not have a fast swap right now to go over to Thunder Manifestation.
What if
Honestly,
we see
those dice are
double
not
skill
great.
from Lynette?
Ooh, that could really hurt. Actually, that would really hurt, because then, like, I think the best play Fufu has available is skill swap skill to get, like, SC and Cryo Aura onto Lynette. But because Hakio has that Lynette talent, it could swap Fufu back onto Signora.
So painful, and Signor would definitely flip.
Signora would
And-
for sure flip.
And also, so there's Tui Conspiracy, there's Opera, there's where's the Unseen Razor, there's Firezon's talent, there's so much for next round.
There's like a
Hakio's
lot
hand.
of threat in Hakio's hand, assuming Hakio rolls well and doesn't need to tune any of them. Will just be a normal attack, which is not great. I think it makes sense though with like how bad your dice are. You would have to literally tune your entire hand to skill.
Yep, and I think you kind of want to stay on Signora here. I think the trap is going to be going to Thunder Manifestation because Hakio does have that limit talent.
It's such a threatening talent. It just does so much damage as well. And with only 2 characters, like the threat of the force swap as well is quite huge.
There you go,
Whoa.
slow swap onto Thunder Manifestation.
Swap, yeah. I mean, lucky enough for Fufu, if Lynette does go for this, because Signora is at 6 HP, the swirl will only bring her down to 5, which means she does not flip.
She does not. You're right. She won't flip. Unfortunately, Fufu has no treasure to bring those breakpoints up.
So the next swirl she eats will flip her, but she is guaranteed to probably live like the entirety of next round. Beyond that, not so sure.
Tuning for Tui Conspiracy play. There we go. Lynette talent from -5 under Thunder Manifestation and forcefully swapping back onto Signora.
Yeah, like Fufu not really happy, but like gonna spend some extra dice swap over to Thunder Manifestation, and because of that, you cannot skill twice anymore.
I mean, so you have Liar, which is exactly what we're gonna see here. Fufu Liar songing that Gilded, and who are we gonna see it played on? Probably Thunder Manifestation.
Probably Thunder Manifestation, right? Because like you have Lightning Rod onto Lynette, you also get like free Superconduct as well. Ugh. Yeah, we'll go back.
This is so rough, though. This is so rough because
If
he's gonna play that.
Fufu wasn't force swapped off though, with that Liar Song and with that Gilded, he would have been able to skill twice. Just 1 dice off right now. I think one of those cards might be an NSC, so you could skill normal attack, but it's just not the same.
Yeah, he could normal, but it's not really gonna do much of anything. What is he drawing?
That's a
Another boar, but he doesn't have enough artifacts to even make use of the first one, really. What do you do here?
This is so tough.
Swap back onto Signora. I mean, might as well.
I think you might as well, because if you swap to Sig, she's guaranteed to live 1 attack no matter what. And then, but if you stay on Sig with the opponent having turn priority, Sig will just die to a single skill. So it makes more sense breakpoint wise to just stay on Sig.
Fufu drew Junior Zod and Minty Meat rolls, which is like really not what you want at all. And Hakio drew Double Lotus.
Oh, I think in like an end game situation like this, where the game will be decided right now, having that Lotus is just so much more important than setup cards like a Dunyozard.
The
Oh,
opera
those
popping,
dice.
those dice are beautiful.
Those dice are
Like
so
Chef's
good.
Kiss! Chef's Kiss dice!
Man, I wish I could roll like Hakio.
Oh. Well, what are Hakio's tags?
Let's go check.
Hakio,
actually.
Unlucky Roller Dice Magician
that
Burnt
is-
Kitchen.
Okay,
What
I'll
is
tell
this?
you what. Hakio is a dice magician, but Unlucky Roller, not so much. At least not
Unlucky
in this
Roller
game
and
one.
Dice Magician don't match up with each other. Actually, you know what? Dice Magician just means you're playing Magic.
Oh. Not much magic going on in this deck, though. I mean,
Yeah, not much magic.
you're not gaining dice, but you are reducing the cost with the Unseen Razor, so I guess that counts as magic.
Also, not much Burnt Kitchen, because this is a very, like, staple deck, I think. But and definitely not Unlucky Roller. I think Hakio is trying to fool his opponents.
The mind games.
The mind
Let the
games.
magic begin!
And
Of
Fufu
course.
is Dice Magician Professional.
Well, I mean, he is a magician. We saw him get so much dice last turn.
Where's Where's the professional top decking?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Fufu burnt like all the cards he would have liked to top deck, so won't be seeing much of that right now. But right now it's actually so tough.
Yeah,
Sig
very
is like
tough.
just one attack away from flipping, and then TM is just a hair's breadth away from death.
And I believe that is a Lotus onto no that's
That's the
burst.
that's the burst. Yeah, that's the box, the cat box.
Both yes, the cat box, so cute. Both Lotus is still in Hakuyo's hand. There's enough dice for 2 actions. Honestly, you could. I don't know. No, you don't want to swap the Farzan. See, everyone's
you
like
don't.
dangerously low HP, but he has 2 Lotuses.
He does have 2 Lotus. I mean, you could swap to Farzan and then like Lotus swap Farzan burst with talent. No, I don't think that's worth it.
Yeah, I don't. I feel like you want to play this. Ironically, play it a bit slow. Just considering like what
The pale flame smolders.
I
the
think
situations like here. You can go for 2 skills here.
I think if you're Hakuyo, you're more than happy to just sit on Lynette because like keep in mind this skill will heal you all the way back up to 5.
I never asked for
And
redemption.
here we go. Signora has flipped. Now here's the thing. Free gamblers, board princess.
Oh wait, the burst will lethal Lynette though.
Yes. It is more than enough to lethal Lynette.
No, but then like after that you just go Linny's skill and then Fufu shouldn't have enough dice to lethal and then Catbox should take out TM end phase with a vape. I mean with a melt,
Or-
sorry.
Board princess? What? Does Fufu have a Lotus? There's 3 1-cost food cards.
One of them should be a Lotus. Cause it would be double MMR. Yeah, it is a
No,
Lotus.
it is a Lotus. Hold on.
Okay, there's a chance now. There's a possibility.
Do you Lotus Signora?
No, I don't think you do. If you Lotus Signora, you swap to Farzan
you
and then
just-
skill will do 4. You
just die. Yeah.
You Lotus TM end phase to absorb all the damage from Catbox, and then you live on 2.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. I'm just like, I wish you could make use of all that food. Fufu drew so much food. Oh,
Oh, the time's running out. You can see the timer.
Burn.
Okay, there's the
no.
burst.
There is the
8
burst.
damage.
-8 onto Lynette. She falls.
Okay, and then we go Linny. Yeah, I think we tune Farzan talent to skill. That heals us to 6, and like I believe Fufu shouldn't have enough damage to go through that. The Lotus is
The Lotus.
the King Squire.
Oh, the King Squire.
Okay, no, Fufu guaranteed does not have enough damage to go through this Linny right now.
But then you just end?
Step right up.
No, you.
I never asked.
I think if you're
for
Fufu, you have to
redemption.
Lotus end. Because you don't have enough damage to go through that Lotus this turn. So you have to try to play for next.
How much? No, it's cryo. But then you can't even play for next. Like, what do you do? Like, the breakpoints are so bad. Like, there's no lightning rod on Linny. Even with lightning rod, you only do 5 damage.
Yeah, you only do 5.
It's
But the
so
thing is-
it's so bad actually.
The thing is, with 2 actions, you can't break through either.
Oh wait, NSC?
Oh, NSC? Okay, burst?
First isn't no.
Wait, no, that's Mar.
That's not enough.
Or no, that was MSC, sorry. I saw the dice production there and I got confused. Dunyazar, Tamaya.
Tanuza to Maya's.
You don't. No,
What
but
do
you
you
don't
get?
run any, like you don't run any shields. Ooh.
Ghosts?
Echoes.
With Boar?
Wait, with Boar. Yeah, echoes.
No.
And then you can burst? No, but then Linny still lives on
it's
1.
Not, no, it's not enough. It's not enough.
not
It's not
enough.
enough. It's not enough. It's not really enough. Oh no.
Ah,
Oh no, he's really trying though. He's really trying.
There was an attempt.
There was an attempt.
There was
oh,
an
the
attempt.
normal attack.
I mean, we get a dice off that. Also, card Sealy.
Where's the
Ooh.
treasure?
Yeah, not
There
a
it
chance
goes.
this game.
Summon kill. That is it. That is it. Game 1 going to Hakuyo. Congratulations to Hakuyo for taking the first game in this third best
Yeah,
of the day
like-
we're casting.
Just excellent early game play by Hakuyo, just like going full tilt, full aggro. Really able to pressure Fufu. Even able to lethal the Elon before Fufu could really find a response.
Yep. And I mean, so both of these players are top 8 EU Prince Cup participants from last year, and now they're in the top 32 this year, contending for a place at the top in the top 8 to once again be in Los Angeles. So we're really, I feel like it's gonna be close. And Hakio didn't, I believe he didn't have a chance to play in the live event. So we're not actually sure how far he could get. It's not a great indication.
We know Hakio has the potential to be a top player, but we don't know how top of a player he is.
Here's the highlights again. So yeah, Yelan.
Yeah, the
around
FTK.
one.
And then just Lynette going absolutely crazy with the talent, bringing down Fufu to just such a low HP threshold.
I really like the copy of Lynette's talent in this deck.
I do as well. Like it went so big, being able to bring Thunder Manifestation down to just 2 HP so early on. It really like stampered Fufu's efforts to make a comeback.
The breakpoints here, Lenny healing that 1 HP from his skill. It doesn't even matter landing routes on him. But yeah, that's really it. That's really it.
Yeah, and that was the game. Just the early FDK that was just kind of unexpected for Fufu. It's that despite Farazan 2 Nemo being kind of a known deck, it's still new in the sense that people don't know all of the opening lines it could take yet.
Right. Yeah, definitely. But though I think it went for a very standard line there. The only thing Fufu didn't really watch out for was the Covenant into the normal attack because you know after Farazan uses her skill, she has the charge attack, and it's really heavy.
Keep in mind that it was also only an FDK because there was that King Squire.
Yes, King Squire buffing the damage, also discounting elemental skill by
the first skill. Like the math was just slightly off on Fufu's side, and that cost him dearly, but.
They have access to each other's lists, so Fufu should have seen the Covenant and expected something like that. I feel like, you know, Yelan falling so early, especially after investing an entire round into building 2 energy towards her burst, it was not ideal for Fufu. But he does have a chance to play that deck again, and maybe he has learned a bit from that match.
Of course, that was only game 1, so there is still 2 more to go potentially. Fufu in round 2 needs to make a comeback, or else it's lower bracket for him. But I mean, he made it to top 4 Prince Cup E last year, so we can't quite count him out yet.
He did, and I believe that he actually lost out to Robot Wizard, who is in this group. We won't be casting over Robot Wizard's match, but it is coming in the 4th best of 3 for these first matches that Blep and Rin are going to be casting, and then we're going to have one more match, which is the upper bracket finals. So
Fufu in round 2 though, bringing back the Yelan OTK, kind of as expected. We're not sure what his other 2 decks are, but this is probably one of the stronger decks in the current format, especially because this is pre-patch Yelan. It's
very interesting, you're seeing this older list almost with Echoes of an Offering and Rhythm of a Dream. I know some players really like Echoes in Yelan OTK, normally trying to use it in the first round on Yelan herself even. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what Hakio brings here, and it is the Chongyun Razor Xingqiu Hyper Magic deck, except it has Lumen Stone and Treasure instead of our Precious Jet Hyper Magic.
And Hakio as well, running the Stove God as opposed to Covenant or Judgment, which we are more familiar with seeing.
The Stove is back. I mean, I think it's as I was saying earlier, so like it's one of the better arcanes to bring when you're trying to draw all of that treasure, because card draw is super important and you're probably looking for that treasure later on. One thing that this deck is really good at is controlling the other deck with freeze, but so, you know, Yelan OTK also has freeze, so Yelan OTK is definitely faster.
It is for sure faster, but just because in theory it is, doesn't mean like Xingqiu Hyper Magic can't take a win, as we saw earlier. So it will be up to the players at the end of the day to find those advantages and close out the games.
Definitely. But you know, Fufu has one more shot with this deck, and we know that Yelan OTK is very strong in this meta and favors this matchup. So let's see if Fufu can take a win here.
Yeah, I mean, players are getting ready, their decks are going to get prepared. We'll have to see how this matchup plays out. I think, yeah, just like the underwater versions of these Hyper Magic decks are just so exciting to watch. And like Fufu playing a more classic version, I guess, the battle of the new versus the old.
That is very true, but here we go, round 2. Fufu playing Yelan OTK up against Hakio playing Chongyun Razor. Hyper Magic Freeze. Is it still called Hyper Magic with Treasure?
That's a good question. Like, technically it is Dice Generation, but,
Yeah, but
you're not
it's-
running Gilded though, so is it really Magic anymore?
It's not. I mean, it's kind of Magic. I know Magic is specifically referring to Gilded, but like in general, Magic is to me, it's just generating a lot of dice, right? So
I think
it's Magic,
Treasure.
but maybe not. I don't know.
I think
just
the
call
way
it Treasure.
Treasure's being, I think the way
It's time to
Treasure
pull
is
the
being played right now
trigger.
is it's like its own archetype because you're building around it, right? Like just like you'd build around Magic, just like you'd build around Jet.
Well, both ways you just build card draw, right?
Kind of, but the cards you play are different, right? So technically,
True.
Treasure it's its own archetype.
That's true. That's true. And also, like I think with Treasure, you're going for longevity, along with like card draw. Like you're
All
trying
right.
to
I
survive.
mean, because this is the first time it's on stream, we as casters have the privilege to name a new archetype.
Or, I mean, if there's any members of the community out there who have any great ideas for what we should call this archetype, please put them in chat. Like, we are going to be looking at chat. I'm sure Blep and Rin are reading through chat. So, if you guys have any ideas, we want to hear them. Also, tell us your predictions. Who's going to win this game?
Oh, yeah, predictions are always exciting. Of course, in theory, Fufu will have the advantage in this matchup, but when we did see it last game with DVDF versus Hakio, or sorry, DVDF versus Kaori, we did see the Xingqiu deck come out on top, so.
Hakio starting with double Junior Zod, maybe double Chang, or is he thinking about playing Lumen? 6 dice, I don't know if you play Lumen.
I think because you played all those supports before, you played Lumen,
You don't play Lumen.
You don't go for it, right? If you were going for Lumen, you would have went for it earlier.
It's surprising that Hakio didn't play Lumen straight away. He has both Lumen and Treasure in his hand, but here we go, Chef Mao coming out from the Flowing Rings, and both those Changs are at 1 stack.
3 Electro Dice are not very pretty. You would have ideally liked to have at least 2 Hydro, but I think just tuning the Cavarina is not the end of the world.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but Heart is arguably a really important card, even though it's 0 cost. It's very important. I need card draw, but
Hard Draw
Yeah,
is like
Cavarina.
really critical as well. Oh,
Heart of
Fufu just
Cavarina
going to
coming
go
down
for
with
Fufu going for the standard skill to normal attack. I'm not sure exactly what he's tuning on his end. Gambler, Sealy, Fast Swap, and Liar. You kind of want all of those.
That is like the most painful minus draw I've ever seen.
Yeah,
Has
the
Gamblers
Gambler
and
is
Heart.
still-
This is yet another low roll, unfortunately.
Yeah, would have loved to have those Echoes. Echoes would have made your round 1 so good, because you would have been able to play Sealy as well.
I don't know what you tune here. I don't remember if Fufu has 2 copies of Fast Swap. I mean, I guess you tune the Liar because it's not really relevant right now, and there is another in your deck. Probably what I would tune.
I guess. I mean, like, I'd argue that you might want to consider tuning the Gamblers as well, because both are, like, initially they're both +1, but Liar you kind of get immediate use out of if you can find a Gilded.
I don't remember if Fufu has 2 copies of Gamblers or if this deck normally runs 2 copies of Gamblers, but if it only runs 1 Gambler, I feel like you don't really want to tune it because it's one of your most valuable.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
It is like your finisher card. You play that like after when you go all in.
Oh!
It generates. Oh, nah, still 1 dice though. You don't want to play. You're not. You could Liar Gilded.
You could Liar Gilded.
I don't think it's worth it though, because like
You could Liar Sealy Gilded.
you could Liar Sealy Gilded. Okay, maybe Liar Sealy Gilded makes it worth it.
But then the only problem is you can't play free Gilded at the start of next round.
Yeah, that's...
So I think you still tune.
No, I think you. I think because you drew that Gilded, you tune the Liar, because then like you have to minus
no.
next round.
You tune. Okay, you tune Sealy. I was gonna say you could tune Gamblers, but
Oh, no, I think, yeah, Sealy's fine, because you're already getting quite a lot of draw from Yelan. You're gonna normal attack again to draw another card, like, you're...
it's true.
Xingqiu's gonna burst, it's gonna hit Heart, right, so...
You could draw from Gilded.
You can draw from Gilded as well, right? Like, Yelan passive, the artifact you currently have equipped on Yelan, so... Already have a lot of draw, don't have a lot of dice, so decide to keep the dice over the draw, makes sense.
Hakio drawing double Chef Mao and no food.
No food.
What are you gonna do?
Probably... Oh, you know what's really sad as well? Those double Changs aren't gonna proc, because Fufu has 2 stacks on Breakthrough Bar, which means his next attack is going to be Hydro damage.
Oh,
And because
no.
Hakio wants the burst here as well, he's not gonna proc it either. That is a bit unfortunate.
Okay, so Lumen Stone, Chef Mao. It's a very expensive thing to do. 3 dice, and you play treasure for another 4 dice. And then you still need to play, like, you have to play your quick swap or something, which feels really painful.
Yeah, I think it's fine though, right? Like you play the Mao over the Chang, but you play underwater, which should give you an Omni dice, and then you just burst.
Do you burst, or do you play the quick swap and then burst?
I think you burst after
What?
playing the Chef Mao.
Here's a quick swap.
Oh, treasure.
Okay, but Chang's not
Let
gonna
me
proc
weave you a
all
bow.
these cards. There
Yeah,
you go!
Chang's not gonna proc this turn.
She just bursts, coming down 2 damage onto Yelan, and I am once again afraid for Fufu's Yelan.
I mean, oh, you're right, because fast swap, Hakyo just do treasure, right? Fast swap treasure, tune the Mao skill, and then Yelan's gone. Fufu needs to like be aware that this is a possibility.
Fufu has so many dice in hand. Surely he doesn't stay on Yelan. Surely he
I don't think-
swaps to Thunder Manifestation and takes out Xingqiu.
I think
Gamblers.
I think your priority here as Fufu is to get that Yelan burst down, right? And like you have to be wary of the fact that Hakyo could have just top decked a treasure. It's game losing if you don't play around it, and like worst case scenario, if you do swap off, you just take a little bit of extra damage, or like your opponent gets turn prow, and yeah, we'll play around it.
Fufu swapped to Thunder Manifestation, and now that skill, even if Hakyo swaps off from Xingqiu, the skill is still gonna target Xingqiu, and there's no way he has to play treasure now.
Present.
He has to play treasure now. Nope.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Gambler's skill on Thunder Manifestation will definitely be enough to take out Xingqiu. Actually, I wonder if you play Gilded
Oh.
for the
ooh.
card draw.
I think you do play Gilded, because both of them will give you like 2 dice. Actually,
A
no.
touch of frost.
Yeah, both of them will give you like plus 2 dice effectively. But then but Gilded also gives you draw, and then you can liar it back later.
I think you play
think you do
Gamblers
go
because
for-
Tamaya's will get another stack next round. You can play Gilded for free.
Oh, you're right.
I think that's what you do.
And then
I think
Gamblers
you
would-
use Seal here.
And then Gamblers would fix your dice as well. I think Fufu's like just trying to calculate that if I play Gamblers here, right, do I get the chance to play Sealy? Because I also want a normal burst onto Yelan.
7 dice. You play Gamblers for free. Oh, I
It will
have
be a
to-
1 cost skill, right? So it will
Wait.
bring you down to 6.
The dice are so bad though.
You're 1 dice off if
The
you're a
dice are
Fufu.
so bad though. We actually
Oh,
do.
I think
play
with this dice, you might be forced to play Gilded.
Or you tune Mao Dunyer.
Mao Dun, you could.
Or you tune your other Gamblers.
You might tune Sealy Gamblers.
We'll have to see. I feel
Yeah.
I fear like tuning all of your card draw, but there goes Dunyer's odd. There goes
And
Chef
there's the Mao.
Alright, that should be it.
That should be the skill. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
I am
Thunder Manifestation skill
outplayed.
coming down, taking out Xingqiu just enough damage.
Oh. And those are the
True
double
treasure.
Changs coming in.
Wait, treasure?
No, you can't do
Joe?
anything with just 1 treasure.
Joe?
0 dice in hand, like only treasure with Stove. Stove is only gonna draw you 1,
no.
so
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
you
worth.
only draw 1 card, you draw 1 more treasure.
You would have needed 3 to normal attack, so I don't think you go for it. Yeah, just
Like
ending
here-
turn.
Here's where Yelan is going to show off how strong she is, because we're certainly gonna see Yelan's burst.
Yelan will unfortunately be 1 dice off of bursting unless Fufu decides to use Liar. You could swap.
I think you do use Liar. I think you really
yeah.
want it. I think.
If you don't get burst now, you're gonna have a really hard time getting it later. So unfortunately, you will lose access to that Gilded. You won't be able to play for free next turn, but I think it is necessary, as you said.
I think it's both necessary and also it's going to give you an edge over Hakyo here because Yelan is so low health. There's no way to hit her without taking her out if you're Hakyo, and so
Which
that
will get you
give
like a free swap onto Signora as well, or the
to
Covenant.
freeze. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Covenant.
Would be big.
It
think
would be huge, but not right now.
Not right now, no. You will need to Liar now. I think you need to get the burst down.
You absolutely need to get the burst down. Fufu. Fufu! We are on a... Obviously the players can't hear us.
Yeah, there's the Liar.
There's the Liar, and here comes Gilded.
Here's the Gilded,
Just
yeah.
enough dice.
Burst's gonna come in shortly as well.
Here comes the cat.
There it is,
Okay.
Yelan's burst.
And then now Fufu is in quite a good situation, I would say, right? Because Hakeo is kind of forced to attack, otherwise Yelan just is going to get free value. But if you do take out that Yelan, it's going to be a free freeze from Sig, or you're going to eat 5 damage onto Chong.
Now the question is, does Fufu want to swap off here?
Covenant?
And I guess he's going
The
to
answer is
swap
yes.
his Thunder manifestation. I wonder why. I wonder why he's trying to preserve Yelan.
It might be to eat 2 hits, right? Because Hakeo is going to hit TM for the first attack, freeze it, and then you swap to Yelan, which will force a lethal. Which gives you a free swap into Signora, and
Right.
it also wastes more of Hakeo's dice as well.
That makes sense. But yeah, Hakeo hasn't drawn anything like a Gambler's yet. Not even sure if it's in the deck. It should be.
It should be. I mean,
It
you're playing an OTK deck.
This is probably the round to use Stove with your Hakeo.
Lumen Stone first, though, just get a little bit of extra value.
Lumen Stone. There's
Yeah, Stone
Stove.
could draw 2.
Treasure.
Oh, treasure.
Treasure.
Celia as well. I don't think you play the... Oh, you do play the Celia. Okay. Shadow of the Sand King. You could equip that. It'd be some extra draw.
The
You
only
didn't play
thing-
your... You didn't play your second treasure, so you will still need to draw into that.
The only thing I don't like about this is, like, yeah, you need to draw into your other treasure. I think Haku's drawn all the treasure out from his deck. The only thing I don't like about this is, like, he's using so many resources to do this. Like, he's only at 6 dice right now, but has 4 more dice from treasure.
Yeah, Hakeo has drawn all but 1 treasure in his deck, and I don't know. I think Hakeo may have went like a little bit too aggressive in trying to find that second undersea water hunt. He used a lot of dice that was kind of unnecessary, right? Because you played that first treasure, there's only 5, you already drew 3, right? So spending that extra little dice to find that 1 remaining treasure is just not quite worth it in terms of dice efficiency.
Not really worth it at all, but here we go. So, I mean, Yolant's Burst is out. Fufu does have a quick swap in hand. Do you quick swap Signora free?
The thing is, if you do quick swaps Newer freeze, Hakeo could have a fast swap as well to raise you and freeze you back. I believe Hakeo is running one in the deck.
We know that he doesn't have it and has no way of drawing it right now, but Fufu doesn't know that. Fufu, especially after losing last round and letting Yelan fall to first turn kill FTK, I feel like Fufu is probably thinking very hard about what he wants to do here, like what he's willing to risk and things like that, just so he doesn't run into the same problem again, right?
Like Fufu got bitten in game 1, right? So would not want to risk it for game 2. Of course, I mean, this time the risk will pay off, but you can't know that in the heat of the moment.
Fufu is thinking very hard, but here we go. There is the
Fast
quick
swap.
swap, and it's
Is
a
going to
Signora.
gamble, okay. Hard
Hard.
as well, yeah. Fufu is going to gamble the fact that Hakeo does in fact not have a fast swap in hand. And even if he did, it wouldn't matter, because if Signora gets frozen, you could of course swap over to Thunder Manifestation, eat a freeze, and just swap back to Yelan to eat another freeze and just finish the game on Yelan.
Treasure.
Treasure.
So much treasure.
A lot of treasure.
So very much treasure. Now here's the thing, you have to slow swap onto Razor, and then you're gonna end on all those dice. And you're gonna run out of Chongyun Frostville.
On the other hand though, Fufu runs out of Yelan dice, like the follow-up.
That's true. But I think that's why Fufu opted to go for normal here. So it applies to Hydro Aura now. So
Yes,
next
you can
round
freeze
you
with
can still
Steel
freeze.
later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can still freeze.
Really smart by Fufu there. I think this is like, next round is where we're gonna see the difference between Yelan and Zhang Qiu, of course, because those rain
I'll
swords
scout ahead.
last for usage instead of turns.
All those dice are gonna go to nothing. All the treasure?
Well,
No.
the treasure. You can use the treasure next round. It's fine. It's fine.
No, but Hakio used all the treasure, and those dice are literally gonna go into the abyss.
Yeah, that's a little bit of wasteful, but what can you do?
You know, I think Hakio
NSC
is
as
trying
well.
to avoid those breakpoints. But yeah, here's
Wait.
NSC.
Wait, Fufu gets 2 attacks here because there's
Oh,
4 gamblers
four,
for free.
4 gamblers, 4 gamblers.
Yeah, 4 gamblers. Wait, you can 4 gamblers burst. No,
You
but
burst?
that only does.
I
No,
don't
you
think
don't.
you burst. I don't think you burst.
Burst-
But you get
burst-
to, well, you draw so much from Sealy. What are you gonna
Burst
get from
and
Sealy?
the
And full
burst and
Tamaya
normal
stacks.
attack. Yeah,
Full Tamaya stacks.
full Tamaya stacks as well. Burst and
Wait.
follow-up attack. Both.
Wait,
are like-
wait.
Okay, Fufu does have the opportunity to take out one of Hakio's characters this turn, but it's very unlikely.
I almost wonder if you skill. I wonder if you 4 gamblers skill. How much is skill do you get to?
3.
3. Are you counting sheer cold?
Yes,
So not counting sheer cold does 2
it does 2.
on initial hit.
Yes.
Oh, the treasure. I feel like I know Hakio's trying to avoid the breakpoints, but he needs those for next turn.
This is like rather rough here. I mean, there's the board.
4.
The gambler's coming out shortly, I believe. Yeah.
There's the gamblers up to 3 Omni.
I think what Fufu wants to do is just
Witness
get the
my
damage.
suffering.
Oh,
burst,
there's
okay.
the burst.
Oh, because there's a cryo, right? Like this forces Hakio to swap onto the Chongyun instead of just attacking on the
Okay.
Razor.
So the gambler's application used the Tamaya stacks. You can't liar. You can't liar.
Oh, you
Gildan.
can't liar. Oh,
can't liar,
liar normal
Gildan.
attack would just win it. Oh,
Oh,
but unfortunate. It is what it is.
it is what it is. Oh, that heart coming too late. No.
Just 1 dice off. So unfortunate.
Just 1 dice off.
This still should put Fufu in an advantageous position, but it's not looking the best. This should force a swap onto Razor, or sorry, onto Chongyun.
Hakio has absolutely no way to freeze anyone because Chongyun's Frost Field did run out last round. And also, Hakio has no more treasure!
There's the boar though. Not the NSC. Oh, the boar will get 1 extra dice after Razor gets defeated. And it'll be left on a Chongyun solo, but
These are not the cards you want to see if you're Hakio. You really need to draw your other treasure and play it.
I mean, even if you did draw your other treasure, you've already played like a lot of your draw options. You might not even get to play the treasures from that, but yeah, like just not having that second treasure means you have a lot less HP to work with, which is more important than the dice at this point in time.
And here we're really seeing the strength of Yelan OTK as a deck, right? Like this is what Yelan OTK does. It overpowers you very, very quickly. And this is the classic list too.
This is, yeah, it is. Like, just imagine how much more powerful the treasure version would be. I mean, we did see it, so...
We did see it. I mean, so I think it depends. It probably is very matchup specific.
Mm-hmm.
The normal attack. Ooh, that's
Yep.
so painful.
I mean, just a normal attack is more than enough to take out Razor. And, like, there's the gamblers on the SIG as well, so dice refund on top of that.
So here's the problem Fufu faces. Yelan and Senora both have Hydra Aura on them. There's one more Rain Sword, and
But the thing is, Thunder Manifestation is 3 HP, so that's not great either.
it is not great. And so Hakio, if Razor's taken out, is force swapped onto Chongyun, right? And all Hakio has to do is skill on Chongyun.
Yeah,
And
like,
I
as long
haven't
as...
lost yet.
Oh, for the burst as well, wait. Okay, Hakio shouldn't item lost the burst immediately. Hakio needs to wait until, like, just freeze Senor to force Fufu to swap off to one of his other characters. Alternatively, Fufu could just not attack, and then just pray Hakio doesn't have enough dice. Currently, Hakio only has 3 actions, but I think if you do wait that long, though, Chongyun will just nuke you, because you need at least 2 hits to take him out.
Do you slow swap to Thunder Manifestation?
Liar, okay.
Liar, and then
Oh,
Safari
you could
killed
slow swap to
Eclipse.
Yelan. Oh, no, wait, no, but then skill.
No, I
skill with
don't think
Hydro.
you ever swap Elon, but I
No,
don't.
yeah.
I wonder if staying on Signora is a mistake.
Oh, the Mao? Wait, that's an NSC in hand, right? Or we could fish for a Lotus. We can fish for a Lotus and then maybe go Yelan.
NSC.
MMR, that's not what we wanted.
That's not what we want. I think Fufu is in a not great situation, actually. I think the tides can turn very quickly here. It's very deceptive.
For sure. I think just...
No, there we go!
Oh, is going to go for the Yelan swap.
I think that's honestly, that is going to save Fufu a lot right now. And then I think what you do is you swap Thunder Manifestation after.
Yeah, like just force Hakio to burn all this dice onto Razor. But like Hakio still has Boar and like has Gamblers as well. Oh.
Ooh, going for
There's the
elemental
skill.
skill.
Oh wait, and then you go into Thunder Manifestation and then you skill, right? Which forces Changyun to lethal and also bring him down to 5 HP. And then you skill on Signora. No, but it shouldn't matter because I haven't lost yet burst.
There's
I think-
trigger.
I think Hakio should win this from this position.
This is so rough for Fufu. He was doing so well.
I think the mistake for Fufu was actually bursting last turn, because now you don't have the revive on Signora.
I really feel like going for the burst was a bit overkill. Like you really don't. You want the revive. You want to prioritize longevity, right?
The thing is,
Survivability.
you did the same damage with burst and normal attack, so there wasn't a reason to burst. And like, the Cryo Aura on Razor wasn't really used at all, so I think that was just a mistake from Fufu, because if you had the revive, you're guaranteed to be able to survive this turn, and then like next turn it should be more than enough to win.
So here's the thing. Signora's skill does... It still does 2, right?
It does too, so they'll do 4 damage,
They'll do
and then Chun lives
4.
on 1.
1 break. That 1 HP breakpoint!
That
It's
1
always
HP
that 1
breakpoint.
HP breakpoint. Oh man. And see, if Signora was Cryo, she'd just freeze.
She just
You
freeze, yeah, and get an
control with
attack
freeze.
after.
Freeze is so strong in this meta.
Yeah, like we can just see how that one slight change in play, like really just completely shifted the tides of the match.
Yes. Yeah. I know, like, you were thinking that Fufu should go for the burst, but in reality, not having that freeze is so important here. We're about to see why. So here we go. Gilded. Skill.
Skill, yeah.
Minus
1 HP off.
4. And now Chongyun Burst is gonna be just enough to finish
From
it all.
whence you came.
And that will be
And that's it.
I never
that'll be
asked for
Fufu being
redemption.
knocked out of our upper bracket.
Hakio taking the second win in this third best of 3. This is the top 32 of the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic. Congratulations to Hakio. Very, very well played both of those games. This is the first best of 3 we had that only went to 2 games. And Fufu really trying with that Elan OTK and just not quite getting it, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, just like 1 HP off. We can see like the highlights here, how the game was going. Hakio did get Xingqiu Burst first, kind of expected, as he does need 1 less energy, and then Fufu swapping off as well, avoiding the a potential second turn kill before Yelan Burst gets, popped off.
Yeah, that
Skill with-
skill there on Xingqiu was so good for Fufu, I think. And we've already said this, and hopefully it'll come up a bit later on the highlights, but Signora casting her burst, I feel like you really wanted the cryo application going into the next round, not pyro.
I think it's less of the cryo application and more of like burst and normal attack both did the same amount of damage, right? And by bursting, you lose the revive as well, and you also lose the healing you could have gotten from Signora Burst.
Oh yeah, because she was at max HP, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely agree. Like it's the combination of the survivability and the lack of control with freeze going to the next round, and that Chongyun Burst -8, beautiful, just enough to take out Signora. So congratulations once again to Hakio.
Another
Of
thing
course-
we could.
Oh,
I
I was
think-
Go on, go on, go on, go on.
I'll go first. So of course, great play by both players. Like Fufu did a great job at keeping it close, despite how the end, like the slight misstep in the end game. But Hakyu actually, remember when he played those two treasures on Razor or on Changyun? Those won him the game, 1 HP off.
Oh yeah, actually you're right, the breakpoints. You know, Hakio managing those breakpoints in advance, even though he loses those dice, the breakpoints really keep him up there, right? But yeah, of course, and this is what I was going to say earlier, Fufu gets knocked down into the lower bracket. This is not the last we're going to see of him. He was top 4 EU Prince Cup last year, and he hasn't had other showings up until now, but he has a chance to make it to the big stage still. You know, only 2 players out of this group of 8 are going to advance to the live event in Los Angeles, but we're going to have to see who makes it out. Upcoming next, we're gonna have Robot Wizard against Riku, and then one best of 3 in the upper bracket, round 2. But we're not gonna be casting that, right?
No, unfortunately not. The very highlight match of Robot Wizard will be going over to Blep and Rin, so they will have the privilege of casting that match.
I am so excited. I'm gonna be watching along. Honestly, I really want to. I mean, I want to brush up because we're gonna be continuing to cast for Group A tomorrow as well, right? Gonna mix up the caster pairings a little bit, but I'm just excited. I'm excited to see the matches. You know, I have to study for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm like absolutely stoked for these matches. Like the decks that are going to be brought is so hype, and something's going to be quite interesting to keep a note of tomorrow is how the decks of these players changed in accordance of what we saw today for day 1.
Yeah, because these players are definitely going to be watching and learning as well. It's not just us as casters, but for now, this has been Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and joined with me has been...
Today is Sumi, also known as Sumi.
Thank you so much for watching. We will catch you tomorrow. For now, we are going to throw it to the break, and then you'll see Rin and Blep very shortly.
Yeah, we'll see you guys back tomorrow.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Genius Invocation TCG Prince Cup Atlantic. We will be casting the next couple of games. I'm Rin Taicho, and I'm joined by Blap.
Hello. It's been a while since we casted together, Rin. Ever since the Asia Invitational, how you doing?
Oh my God, when was the last time we casted together? That was
January, right?
January now, yeah. Man, it's been a while. I'm surprised you and Leah didn't open the show, though, considering you are usually like the NA host, and I'm kind of just like the flex going between different partners right now. So
Look, we're all people of many talents, and it's good, really good to have you on. You know,
yeah.
As much as I have fun casting Leah, it's really good to cast other people as well. And we had Sumi, of course, the first time casting. Yeah. So thank you so much, Leah and Sumi, for doing an awesome job in the first couple best of threes. That went pretty long.
Yeah, that first one with Crab team was up there, right?
Yes.
And I just got to learn that team and how it works with like moving the shields to the Crab just to buff it. But it's very particular how to do that. Can you go through that?
I mean, we'll maybe go through it if we actually see Crab once again. I'm not actually sure. So far, only one person has played Crab, but we'll leave it to the games to kind of talk about the mechanics, as it tends to be a lot of downtime.
Yeah, so right now we got the ladder here. Last few games, Shan has advanced to go up against DVD, was it?
DVD.
Yeah. Sorry, and then Hakio, we will determine their opponent between Robot Wizard and Riku. And remember, they are playing for a spot in the grand finals, I believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, they need to try and, whoever makes it out of the top bracket here, it is double elimination, but this does carry forward into the top 8. So if they get knocked down to the lower bracket, they will lose their 1 life in the top 8. So it's actually really important and critical that they try and win all of the games here. Of course, we're going to be casting the last of the, the first group stage here.
Yeah. So right now, looks like we have the new version of what would have been Danimo, but now Farazan leads this team. With the siblings, actually. I'm looking through the deck list here. We got Fatui Conspiracy this time, and actually, what's that? That's Where's the Unseen Razor, isn't it?
Unseen Razor, yeah. I mean, we've seen this on stream a couple of times. It seems to be a pretty favorite for the aggressive deck.
Right.
Maybe you might remember from the Asia TV show, like the premier aggressive deck then was Fischl Nahida Lini Finale.
Yeah.
That's going to be pushed aside for this new deck, and it's pretty great to see Farazan, one of the new characters, making a splash here. Actually, we've seen every single new character featured so far, except Kuki Shinobu, but fingers crossed, maybe we'll see someone bring something with her deck. But
that was the deck I was just experimenting with myself offline here, actually. Is it going to be a mirror match, or?
It's our first mirror match.
Okay.
Interesting. And slight differences. Yeah, we have... one Lynette talent here for Robot Wizard, and quickly, just to talk about the players for a little bit, if you're not familiar with Robot Wizard, he is probably one of the favorites of the bracket, winning Prince Cup NA, the very first one, so coming back to try and maybe potentially win a second one, but first he has to make it out of this group of very capable players, but he does have the most extensive tournament history. I believe he's been to every single potential competitive event, including the Castle Gathering, since TCG started, so that's quite a thing. But Riku, of course, herself doing pretty well, coming top 8 in the EU Season 1 of Cat's Tail Gathering.
I remember Riku. Actually, I remember Riku a little bit. Yes, I was casting most of EU. Actually, I'm not even supposed to be NA. But yeah, I'm not familiar with the players outside of EU, I guess. I think people I've seen before, mostly Kevin Z, who probably is going to appear in the tournament much later. Yeah, I would also probably dub the creator of the team Seasauce, I believe. So hopefully we get to see that team too.
Stole his deck and made it popular.
So we do have a mirror match. Does this team have a name yet? Have we named this one?
People call it Linny Double Anemo. What did I call it? I call it Fatuizan.
I'm just gonna call it Grandma and her kids.
Wow. I like Fatuizan.
Yeah, Fatuizan sounds. It rolls off the tongue.
It does. And these are like really mirrored opening hands.
Yeah, actually, very, very close. About 3 cards matching across each one.
Ooh. So already seeing the difference in prioritizing what to put away. Robot Wizard putting away the food and the aggressive cards.
It's an
might be dictated by whether they go first or second.
Of course, the rolls here. Oh God, Riku.
Oh no.
Okay,
that's gonna re-roll.
Yeah.
I see 1. Okay.
A little better. It'll work. Yeah.
Actually, I think her rolls are now better than Robot Wizard because Robot Wizard doesn't have Pyro to start on Linny, which could be rough.
Yeah. Did they re-roll yet? I think that's their still first initial hand.
Oh no, that's true.
There we go. Yeah. There's their pie. Oh.
Okay. A little better.
Okay. That works now.
We'll take what we can get.
All right.
But we do see Robot Wizard does have an Opera to help fix. So they're pretty much starting off on a bit of an equal footing, at least round 1.
Yeah. Opera comes out to grant another dice for equal equipment and whatnot. To explain to new people in the chat, you probably haven't seen TCG in a while, and to be honest, it has gotten kind of far into the game where there's a lot to have to play for and collect at this point. Yeah, so it's kind of hard to understandably hard to get in now because there's just so much to go through. So this card will explain to you.
Yeah, Opera Place. Oh,
yeah,
do you
go
want to
for it.
explain it? Okay.
No, you can do it. You can do it better than me.
So when it does cost 1, but when you play it, as long as your equipment's, your total equipment count is greater than or equal to what your opponent has, in this case it's 0 versus 0, so that's equal, it will give you a dice of your active character. So it's a way to fix dice, but because it works for multiple rounds, it actually ramps you up in future rounds as well. So it's not only good now, but it's going to be very important later on.
Very strong card if you carry a lot of equipment in your deck. Something to be aware for too.
Yeah, we can see, and of course it counts talent cards as well. And this deck, as you can see in both players' hands, we have the Farazan talent, which has turned out to be an all-star card. Not all talents are playable, but Farazan talent especially has been proving very strong.
I have been trying her card out in my own teams, and yeah, she is really, really strong. Like one of the best cards that have come into the TCG so far.
Yeah, very big changes.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, her talent, if you're not familiar,
the
eventually when we
help of
build
an
up to a
elder, huh?
burst, and this deck is built around Farazan Burst, it will refund you a Nemo die, kind of like Opera in a way. It will refund you that one right away, and it'll keep giving you one every single round as long as that summon is active. So it's essentially free. It costs 3.
I'm surprised they don't run Farazan with Wanderer more then. Wouldn't that make a good combo?
I think the problem with Wanderer is you don't really have time to set up Wanderer, right? Like Farazan takes up all of your setup going into round 2, and I think you can experiment with Wanderer, but at this competitive level, like the difference between something working and something not is actually really thin, because every deck is built so efficiently. You know, you're min-maxing so much that yeah, Wanderer might sound strong, but it's gonna take too long, and then your opponent's just going to take you out before you can even get that setup going.
Understandable. Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Yeah, because Farazan and Linny can share weapons if you decide to bring bows. Lynette's still great to work with Farazan on Animo and swirling around, and she works as that anchor still again in the previous Danimo deck that we used to see quite a bit. Oh my god, we're doing the arcane card already. Okay.
Yeah, I think Robert Wizard was deciding, I think he was deciding whether he wanted to play that King Squire, but to do that he would have to tune, I think, 2 cards in order to skill. But it looks like he's going to go with the Willow line. Willow, of course, drawing extra cards as long as you're below 2. So even though he had to tune that, it's not going to matter a lot.
Yeah, man, 3 damage on his skill. That's a lot.
It is.
That's quite a bit. Oh yeah, the Willow card. I think this is one of the first times I've seen it played, actually. I think you draw an extra card at the end of turn if you have 2 or less.
2 cards actually. Yeah,
it's
quite a lot of cards. Yeah, it's one of the most efficient cards that you can draw, and it's great for aggressive decks because they tend to, as you can see, play out their entire hand really quickly. Like it's already pretty empty on both sides.
Interesting.
And so that really helps you refuel. Like I really like Robert Wizard's setup going into round 2. He's gonna have a weaker round 1, I think. I'm expecting Riku to probably play Covenant and attack again.
Interesting. All right. What do we got up there? Yeah, that's the talent for Farazan, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, they both have Farazan talent. So
yeah.
I mean, mirror matches kind of got interesting. Like it either turns into a completely different style of play than you've seen before in other matchups, or it becomes a race to see who can get in front of the other person.
Yeah, how we would used to see Yelan OTK in the previous tournaments.
Yeah.
Your match all the time. We're like, all right, who's going on Yelan first?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I actually think that's like, I guess if you're familiar with the decks, they become super interesting.
Yeah.
Because the decisions change a lot. Like, we're already seeing here Riku kind of slowing down because I think it's pretty important. Does want to do it now, and looks like it's not going to.
Yeah. Well, so far, I think this runs in favor of Robot Wizard very lightly. Ooh, actually, that's kind of a big draw right there. So instead of like the Lyre songs we used to see for switching artifacts, or now we get like switching our weapons around.
Yeah, I mean, the card's been around for a while. Weapons have always been a little bit harder to play than artifacts because they're more expensive. But Unseen Razor obviously does the same thing as Lyre Song, can reset that King Squire, the bow we see in Robot Wizard's hand, to allow for another discount. And one cool combo that you may not be aware of, so normally it only discounts skills, but it also says talent on there. So what we're probably going to see is Robot Wizard potentially skilling here with King Squire, then resetting it to burst.
Oh.
Yeah. Which might actually take out Riku's Farazan before she can get her burst off.
That might be the play here then.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see how this goes.
I'm actually, now that I think about it, I wonder if Riku should have actually, so if Riku had Covenanted last round, she could have gotten ahead of that energy race and bursted on Farazan, but now Robot Wizard is going to be able to threaten Riku's Farazan pretty well.
Ooh, yeah, definitely. Let's see. A lot of damage right there. Every bow equip adds +1 damage, especially this one, but this particular one lowers the skill cost by 2 dice, right?
2 dice, yeah. So effectively costs 1, right? It costs you 3 to play it, and then it discounts by 2. So you end up with a net 1 dice cost for 1 damage, and that 1 damage really adds up.
Yeah. But then when you got Razor back there, and say if you had something like Golden House in your hand too, I think that stacks with it, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I think early versions of the deck did play Golden House, especially when it was running a secondary weapon. It's kind of up to you. You know, most of these competitive decks are pretty streamlined, but there's usually 2 or 3 slots that are personal preference. Like we see net talent.
Yeah, I've seen that across a lot of people's decks, like what cards they prefer to play around or what they want to see. my personal favorite, having just a surprise egg in your deck, just to throw it there every once in a while. So, okay, let's see here. It looks, oh, was that a Lotus? I looked away for just like 1 second. I believe a Lotus just got played on Farazan, yeah.
Yeah, so the Lotus should protect against the skill here. It only does 4 before the burst is up.
Yeah. So, should be all right then. I think Robot Wizard should still burst anyway. So have it out there and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, since you have the talent, you almost are always going to burst.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to. You know, it's powering up Farazan as well.
Right.
And especially Lynette. Like, Farazan kind of does a lot of the early damage, but Lynette is kind of the star of the deck in some ways because she has that heal as well after all your opponent's characters get lower.
Have fun with
That's
this
crazy.
gift.
Burst costs what? Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Wow. All right. Burst comes out for Farazan, putting her summon on the field.
And not only that, though, Robot Wizard can actually reset one more time. He potentially could get 2 more skills out this round if he wants to.
Yeah. Over tooting to get the burst out here
Have
as
fun
well.
with this gift.
All right. They're kind of mirroring each other a little bit.
They kind of are, but one thing to keep in mind,
Yeah.
Robot Wizard has been getting this King Squire consistently, and so every single hit that he's doing does 1 more damage
Didn't
than the
stop
opponent,
for me.
and that's really like that tiny little edge is all you need sometimes in these mirror matches.
Yeah. Ito card does come out here, figures.
Let's get this show on the road.
We got the
Time.
Boggle Cat, I believe it's
Didn't
called.
stop for
Yeah, the
me.
Boggle Cat,
Yeah.
Pop Arrow.
Yeah, something like
Wait, no,
that.
isn't Lynette's Boggle Cat?
I think that's Boggle Cat, yeah. I get
Okay.
mixed up all the time.
Look, they're both cats, and I'm all in for it.
Yeah.
No doubt.
All right, well, probably use Ito here too. I don't know if you have another time to use it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's deciding so between using I Haven't Lost Yet or you saw before he used Unseen Razor to put the King Squire back in his hand because he knew Farazan was probably going down, but is holding onto it for this Linny swap. So it really depends. Yeah, I think we're going to see a skill and maybe just use I Haven't Lost Yet to strategize and draw 2 cards.
Right.
Either way,
Step
the
right
setup is
up.
looking really good.
Yeah,
for
really,
Robot
really
Wizard.
good. Oh, Lenny will go down from the scroll now, actually.
Yep.
Ooh.
And this is why, like, we see Riku, she has that Covenant still in her hand. I really wish, I think she had a choice to do it round 1, but the gamble you play with Covenant is because
Quick,
Farazan
drop
requires an Anemo
cards.
die to do the charged attack, you run the risk that if you don't roll an Anemo die, you will have to tune for it. And I think she wanted to keep all of those cards in her hand, but I think it's coming to bite a little bit because that was one way she could have gotten a little bit ahead in this matchup.
Yeah, dice roll's not looking good for Robot Wizard at the moment. But
No.
let's see on the reroll here. Okay, well, not for Lenny, but for Lynette.
Yeah, and he does get that extra Anemo off of the summon as well.
Oh, he has the Robot's got the Pavoni's library actually.
Step on up.
Yeah, that will fix it.
My
Lenny
show.
does go down though.
Listen.
Ooh. Very close match all of a sudden.
It is a very close match.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright,
But wow,
we got-
Robo was oh, that's right. He was saving that I haven't lost yet for this
Yeah.
round.
Actually, not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea at all.
Not at all. Foresight.
Mhm.
1,000. Not me. That's why I'm here.
I mean, it takes a lot to even. I just want to point out, I was sitting with a lot of the players who are watching the previous matches, and while it's very easy to like sit and like look at these games and kind of criticize some of the plays, it's really hard being in the hot seat at
Yes.
these high level events.
Yes. yes.
Over here.
I've done that myself a few times here.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of them
Well-
is running the talent again? Was it Robot Wizard? I
Robot
think
Wizard
Robot
has the talent. Yeah.
Right,
If he had the
okay.
talent here, it would just immediately win him the game. But
That
he hasn't drawn it.
strategize might maybe pull it out.
I think he should. Okay, the only reason not to strategize is because he has that I haven't lost yet. He could go up to 9 dice this round, and I think that wins him the game no matter what. If he
Right,
strategizes, he
yeah.
runs the risk of not drawing it. But if he can get just 2 more actions, there's almost no way I think Lynette can take out Robot Wizard here. It would have to be another skill into a Covenant and a Woven.
Yeah. But
So
the
there's a
dice
chance.
right now on Riku's side is saying no. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Robot Wizard has this round.
I think so.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, Robot Wizard, I know as a player, just always thinks through every single card possible the opponent could have. Like, it's really easy for us to sit here and look at the 3 open cards on Riku's side and see that he's perfectly safe and then he'll never lose. But those 3 cards could be anything. You know, your opponent's dice could be anything as well, and you have to account for all of those.
Yeah. Does the Lynette's burst also decrease damage, though, correct?
It does. Yeah, so it'll eat up one of the damage here. Ooh,
Yeah, all right. So I think that's what has to be done here for sure, yeah.
Yeah, but this is going to give Robot Wizard basically a guarantee kill on the skill here, yeah. Because it is 4 damage thanks to Farazan's burst.
Oh, right, correct.
Step on up.
And there it is, yeah, perfect math. First round goes to Robot Wizard. Granny and the kids. Wow. That was fun to watch, actually.
That was really fun to watch. I mean, you kind of see here the importance of going first in some of these mirror matchups, especially against aggressive decks. Like, Robot Wizard always was a step ahead in the race there, and they were mirrored right up to the end, right? You know, had one side taking 1% out, the bursts went down, then it was Lynette versus Lynette, but Robot Wizard being 1 action ahead, and also the Opera. I think most importantly, because Robot Wizard had that Opera from round 1, it allowed him not only to stay ahead, but get 1 more attack out right before the end.
Yeah, literally, this whole match was just 1 step ahead, as you said here. So, wow. All right, so great round 1. We'll have to see what happens in round 2.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure we'll see this deck again. It is still very strong, yeah.
We will. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to see, I think, the full lineup. You know, if these players going in know the 3 decks their opponent is choosing, and you do get to ban 1. And because it is Conquest format, you do have to win with the remaining 2 decks, and that's a lot of strategy. So, you know, we'll have to see what was banned here and what the last deck choice for Robot Wizard, because he cannot use the Fatuizan. Look, I'm going to coin that term now. I have that term. Look, I'm saying it. I'm putting my foot down.
I'll put it down with you. Fatuizan then. Okay, here are the decks right here right now.
Nice.
So, yeah, we have Yelano TK on both sides.
Oh, it's a mirrored lineup.
Oh, yeah, it is actually.
But
so now that Jet has removed from the meta now with the new changes, what do we call the new version of this deck? Is it just like a Hyper Magic deck?
Look, I mean, I was never a fan of the Hyper Magic name to begin with because it's kind of meaningless, but I like just calling it like the Treasure Hunt deck or just the
Treasure Hunt deck. Right, yeah, because it has the old version of Treasure Hunt in here right now. Or Underwater Sea Treasure Hunt, something?
Underwater Treasure Hunt.
Right.
Underwater Treasure Hunt is the name.
Yeah. Can you explain that card? Because it was a very powerful card that just got added in, but then they had a hotfix for it. We're not playing with it in this patch, this one. We'll see that next time, but could you kind of just go over what it did?
Yeah, they added a bunch of new cards, specifically with the mechanic of shuffling new cards in your deck. If you're familiar with other TCGs, this is something that appears as well in other games, but adding cards to your deck, in this case, dice generating cards. Underwater Treasure Hunt adds 6 cards that not only add a random die for you, but also heal you for 1. And we've seen that quite a few times on stream, with players being able to just like draw through and basically dig through their deck. Is a really apt metaphor here because they're literally digging for treasure in their deck, which is I think
diving deep into your deck.
Yes,
as it implies.
True. It is a dive. It is a dive. It's not a dig. Okay.
All right. Classic.
This is why you're here, Rin.
Well, this is why Yelano TK's here, with a slight difference with the Lumen Stone being added now. Yeah. Nothing much else has changed with this deck, though. Treasure Hunt card is in there too, actually. So actually, that paired with Lumen Stone is going to be a really strong combo.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one of the early combos on. You know, obviously, Yayoi does have a balance change applied this patch, and most players have dropped her in favor of either Timaeus build or this Lumenstone build, because people have identified with Yelan, you do want to just do her skill into a normal attack, and just there's 2 dice left, and Lumenstone ends up being one of the perfect cards to slot in with those 2 die.
Well, here. Jet's still in this deck though. Interesting.
Okay. This is a interesting list.
It's Jet and Treasure Hunt. All right, and Lumenstone as well. Okay.
Yeah, Jet, interestingly enough, I do think is still playable, but this one copy I think is correct. Keep in mind, with the balance changes on Jet, you can no longer stack her 2 of her at one time, so you don't actually benefit from having 2 on field, like you did before with generating, you know, that list of 8 Omni die that I think became a little too common towards the end of the last patch.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that Jet is still being played.
Happy she's here. Yeah. I was just making sure Rhythm of the Great Dream was also in there as well. Yeah, so that's sort of like, but that covers weapons and artifacts too, doesn't it? But
It
for
does,
certain
yeah.
costs.
Yeah. I think it's there. Basically, you know, both of these are combo decks, meaning they're trying to amass some density of card draw and dice to basically do a lot of damage in one turn. And so the more cards in your deck that effectively give you dice, the more actions you can do, and the more actions you can do, the more likely you are to finish your opponent in one turn. And so Rhythm is there just as an added effect, right? It can discount your artifacts. The deck doesn't play any weapons, so it's mainly there for the artifacts, but it can enable some pretty interesting lanes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the more dice you can have, especially on a OTK type team, the better.
Yeah.
But Yelan unfortunately did get a nerf for the next, I guess, update coming up here.
Damage was adjusted down, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's super interesting actually that we do get to see. I like to frame it as this is an alternate reality right now where we can get to witness what could have been if they didn't perform the balance changes. And if you look at the deck variety, I do think it's a little bit lower than what we'll probably see in the coming weeks.
Right. Well, we'll see someone cook up something really fast within the next day for sure. I expect to see a lot of stall though. I think is going to be what's coming up for us.
I mean, that's what people predict, but I mean, I think Crab has some things to say about that. I think it is particularly good into some of the stall decks.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Crab in one of our matches here today. Oh, the egg. Hello.
It is that one of egg. Maybe that could be the difference. Ooh, River was keeping Catherine.
Yeah, I've been seeing Catherine been played up in the tournament level a lot lately. People would dunk on it as much. I believe you were one of them.
Dunk on it. Yeah, I heavily. Look. Okay, it's one of those like don't try this at home things. It's like you're watching professional players play Catherine.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you should try it at home in every single one of your decks. There's a place. So Catherine was a response to one of the arcane cards that's starting getting played very heavily, Judgment, Passing of Judgment, the Farina card.
Yeah.
And Catherine gets around that. Being a character card and not an action card, you can still fast swap using Catherine, whereas Leave It to Me would get blocked by Judgment.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, it's like the counter to the counter.
Always the counter to the counter. It has to go around in a circle, right? There's no ultimate card for sure.
Right, it's rock, paper, scissors all over again.
Yeah, except
this
unless
is just
you're
rock, paper,
Lotus Chris.
Nicer looking graphics.
Yeah. Well, Lotus Chris might be the end all to be.
True.
So we'll see how that goes. All right, Chang and both the Sealy on both sides actually.
Mirror
for the offering. Yeah, that's real. Oh, they run in. Oh wait. Sorry, every time I see Xingqiu and Yelan, I'm like, same person. Sort of. Not really, though.
No. Well, you know, once we do play on the current balance hatchet, they will be very similar. Their burst will just be one. But we're seeing the powered up version here. But it's kind of interesting that, you know, Xingqiu was balanced very long ago, and people stopped using him for a while, and now he's just come right back.
Yeah, I think the benefit is that it's a usage versus like you have to try to use it within one round, which can kind of like if you can't get set up, you can at least try to, you know, fall back and like reset for the next turn if that happens, right? So it's not a bad choice at all. Maybe also it's just a nicer theme with Chongyun and Razor as well.
Definitely, yeah. Chongyun and Razor definitely likes to play around in that space because you can use that frost field. It's like, even though the decks look very similar, they have very different philosophies on how they win the game, right? The Yelan deck is more focused on manifestation to deal damage quickly, whereas the Chongyun Razor deck likes to play a little bit more slow and use freeze as a way to control your actions and then quickly burst you down while you're stuck.
Yeah, that big burst from Chongyun and Razor's normal attacks after burst, are very deadly here. Oh, here comes the treasure hunt. Oh!
You know, playing treasure hunt right before you pop a Sealy is the best feeling. Like, we're gonna see 4 cards. What are they? What are they?
Let's see. Lumenstone, chicken.
Is this overdraw?
Oh, there it is.
Exactly. There's one. There's one.
Yeah, there's one of them. Oh my god. So you get a dice and just a
dice and a healing.
A dice and a healing. Okay.
Yeah, and the healing I think will add up a lot, especially for Riku. More so than Robot Wizard. And we can see Robot Wizard also only just running 1 treasure hunt. It's less of a deck built around treasure hunt and more around just freezing and drawing through its deck. But with 2 treasure hunts, you know, Riku is going to be able to make use of that healing, I think, to try and eat a lot of the damage on Robot Wizard's side.
Oh yeah, I can see Gilded still being played here, but it also got a bit of a change since our last major tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Gilded itself wasn't touched too much, but with the Yayoi changes, like that was like the pair that you always saw, right? Gilded
Right.
plus Yayoi. We don't have that anymore, but we see Timaeus has mostly taken over for Yayoi's role in order to not only draw artifacts from your deck, but will eventually discount Gilded back down to 0.
Does that stack with Rhythm as well? Timaeus and
does.
Rhythm? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So one thing Robot Wizard could do this round is play that Timaeus for 1, play Rhythm, and then we'll get a free Gilded, essentially creating 1 dice.
Yeah, that's what I figured that probably should do here. It's just saying, trying to get set up here before Yelan does. Words. Hard. Oh my god, look at all of that. Yeah, I can see where Willow would be amazing in decks like these.
Well, unfortunately, your hand so one of the things with treasure is your hand always like is so filled with them.
Right.
That it's very hard to get low.
And maybe not in this deck.
No, not in this deck for sure. One of the really funny things, I don't think we'll see it because I don't think Riku is running Sataria in her list, but one of the really funny things you'll find with decks that do run Sataria, you can actually get yourself stuck. So Sataria works by drawing you cards when your hand is empty, but if you get a situation where your dice are too good and you can't tune away cards in your deck, you can get stuck and you can't keep drawing. So it's actually really funny where you want bad dice sometimes in these treasure hunt decks.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah.
Wow, very brand new, bizarre, off-meta gameplay coming in here.
It is, yeah.
A lot of this probably doesn't make sense to a lot of the new players. So
yeah, I mean, if you are a new player watching, of course you can take these lists and try them. It might be a little bit hard to play, but I definitely encourage you to still play Underwater Treasure Hunt. It's a really fun card, even though I guess it is a little bit worse at 2 cost. I still think it's a ton of fun, and I think fun is the most important thing at the end of the day.
I think with the 2 cost, it's not that bad either.
No.
Right? As long as you can kind of get it early and throw it in your deck there, it's not well, maybe you don't want it too early. Do you want to have less cards in there so you can draw it more?
You do want it late, yeah. It's one of those setup cards, kind of like Jet. And I think one of the common traps with Jet very early on were keeping them in the opening hand because they were worried they wouldn't draw her later. But it's very much the opposite. You want to just get through all your card draw, thin out your deck a little bit, and then when you play Treasure into a smaller deck, you can draw it more consistently.
Right. All right, let's see here. Jingsho's burst did go out. Yelan also got out too, so they're both kind of set up and ready to go in this next turn. Oh, hi, Jet.
Ooh, that's Jet.
All right.
Is that I mean, there's a Sonata in hand. I think we might see Jet pop off.
Yeah, I know. Jet might get one final goodbye in this fight here before she's off into the dream.
Yeah, this next round's going to be very tense. You see, both sides basically have their perfect setup, right? Yelan was able to burst. And living on 1 might actually be pretty important later to avoid a freeze. And then Chongyun Razor also has their free setup as well.
Yeah, depends on who goes here. You don't want to give him the free kill either. Sorry, the free swap from the kill.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Riku does have a Leave It to Me as well. And again, these are open deck lists, so the players were able to look at their decks beforehand. So both sides know exactly what to play around. Although Robot Wizard has a face-up Catherine, so Riku knows to play around that, whereas Robot Wizard has to just think whether his opponent could have his own her own quick swap.
Yeah, what are we gonna do here? You don't want to take Yelan out.
No.
Yeah, but you do have to do so. You're gonna have to, even if you quick swap, you have to do something.
I think you're forced to normal attack on Yelan here.
Yeah.
Because any swaps, basically it's like your quick swap versus theirs, but because you're going first, you're at a slight disadvantage here because you can't freeze. Like honestly, if Yelan going down might have worked out a little bit better for Riku, but I guess it doesn't matter because Riku can't freeze on all her characters. One of the strengths of the Chongyun version is all 3 characters now can freeze you. Right? They all have that frost field, so all of them are threats. Whereas Robot Wizard really only has to worry about Signora.
All right, gonna get a quick normal hit here, I guess.
Yeah, this was what I was expecting.
Oh,
interesting.
Okay.
I don't know if they're gonna try and get her above 3.
Just to live the hit?
Yeah, just to survive the hit. But then that also lets Chongyun potentially skill and reset the frost field anyway. So it probably doesn't matter. Oh, okay.
Interesting.
So he's drawing another card.
observing.
I think, one of the also Riku has to be careful of is because that Sealy is about to go off, they don't want to overdraw.
Yeah. Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
sure-
That's 10 cards in hand already. Jesus
It's
Christ.
really easy to do it
Yeah.
in these kinds of decks because, especially if you ever had like 2 Sealies go off at one time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just like, oh gosh, no.
I
Or
know.
you have like you miscount your cards and you got Lieben out
that's the
ready to
worst.
go as well. Yeah, it's the worst.
That's not the first time. I mean, these
We've
are
seen
the
it,
best
yeah.
players, but they still make mistakes. The pressure is very high, and then
Yeah.
just forgetting one time to count and then losing a very important card to overdraw is not a mistake you want to make at this point in time.
No. Ooh, maybe. Ooh, what do you get rid of though? You don't overdraw.
No, it was exact. It was exact. It was
Okay.
very calculated. 6 cards and then going into 4.
Right. A robot wizard here though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what do they got? Yeah, and Sunyata can make random cards too as well.
They can, yeah.
Which can introduce a whole bunch of tricks into this.
Yeah, so I think Robot Wizard here is going to want to try and have that Lumenstone trigger to draw a card and generate a dice, and then we'll probably Sunyata it away, and
Yeah.
then look to play some other cards, like a Sealy, like Jet.
Ooh.
It's really interesting because we see like these players with 10 cards in their hand right now, and these aren't the only 10 cards they'll be working with for this round. They're going to draw into like a bunch more pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm watching that timer go. I wish I could see their screen, like what they're clicking and what they're looking at. I want to see the franticness of like, okay, this and this and this and this and this. Right.
I know different players definitely like have like different motions and things that they go through during playing a game. I'm actually not sure if Robot Wizard does that. He's definitely a very calculated player, so I would be wouldn't be surprised if he just sits back and just thinks through.
Oh my god,
Like,
the Lyre Song pull right there, really good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So let's see, we might see a Jet go down. Oh, it's gonna be Sunyata first. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Okay.
Override
Red
Catherine with
Cat?
that. Yeah.
Yeah, it actually. Okay, I think if it actually comes up, that's gonna be wild.
Yeah. Override Catherine, then you can do your slow swap.
Well, you don't want to slow swap, I think. I think you want to basically force your opponent to freeze Chongyun here,
Swift and
and then you get to quick swap and freeze Signora. Like, basically, Riku is forced to take this line. Oh, it's going to go Manifestation first. Okay, that makes sense. They're going to try and take out Chongyun here.
I think they're going to go full aggro right here. I think that's what they're going to want.
Yeah. Unfortunately, wait, is that enough? 2, 3... It's one short, I think.
Unless you play a food. Maybe? Wait,
I
no.
don't think they have any damage
Yeah,
foods.
no damage
they don't.
foods, no.
They don't run. What is it? Jueyun and Guoba, which is one after normal attack.
Oh, the egg comes into play. Ah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, safe.
But that's a lot of dice spent just trying to stay alive.
Yeah, actually. Well, they still have. Oh, they got 3 treasure though.
They do have a lot of treasure.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's. Really
And
enough,
if
though.
they can, they can try and slap gamblers on too. Oh, 4th treasure though now actually. That's enough for 2 moves.
It is. It is enough for 2 moves. I mean, I think 3 moves even.
Yeah.
Because they play Boar Princess.
Right.
That Heart of Cabarena in the hand is actually a +1 as well. So they do actually have 2 more attacks on Signora for a double freeze. But the problem with them, for now, is if they swap Signora now, they're just going to get frozen. So I think we're going to see Manifestation do another normal attack.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta freeze it first before it does.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hang on. Gilded, maybe? Just make some cry dice.
I think so. Yeah, just playing out
Yeah.
the Lyre Song. The problem I think for Riku now is Robot Wizard has so much dice in his hand.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
another
Zenyatta.
Zenyatta. Oh. What do you do with it though?
I'm not sure. It's actually interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Just keep generating more dice and more cards.
Of the magic engine still exists in
Fun.
some kind of way.
Yeah, the fun never stops here.
Nope.
You know, it's honestly pretty fun to watch some of these decks in action because they're very hard to play. Like, if you ever sat down and tried to play one of these decks, you not only have to think about the cards in your hand, but the cards that you could draw. So it's really fun watching them piloted by like these really high-level players that think about all that stuff.
Jet's out.
Jet is out.
See what happens now.
And this pretty much forces Riku to take out Chongyun here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be a
quick swap right there onto Yilan. Not a bad idea.
I think this makes sense.
Yeah, then you gotta. Why not your gamble? So, okay, there we go.
Oh, actually, this puts
it's not a bad move at all.
this put Robots in a bit of a tough spot because now
Yeah.
you can't go to Xingqiu because it'll die to the Yilan
The
follow-up
scourge of
Yeti
evil
Right.
Razor.
remains.
Yeah.
I'll scout ahead.
Yeah, don't make that mistake. It's a very stand-up. And then,
Oh boy.
oh, this is super interesting. Now, if Robots
Ooh.
can quick swap onto Xingqiu, but that
Yeah.
will take out. Okay, no, that's wait. It will take out Yilan, and
Chivalry will
then
never
Signora
die.
will trade with Xingqiu,
Xingqiu. Yeah.
and then Robot Wizard can freeze.
Yeah. Keep.
But
War
the thing is,
Princess up.
Robot Wizard can freeze next round potentially.
Hmm. Oh yeah, they're not close to the burst either for Jet.
hmm I mean, you say not close, but there's, I see a Covenant in hand for Robot Wizard. That's an extra
Right.
2 dice.
Yeah.
This treasure-seeking Sealy is about to go up as well, so it could be
Ah.
another dice. You might see a Tamias played now, or Sinyata on the Catherine.
Yeah. Senora and Catherine, play Tobias,
Mhm.
re-gilded. Yeah. Senora and
That's
Catherine,
amazing.
yeah. Oh, Taro Maru.
Wait, it's a Tarumaru! Oh! So Tarumaru is another new card, one of the same set I talked about, which shuffles cards to your deck. Oh, he's gonna
Yeah.
play it!
Oh.
That's Tarumaru played on stream.
I love how excited you are.
Look, okay, so I was really excited for Tarumaru. First, because he's
Yeah.
cute, but
You're right.
second, so Treasure Hunt shuffles random dice and healing to your card. Tarumaru shuffles Omni dice into your card, 4 of them, and
You're
not
right.
only that, he gets to deal 2 damage on end phase. So, Robot Wizard, kind of like building his own combo deck as he goes with these Senyatas.
What the heck?
It's kind of crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things with Tarumaru is so Underwater Treasure Hunt shuffles everything randomly, so you don't know where those treasures are. But Tarumaru
Yeah.
actually spaces them out at like set intervals in a way. So you actually are guaranteed to draw them after a couple of cards. Oh, Gambler's coming one turn late.
Fortunate.
Yeah.
Hmm.
One of the other funny.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I would say one of the other funny things. So Tarumaru, if you play 2 of the cards generated, will make a summon that does physical damage,
Right.
which does actually shatter against frozen targets.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh!
he drew 2. What? There's
Oh
no
my
way! Oh, it's because his deck is so like. Look at how
and-
few cards are in his
Yeah,
deck
there's
right
so
now.
few cards there, and the treasure hunt just came out too.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Can he just
Oh.
like literally shuffle 6 treasures? If
I
we can
think
get
he
a
could.
quick
Yeah.
check on Robot Wizard's deck size, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
I would love to see how many cards are actually left in his deck. This is huge. 2. Okay. So he played Tarumaru when there was about 5 cards left in the deck. So the other those last 2 cards are Tarumaru cards.
Yeah.
He literally can only draw
Oh my!
into
This is
Wovens.
crazy.
This is
There it
crazy.
goes.
His whole deck is dice.
Oh my god.
Can he draw any more though? He can't draw any more cards.
Well, he's got to be very careful how to draw them. Oh my god. Wait, so what does Tarumaru do exactly again when you play his card?
So when those Tarumaru cards in Robot Wizard's hand, each of them will generate 1 Omni die.
Yeah.
But then once you play 2 of the, I think they're called Tarumaru's savings. Once you play
Yeah.
2 of them, it'll destroy the Tarumaru on the field and replace him with a summon that does 2 physical damage at the end of turn.
But you still get to keep the 2 dice, correct?
You do, yeah, yeah.
Right.
All those dice are still totally there. It's just extra value. Oh man, if Robot Wizard wins this match off of Tarumaru, this is quite
crazy.
amazing. Yeah. The only problem is it doesn't have any ways to draw into additional Tarumarus.
What if you played the Lumen Stone?
If you played the Lumen Stone, it'll cost you 2 die, it'll draw you an extra 1. So
Yeah.
it's basically net. You could play Lumen Stone actually. I think Lumen Stone would have been net neutral, meaning it wouldn't have given you any extra dice, but it wouldn't have cost you any dice because you're
I
literally
see.
drawing into another one.
Okay.
So I actually like the Lumen Stone play there. Yeah.
Right. So the Lumen Stone doesn't draw cards for you. It just makes a dice after you play 3 cards? Is that how it works?
It draws a card and makes a dice. But
Okay.
because all your deck is full of dice,
Right.
then drawing a card off your deck is an extra dice anyway that you'll always be able to play for 0. So yeah, Rid, maybe you should take over Robot Wizard here because I think I like your play better.
I don't know. I just seen all of
come
that.
up
Just
next
like,
round.
the heck? Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, the game is almost certainly going to go into next round, so it's very crucial the setup here on both sides. Like, Robot Wizard needs to
I'll
be
scout
careful
ahead.
with his characters
Ooh.
and make sure that he can freeze next round.
Switch to Razor.
hmm
Okay. Well, they have the slow swap over to Senor if they want to do anything.
They do.
Yeah.
But they do
Ooh.
actually have an attack out of Senora. Oh, they're just going to ramp. Interesting.
I think Razor could finish it off here, though, no?
With the Gamblers, unfortunately, Gamblers by itself isn't enough to kill.
Okay.
The one danger as well, one thing Riku has on her side, a really good setup, is she has Hydro on both of Robot Wizard's characters, and then Signora, as long as she's in her cryo form, can actually just stall out with Freeze.
Right.
And Robot Wizard already replaced his Catherine. I wonder if that was a mistake. Like, I wonder if Catherine here would have been huge, because you would have just... If you have Catherine, all you need to do is take out Manifestation, and then you can just go to next turn and freeze always.
Right. Yeah, they ended their turn there, so...
Yeah, it's really up to Robot Wizard to find a line that doesn't cause him to just get frozen, because he has infinite die going to the next round. He's gonna draw 2 Wovens off the top, and then any further card draw is gonna just keep generating dice. Okay, so there's one of them.
There's one of them.
But is it enough? He wanted to hit one more time to take out Manifestation here.
Yeah.
Oh, he does have a Boar Princess active, so he can actually play this Gamblers in his hand, and I think he's going to want to, because that creates Oh, but it doesn't have a fast swap anymore. I was gonna say that lets him get another hit on Signora and apply Cryo, but without a fast swap, he can't freeze on Xingqiu because he's out of rain swords. Yeah. Oh, it's a shrine.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Senora from earlier. That might actually help a little bit.
Okay. I think that was very important because if you take out Manifestation there, you always lose that game. So Robot Wizard calculated exactly that the Tarumaru hit the end phase wouldn't take out Manifestation, and he's forcing a slow swap onto Signora, which lets him do something on Razor first, which is do 1 hit. He needs to, I think, make 1 hit on one of the characters.
Yeah, Signora is still full health though, and has a rebirth.
Full health.
It's gonna be really tough to get around here still.
Yeah. Oh. If Robot Wizard had kept his Catherine, I think it actually came up. Wow.
There's a princess.
Oh. Second treasure hunt now for Riku.
Ooh. That quick swap. Oh, the quick swap is huge actually.
I think that quick swap actually seals it.
Yeah. Dang. Yep. Oh.
Immediately playing it.
Yeah. Freeze.
The
Glad they didn't have Yelan burst right here though.
Yeah, I mean, Yelan kind of already did her job by keeping those Hydro auras on, and it's so important in this matchup to not mess that up, right? Like, you don't want to eat it up with anything from Manifestation, because you can see how powerful Freeze is in this matchup on both sides. Yeah, Robozo now playing Lumens. If he had played that last round, he would have had an extra die this round.
Signora needs 3 dice so they use her skill. But her normal only does 1 damage, I believe, right?
Yes, it only does 1 damage.
It won't take Xingqiu out.
No, the treasures might actually come in pretty handy here.
Yeah.
But honestly, not taking Xingqiu out is... Well, I guess it doesn't matter now after that quick swap.
Right.
I think Robot Wizard was really planning on his opponent not having it.
Yeah.
But with the quick swap, I think this game might just end in Riku's favor.
Oh, they don't have a lot of dice to work with, though. If they swap the Manifestation... Because,
But the thing is, the Frost Field is also running out, on
Yeah.
Riku's side. So
Right,
both sides are
right.
going to lose access to freeze next round. I mean,
Oof.
if RoboWizard can make it out of this round with both characters alive somehow, I really don't see how he's going to do that. There is a chance because again, his deck
think-
is full of wovens.
I think he just ends his turn here, honestly.
He might have to.
You just end your turn here. Because right now Riku doesn't have great
Yeah.
dice. To go over to manifestation.
I think it's
I would-
deciding if he wants
Yeah.
to treasure hunt one more time to heal up to 8 or potentially 9. Just calculating the math on how much damage his opponent could deal.
Yeah, I think you should. That's a tough call. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Oh my god. Don't play that
but
yet, though.
Dice
Don't
not
play
going to
that
help you when you're
Chivalry
frozen.
will
No,
never
exactly.
die.
Oh, does
Oh,
make
you're
the
still gonna
switch.
stay on. Okay. Maybe just to draw their dice out and go Razor solo, probably.
Yeah,
think that's
could
the
be a
best
solution
move here.
to
Yeah.
Maybe swap back onto Razor at the end just to end it.
Well, I think Senor has to freeze Xingqiu here. Otherwise, bad things are gonna happen.
True.
Yeah. So that's definitely
The
what's being
pale
played.
flame
Yeah, the skills
smolders.
for sure, just to eliminate.
I'll scout ahead.
Now, they
Alright.
could swap back over to manifestation and do a little bit of damage. But Razor,
That's
Razor
more
should be
damage,
okay.
I think. Oh, they have
Yeah.
to tune their treasure hunt though.
If they want to do that, yeah. But do they?
That's actually a tough call because if you play
Yeah.
treasure hunt, you're almost guaranteed to be drawing to treasures next round. But maybe it's more important to get the skill off now for extra damage because it's a
Yeah.
difference between 1 versus
Right.
4 damage potentially.
Yeah. That
I
Frost
think I would tune.
Armar is going to take out manifestation too. So.
Well, Riku is gonna have 1 dice left, so I think we're gonna see a swap
Right.
back onto Signora just to keep
Oh,
manifestation
okay.
alive.
I see.
Yeah, I honestly don't see how Robot Wizard gets out of this. Unfortunately, that Jet's still stuck at 6, not able to burst and make use of this die because it could have made the difference here.
Hmm. There's still some treasure though.
There is no treasure.
Still
It's
some
not
treasure.
completely over.
Not over.
It's
Gamblers.
gonna be normal.
Normal attack.
Interesting.
Back to Senora. Okay.
I guess those treasures are too high value because they can represent up to
Yeah.
6 more healing in your deck, which might be more damage than Razor can deal. We'll have to see. Oh, Riku's
We-
literally out of cards.
Tower Maru might come in clutch here. Alright, yeah, keep your
Very
electro
much
dice. Oh god.
Yeah, luckily has some Wovens in hand, but it might not matter. Like, Senora still has her revive as well.
Maybe you just yeah, what do you do here?
I don't think you do anything. Like, Riku, I think, is just in position to burst on Signora, heal up to
Yeah.
10, and then any hit will win it, because she should know that Robosa doesn't have any defensive items. She just has to play her own treasure.
Yeah.
But even then, you have your own treasure as well, potentially, to counteract it by putting it in your deck.
Mm.
Actually, Riku has it. If she plays Treasure Hunt into the Shadow of the Sand King, that will draw a guaranteed treasure.
Yeah.
Can play that treasure, which draws off of Lumen Stone. So she has 2 guaranteed treasures this round.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
Crazy. Here we go. We're gonna see that
insane.
line.
Oh, there's one right there, as he said.
Yep. Draws another one. The
The
question is, do you use it or not?
Smolders.
Alright, what can Robot Wizard do here? Throw in one of these. One of those. Another treasure.
Okay. Getting up to 5 is pretty important because it prevents the kill from Signora's burst.
Yeah. They do know what the other dice is, though. They gotta be careful for that.
Yeah, but I don't think. No, there's not enough. So what's probably gonna happen? I mean, Robot Wizard again has to try his best, but we're gonna see 1 extra die come out of Riku. Riku can burst on Signora, flip onto the Pyro side, and then have the right dice to normal attack once on Signora for 3 damage. So Robot Wizard is facing basically 7 damage from the other side, and he only has 1 treasure in hand. with no other ways to draw into more.
Does Senora heal when she bursts?
She does. She heals 2.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think that would matter anyway.
I mean, he still has a. Does he? No, he doesn't. No, the frost field went away.
Yeah, he has Jet. So basically, Robot Wizard has enough dice this round to actually beat Riku, but Riku is just going to get there before he can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, which is
unless
really
there's like some wild misplay, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen it. I mean, again, Robot Wizard going to try hardest. At this level, you can never give up. You got to play to every single one of your outs.
Every line that you got,
But yeah, I wonder, I mean, if he hadn't thrown away the Catherine to Senyata, like, I wonder if that was the more important card to keep than one of the other cards here, like Tamias or maybe one of the Lumen Stones.
Yeah. Well, he's probably getting a burst, though. Right, might as well get used out of that jet.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, at this point...
Hang on.
Oh, interesting. Why the normal attack?
I'm not sure.
What difference does that?
Wait, what does Razor's Burst do? How much damage does it do?
I believe it does 3 damage.
Okay.
I could be wrong about that one. I think it's 3. It might be. I think Cyno's is the one that does more, so Razor should do 3.
Razor does 3 damage.
Witness my suffering.
Yeah, but with that treasure in hand, I think there's no real chance.
Yeah.
Like if Robot Wizard was able to draw, he knows it's over. He has to hope his opponent doesn't have an extra die,
but we literally saw.
Yeah, it's literally kind of face up at this point. That's probably why he played so quickly.
Yeah. Oh, and it drew a Pyro dice too, just to rub it in. Okay.
Wow.
Round. I believe that's 1-1 though, so they do go to the final best of 3. So congratulations, Riku, for staying toe-to-toe with Robot Wizard. We'll probably get to see the Farzan deck come back, I guess.
It is, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Riku swapped decks.
Right.
Chose to swap onto that one instead of going to the Chong run. But we will see the last 2 decks now being played. But this was a really interesting match to watch.
Yeah.
Like both sides, have the 1-cost treasure hunt. Of course, Riku able to just pull through pretty much exactly, right? Like if she was 1 dice short there, I think Robot Wizard had enough attacks to finish off the rest of the team. But having just enough there to take out Razor and really managing that freeze very well on her side.
Yeah, that egg play coming in actually.
Yeah.
Being very important for Riku there. Gotta love the egg.
Gotta love the egg.
Yeah.
But you can see how much draw power is in both of these decks, right? Both players drew through their entire deck during the course of this game, right? They both got to empty basically and then filled it with even more cards, but they did get through all 30 cards.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, Taramaru
Taramaru
taking out Thunder Manifestation there.
Yeah, I'd be really just to go back and see if it was actually correct. I mean, with so few cards in your deck, I think it is correct to get to Taramaru there, but Robot Wizard didn't have enough draw power to get through into more of those cards. I think he had quite a few cards left in his deck, unfortunately, and had he had a few more card draw options, might have been able to get there just by generating more dice.
Wow, I'm just watching this replay here again too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, so close.
It was really close.
Yeah, Chongyun's Frostfield is the duration, right?
Mm-hmm. It lasts for 2 rounds.
Right, 2 rounds, okay. So I was figuring like maybe a Superconduct could have helped there, but no, that's a duration thing. But anyway, all right, we have Yelan OTK versus
that same Chongyun Razor deck.
Yeah. Wait, is it?
Oh no, that was the
they're
match.
Going with the other one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fatuizan.
Because the other one's got banned.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you're Fatuizan. All right.
Select different decks to ban, even though both players bought the same list. So slightly different, I guess, philosophies on what the best decks are in this format.
Yeah, well, this will be the last time we'll see Yelan OTK or the boys.
I don't want to count Yelan out just yet. I think she still has some potential, but definitely did take a hit with the most recent balance adjustment.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, these players are fighting for a spot in the next stage of the best of 3, which we'll be casting today. Our next one will be the winners match between the first 2 best of 3s of the day, but they'll need to rest up and then prepare because they will be first on tomorrow.
Yeah, and the person that won all their games going through has the best advantage, being rested and just not like being taxed with thinking throughout the whole thing. So yeah. as the games go on, we are expecting to see some misplays come up in front of us. So once again, Fatui-zan, as you say it.
Yep, I've coined it.
Yeah, is here. Right. I'd love to see the Fatui agents also being played in there. Fatui Conspiracy, I believe it's called, right?
Yeah, Fatui Conspiracy.
Yeah.
We saw in, I think, one of our early morning best of threes, they can, because Linny is Pyro, there's a 25% chance you get Pyro, and one of our players did get that Pyro twice, which is like 1 out of 16 games.
Yeah.
Not the best time for that to happen, but when it does roll in your favor, it's really staggering how much damage you can put out.
All right, and then we're back to this.
Yeah.
Mm.
So one of the things that is really difficult for Fatui-zan to deal with is cleanses.
Yeah.
And Xingqiu being able to apply self-hydro is actually going to become very important,
here,
in this matchup. And it's going to be very tough for Riku to get swells off effectively if Robot Wizard can kind of time all of the skills right.
I wonder if what you could do is you time it so you can throw the Hydro onto everyone, and then you just get Linny to just explode everybody.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of like a mind game there.
Yeah, mind game.
Right, in that maybe I think in this matchup you might not start Linny, so I have to
Right.
see if Riku chooses to do something different for the opening, because Linny, depending on whether you're going first or second, Linny might just get cleansed, and then you won't be able to swell at all, basically for the entire game. Because based on the sequence, I think Xingqiu, because he cleanses once on skill and once on burst, has the potential to get rid of both Pyro from Linny's prop arrow, which leaves you in a really tough spot.
Yeah, so I believe Riku will have to try to corner Robot Wizard into some kind of position for that as well,
For sure.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a really high level match here coming up.
Yeah, this is definitely a very dynamic matchup. I mean, Robot Wizard is kind of playing the combo deck here, so I think is slightly less favored. But with Treasure being able to heal, it can actually kind of turn the tides a little bit if he can draw enough of his deck to heal through a lot of the early damage.
A lot of drawing cards on Robot Wizard's side right now, so we probably will see it pretty soon here. Try to do the lead in with the usuals.
It's an honor to never die.
Who starts first? Ooh, okay, starting first. So, okay, as long as Robot Wizard can roll 3 Hydro die.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good.
Oh, he's good.
That's like the perfect dice
Riku,
roll.
not so much.
Not so much. And importantly, I don't see King Squire in Riku's hand. One of the cards that really pushes the damage for the Fatui-zan deck is that bow, that weapon. That damage adds up very quickly with Faruzan, but not drawing it. I don't want to call it too early, but like that's already based on Robot Wizard's hand very unfavorable, because Robot Wizard basically has the perfect setup.
And not good right now here. Maybe swap over the Faruzan at this point.
We could just see a first turn swap actually. That might not be.
I think that's your best move.
I would agree. Yeah. I don't think you want to tune for prop arrow.
Oh,
she's gonna do it.
Oh, okay. He just says, "I'd win." All right. Bet. Let's see this.
Yeah, this is the sequence I was afraid of from Riku's side, where I think we're going to see Robot Wizard very comfortably go for the cleanse on Xingqiu, then ending first as well, and then can cleanse the second pyro hit from prop arrow from Xingqiu's burst. So this is already really bad.
All right, let's see here. But the Boggle Cat is out to apply pyro to somebody.
Well, it'll go on to Xingqiu at the end of the round, but the problem is Robot Wizard's almost certainly going to end first, which means at the beginning of next round, he's just going to be able to skill burst on Xingqiu and cleanse that pyro as well. So there's going to be no swells from Riku and no King Squire.
Well, let's see. Hopefully Robot Wizard remembers that.
Yeah. Rin, you've been really on top of the calls here. Like, I really think you were right. That swap to Faruzan was the right play.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Hang on.
No, normal is correct. So you don't, because you don't want to apply Hydro again.
Right, but if Riku ends their turn here, they have. If they ended their turn here, the pyro would have gone onto them. Then you could swirl that.
Yes, but unfortunately they don't have the cards in their hand to like. It's more important now to push that damage. Like, you're already committed to that line. But you're correct. Yeah, it would have been really good for them to just be able to do like Liben and then end. Oh.
I think something at least. Get pyro on everybody, so it just stays out there.
And now it's gonna be on nobody.
Sad. I think maybe Riku should play a little less aggressively. I feel like. But maybe we'll see though. They're there for a reason, not me.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
Right, so there it is, right there. Ooh, fast swap Catherine. Hello.
oh, possible
Full
actually
hands.
really huge
Yeah.
because that can
Senatas
that
are out.
will.
Treasure's there.
I was gonna say that the one way maybe I could see Riku catching up is maybe drawing into Farazan talent. Oh, it's gonna swap off. Okay.
Hmm.
Maybe looking to start applying Pyro again for the swirl, but I really don't like this because your opponent's always swapping off of Xingqiu.
Yeah, I think you just pressure right now. Go to Chongyun and freeze.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of draw them out.
I guess a linear swap there is you're predicting your opponent is going to swap to Chongyun, so Lini can apply Pyro and then you go to Farazan when your opponent's out of dice. But this quick swap, oh, Robot Wizard has the perfect opener into what Riku is doing. It is not looking good.
Yeah.
Plus draw 2 blanks.
Did Riku carry any quick swaps in their deck?
She should have at least one. I didn't quite catch the list. I believe the deck runs 1 or 2 of them, but hasn't drawn it right now. I mean, it has a Nemo Resonance, so you always have a quick swap.
Right. So there is
it's
that
not
too.
really going to matter here because I think Robot Wizard almost certainly is going to want to deny the Pyro application here.
Yeah. We need a quick swap and freeze.
Yeah. To use up all his time.
You could play Dunyarzad to Catherine, draw another card, then you could Senyata out somebody and see what else you could get from it.
Yep, we'll play Lumenstone
first, okay.
I guess he calculated, so if you can trigger Lumenstone right away, it does only cost 1, and he did have 5 dice here. So this will be exactly enough dice.
Okay.
Oh, getting Chang as well. Wow, a second Chang. I might see him Senyata something at this point.
Yeah.
Because I think you really want to play that second Chang right now.
Yeah, definitely. Also, you gotta draw your hand out though, just to make sure.
You do. I mean, if you
really
freeze, basically, if you freeze Linny, there's almost no danger of drawing out too much of your hand because your opponent doesn't have any reactions, right? They would have to basically physical attack on Lynette twice.
Right.
Which, honestly, that could be a line.
They don't have enough dice though. They switched, no?
They have a Nemo Resonance.
No, I mean Robot Wizard. Sorry.
Oh, Robot Wizard? No.
Yeah.
Oh, true. But they're doing the Lyre song
hang
now.
on. There it is. Yeah. Okay. There it was.
Okay. So now they're not at risk of freezing.
Yes. And we got a low health frozen Alini.
Wow.
And you know what? If they switch to Farazan, and then try to do something on Farazan while that Hydra's there, you just go to Razor and you just electrocharge him.
Well, that probably won't happen because so one of the ways the bottom deck will play against combo is freeze is more important than damage.
Freeze. Okay.
Yeah, as long as you prevent your opponents from taking you out, you'll win. Like
I feel like there's an opportunity here though. No, why not?
There is. There's a very small window here
that
potentially Riku could take out Chongyun here, but without King Squire, those 2 Unseen Razors in Riku's hand are both not usable. You know, I think she can go. Let's see.
I mean, like, so Robot Wizard's definitely equipping Razor here for the next turn. I feel like if Riku stays on Farazan, this is gonna be bad news.
I mean, I think you have to get Farazan's burst down. So we're gonna see.
Right. Yeah, they're going right now. Are they gonna do the? Ooh, some important cards.
Tears of the storm.
I mean, luckily they have that Willow, Weeping Willow of the Lake, to draw into 2 more cards after they dump their hand. Do they get a Nemo? Can they get? Oh, they got a little bit lucky.
Ooh, okay.
If they didn't get a Nemo there, they would have had to use a Woven. So that was very lucky. But they need that now. They really need that. But I just don't think Riku's put enough pressure on Robot Wizard, and Robot Wizard's gonna be able to lead with another freeze here, and then with only 1 Anemo Resonance in Riku's hand, I think it's gonna be lights out.
Yeah, there it is. Keeping the Electro too. Ooh, nice. They have options for Razor here.
And with a double Senyata too. I mean, Robot's gonna go Senyata into a Lumenstone into.
Don't Senyata Catherine though. Don't do that.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll learn his mistakes from last time.
Don't do it this time. Keep it out there.
I mean, when you're not playing against freeze, it's less important to have that Catherine.
Right.
But it's still pretty nice.
Probably just get the frost field out or reset it here, no?
I think so. Yeah.
That's a good move.
Yeah, but of course, taking all the time, time is a valuable resource
Yes.
in high-level matches, and
Right.
he may not be using this time to think about what he's doing now, but thinking about, well, what happens after I freeze
Right.
froze.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
a
you're
really
going to be
important move.
thinking of Anima Resin, so who's my opponent going to Anima Res to once I freeze Faruzan? It's probably going to be Linny, but it could also be Lynette. Okay. So I think he's going to want to draw on the Lumenstone. Oh, there goes the Hunt.
A touch of frost.
All right, here's the freeze.
Oh.
Ooh.
He would have
Actually,
loved that.
really, yeah, that was here earlier.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's okay. He doesn't need it. Honestly,
Yeah,
like
Chang's gonna proc pretty soon here too.
exactly.
Anyway.
Robot
Yeah.
Wizard has a lot of cards effectively in his hand. It's
Right.
really, really tough. And even worse for him right now. Like Riku can't even go to Linny to apply Pyro because anything Linny does will take out Chongyun
Yeah.
and not
There's
leave
the
any
quick
Pyro
swap.
aura. Still gonna do
Pyro.
it.
The scourge
Chongyun
of
is
evil
out.
remains.
Razor?
I'll scout ahead.
Yeah.
That's probably Razor.
Razor, so you can freeze. Good gamblers too while you're at it.
Yeah, well, it's not gonna freeze because I think Linny is literally just gonna go down.
Yeah.
But I don't think it matters. Like, I think Robot Wizard has enough to basically take out not only Linny here, but also Lynette.
Yeah.
And still, because he was able to Frostfield on Chongyun last round as well, have freeze up going into round 3, and then it's gonna be checkmate. We're gonna have Riku with all of her characters frozen, not able to do damage.
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, let's see here. Man, I'm really drawing that clock. I wish we could see the seconds on the clock, like throughout the whole thing. Just like some timer on there. We got more treasure too. Jeez.
Okay, but now he has to get rid of some cards in his hand because he's got too
Yeah,
many.
there's too many there.
Yeah, we'll probably see Heart equip into Gambler. 'Cause
Yeah.
he does have Ball Princess active.
Yeah.
But he will want to save those treasures to heal a little bit later. Okay.
Lumenstone goes out. Oh. Two.
Oh, but he got a double.
You could play one and then get rid of the other for free now.
Yeah. Getting double is really, really hard to do.
You imagine having like 2 golden house already and then draw another 2. Alright, gamblers on.
Okay,
Another beast.
Robot Wizard should play one of those golden houses and Senora just so we can see if he draws 2 more.
Or something crazy. Something that would like be here
is it
probably
doing it?
happening right now, yeah. Come on.
Keep back!
Oh, never mind.
Show mustn't fail.
Ooh, I like using the skill there, saving rain swords
Yeah.
for a rainy day.
Right. Let's see. All right, Lynette. How will you take care of this?
I don't
Over
think-
here.
And it's even worse because Lynette's not going to be able to heal off of this talent skill
No.
as well, being at full health. And I think Robot Wizard has this.
Oh,
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Especially if he draws a jet.
Hold on a minute.
If he draws a jet and a treasure in his top next 4 cards,
Yeah.
then he will immediately win.
Some more treasure right there, and treasure again.
So no jet.
No jet yet. Maybe you can make a jet.
He could make a jet, yeah.
Just make a jet. Try it out. Do it right now.
I think you do go for the Senora here.
Yeah, Senora. Now
Although
see a jet.
You could definitely play the Lumenstone as well because it only
Yeah.
costs 1 and it will always draw and generate a card. Obviously, Senora has a discount for your support cards, but it doesn't stack
Right.
being a character status, so you want to make sure to use up your first one before you play your second.
Right.
Here we go.
So Lumenstone does go out. Get a treasure.
Come on,
Get a treasure.
show us the Senora. We want to see the Senora. Ball Princess.
Okay.
Yeah, not needed. But
Fair
that's 6 dice.
All right.
think
Senora
that's it.
now. Senora.
Yeah, I will lose a lot of respect for Robot Wizard if he doesn't just Senora for the sake of our cast. Look,
Oh, never mind.
yeah, this might be. I think this is game. Chongyun's hit plus a Rain Sword is just going to take out Lynette here unless Riku has any food. But especially with the Gamblers here as well, there's almost nothing Riku can do.
Right. There's that. Ooh, and the Rain Swords will take Tarzan out, yeah. And that's GG. That goes, well, not Rain Swords. I guess the Wolf will do it for us, but that's
the Rain's also coming. The Rain's, look, he had
the rain
more
is
than
now
enough.
On their bodies as they lay there. Sorry. But anyway, Robot Wizard takes that. Congratulations. Some very interesting plays. Very smart plays, actually.
Very smart plays. Although, again, deducting points for not using Zenyatta.
Oh, come on.
To show us what those two cards could have been.
Yeah,
so...
could have, like, let us imagine like what we could see.
But
more
it's okay. I mean, I say that, but these players have enough to worry about without making it even more entertaining for us. But I think a lot of that game was dictated. I like to say that round. Not only did Riku roll poorly, but playing into the Xingqiu cleanses, you saw how much damage was mitigated by preventing not only the swells, but also any follow-up reaction.
Yeah, do you think other, like, we've seen pretty much the same few decks so far, though. Like, what other decks could have come in instead?
I mean, the deck we've seen so far is Crab, I believe. Most players are bringing this Yilan list either with Treasure Hunt or without Treasure Hunt. Some have opted to use Chongyun Razor, but we've seen one person bring Crab as a stall deck. And then the only other deck we've seen is this Fatui-zan, which I think every player so far has brought. It's definitely looking to be that is like it's kind of the finale of this version.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, these players didn't have very long to figure out the decks that they were going to bring, right? Because the version
right.
pretty much played a week or two into the patch, so it's been a very hard time to just figure out what to bring.
Right. Yeah, I was just wondering because I'm pretty sure Mew is still pretty like up there. Yeah, has to be.
I think it matches up worse into the decks that we've been seeing, and that's why it's
really
favorite. But I believe. Well, I guess you'll find out for us during our next series whether or not the balance changes end up pushing both these Yilan Treasure Hunt decks and the Xingqiu Chongyun Razor version out a little bit. And as you said, that might favor stall the slower decks a little bit more, but in counter to that, people might start bringing that Moon or Eula Wanderer, which is very famously good into the slower matchups.
Right, for sure. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a kind of brand new meta all of a sudden. After seeing the same thing over and over and over again the last few versions now we can finally see something a little different, but now a little too much. You know what I mean?
That best of 3 was definitely a huge highlight. We saw Tarumaru played for the first time, even though it was losing. We saw, some other Zenyatta shenanigans, but definitely a very fun series.
Yeah. So, and with that, Robot Wizard advances to fight Hakio. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Hakio, yep.
Yeah, and then the winner of that will go against whoever wins between Shan and DVD. Did we see DVD? Why does that name sound familiar to me?
I believe they might have played in the last EU Cat's Tail Gathering. They haven't. Let's see. What do I have on DVD? They played in both the Season 1 and Season 2 of EU, coming in top 8 and top 16. So a very capable player, pretty recent in terms of overall coming onto the competitive scene, having just played through this year's Cat's Tail Gatherings. But the competition gets harder every time and every year. So even the same top 16, the caliber to get in there is growing and growing.
Yeah, I got to experience the preliminaries recently myself, actually, and it is quite tough. But you actually managed to get through yourself.
I did. Yeah, I made it to the Zero Showdown, but I got knocked out by some of the competitors we're going to be seeing on the future weekend. So they are there better than I am, and I wouldn't trade positions. I having been in that seat, having to play these games, it's stressful. It's hard.
It's definitely, especially in front of an audience, right? All watching your every move, right?
Yes. And here we go.
All right, back to Fatui-zan.
Yeah, and this is our first upper bracket round 2. So keep in mind, the 2 players here, whoever wins is guaranteed at least a top 16 placement, which doubles their prize money.
Yes. Ooh. You remember? Did we have the figures on the numbers of that again?
It was 6. So all the players in the top 32 are $600 if you come top 32, but top 16 is $1,200 USD. Yeah, so it's quite a jump.
It's in time for Chlorine coming up pretty soon, you guys. All right.
Look, I haven't heard any of these TCG players request their prize winnings in Primo Gems, but maybe it'll happen. It's ironically a lot of these players are here just for the TCG. They're just here for Genius Invocation, and they tend not to really play that much of regular Genshin Impact.
You know, yeah, like sometimes I get too immersed in the TCG. I forget, like, oh yeah, there's a whole other game to this out there actually that I could play. It looks like we're going to a mirror matchup right now.
Again, yeah, another mirror matchup. Okay.
Slight differences. This one's running the Lynette talent. And yeah, pretty much the same across the board though. So we'll see who gets to go first and how this fight will play out.
Yeah, and we already saw this mirror matchup once, but having those different cards, I think, really makes it harder for your opponent to play around it because there's more possibilities for what they could do. And Lynette Talent adding an extra 2 damage. I mean, every point of damage matters, right? Especially in a mirror matchup, and that could very easily make a difference between winning and losing.
I wonder if you go second, you start on somebody else other than Linny though.
You could, yeah. I think that's actually a very valid play.
Yeah.
And we'll probably see that. It's like one of the tricky things with having the Prince Cup so early as well is like, have you practiced these matchups enough to know about those different lines?
Yeah, different lines that you can go.
It feels counterintuitive because you're basically throwing away a dice at the beginning of the game. But if that prevents like 3 or 4 damage across the game, the course of the game, then it can be very worth it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how this goes here. Maybe even a Lynette start might be better, especially you have the talent in hand. Scare him with some damage.
Maybe. Whose character order do you like better? Who do you put Linny in the middle because he's the different element, or do you put Linny on the left because he's the character you start on most of the time?
For me, I think Linny's on the left.
Okay.
I always start on the left.
Left or right? Okay, you're a left or right person?
Yeah.
There's 2 types of TCG players.
but now, with that said, my main deck starts on the right.
Oh.
Yeah, which is a bit different. Yeah. Not sure why. Yeah. I guess it's based on like what would happen if I got swapped by the more common characters we might run into, like Jean, for instance. Yeah.
Jean, yeah. Swaps, overloads definitely coming into play. I think Leo and Sumi talked about that a little bit in the first cast about people putting Mulan in different places to play around cards like Cryo. Which you haven't seen much of. We'll see if the meta develops.
I like Cryo Hypostasis. It's fun.
Yeah.
All right, dice roll for DVD. Kind of okay. Okay, got better. All right.
Good enough.
Both leading in on Linny. Shan is down by 1 dice though.
But he does have the Favonius library there, which might start adding up. Being able to get an extra reroll every round just to make your deck more consistent might actually turn out to be pretty important.
Yeah, DVD has a good setup for the beginning here.
Yeah.
2 echoes, all right.
Yeah.
That
makes sense. Yeah, it is. You have 2 hearts already, and Linny will always be able to trigger it, immediately with prop arrow.
Oh, sorry, that one is flowing rings. I just double checked.
I don't love Shan's hand here. It's a little bit too reactive. Luckily, he is going first.
Right.
Oh. Wait, did DVD just play Favonius and not reroll anything?
Probably. Very briefly.
I missed that.
Well, it would have happened on the other side, right? So we didn't get to see what really happened.
So interesting. We didn't see DVD start on a different character like you were suggesting. Instead, still started on Linny. So Shan is going to be able to get the first swap to avoid the swirl on both sides. But that applies to both players, unless, of course, Shan decides to go for the Anima Resonance hand.
Yeah.
Which is an option.
Yeah, might as well do that. Swap over and swirl up right now.
Yeah. I mean, you're already starting first. It gives you another 1 up on your opponent damage-wise.
Yeah. And you can get Farzan going too as well. Farzan will be a step ahead.
Yeah, the only awkward thing is, having put away Covenant is not going to be able to get another action out. But I think both sides are operating without Covenant right now, so it's going to be step along the way.
So it's slow swap over.
Yeah.
I think that's a good play. Right, force Linny to go off instead.
Yeah, I believe it. Thinking about it, as long as you're maintaining pace with your opponent, it shouldn't matter because you're going to swell anyway when Linny's prop arrow comes down. And I think it comes out to be a wash. Like, it doesn't affect, it's not good or bad either way.
What do you do in this situation? Yeah, leave-in might be a good play.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
what you can kind of take advantage back is if you can ramp on this
Yeah,
round.
you ramp up. Yeah.
Next round, you can just steal the initiative back by performing more actions.
I've definitely been incorporating that into my play too, finding ways to have more dice in them all the time, even if it means slow swap. Like, yes, use up your dice so I can go more.
Yep.
Better.
And it's not only dice like quantity, but it's the quality as well. Like we'll have to see if that library starts adding up quickly for Davidia, because you know he's gonna have more consistent dice rolls.
Let's see here.
Ooh. Looking good, looking good. Oh wow.
Looking good so far. No bow yet for the Razor, but maybe Strategize could pull it out.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see
See
strategize.
if it does.
Oh!
Yes! Oh!
That's actually huge.
Yeah. Opera Epic Class showed up too, but gotta get that equipped first to make use of it here. Don't remember what Farazan and Linny have equipped. I think
they're both 0 costs.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, there's 0 cost. Okay, so Opera Epic Class can work.
So DVD definitely has the equipment advantage going in. Of course, that could flip around with the talent, but of course he still has his own talent as well. The only problem to playing Kingsquire is DVD is currently at 9 dice. So if he does, oh no, but Farazan's normal attack is discounted, so I think it works out. Just
Should be discounted. Yeah.
Although she needs to be at even dice because it's only a charged attack that's discounted. I think that the math is like really funky here.
And 9 into 6. So you skill, you normal. So if we had down to 4, right? That should be okay.
Well, if you equip Kingsquire, brings you down to 6. You still have to pay 1 for the skill, which puts you down to 5.
Oh, I'm thinking maybe you just don't equip it then, or you could just switch off.
Switch off.
That works too.
Yeah, I guess if you don't switch off, you would lose to your opponents being able to take out your Farazan.
Yeah,
It might be
probably
too
a good,
important right now.
good move. They don't have Lynette's talent either yet. No, yeah. That would have been a really nice card to have here. Well, just to have. Surprise.
Yeah, preventing the swell.
I think it's a good play though.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Usually, if in a mirror match, if you're doing the same thing your opponent is doing, like step by step, then by going second, you're always at the disadvantage. So I do like switching it up a little bit.
Maybe they're planning to do 2 skill here.
Dare to mess with me?
They might, yeah. Well, oh, I see. So that swap let them get to even dice.
Right.
So that they can charge attack now instead of doing a regular one. Pretty cool.
Not a bad play. Oof. Now what? What do we do now?
Now what indeed? I think tuning, Shan is going to tune, obviously use talent.
Gears of the storm.
What if you Unseen Razor, get your bow back, re-equip the bow, skill, and then you can burst for DVD.
Burst, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you can normal attack Farazan here, because so if you normal attack Farazan, you're gonna force her back on the field at the end of the round, and she's gonna go down to the summon, actually, for the burst, and that's actually really good for you, because getting rid of Farazan talent means your opera is more likely to trigger next round.
Right. Do they have enough dice though? DVD doesn't. Oh yeah.
They will with remember Unseen Razor can discount talents.
Right. Oh, that's a huge move. Right. Yes.
It's gonna be a strategize.
Wonder if you go over to Linny.
Yeah, it's almost sounding like
some
Linny.
problems.
The question is though,
Yeah. Swap the Linny. Yeah. Then you just send out the cat.
I think that might put you too low.
Or what would Bewildering Lights do right now? How much would that hit for?
That's 4 damage, so you're not gonna be able to take out Farazan here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you're 1 damage short.
Yeah.
But if they end on Farazan, then your summon will take her out anyway.
Right.
Actually, I guess
the summon will take out anyway because there'll be pyro all over the field. Yeah.
Oh, it's true. Oh, actually no. But then there's also the Farazan debuff on Lynette. So Lynette will be swapped depending on who ends first. This is gonna dictate how the summons will trigger at the end of the round. So I have to keep an eye out for that one.
Because if Linny hits Farazan for damage,
Hmm.
and then they switch off, the swirl though should take care of 1 HP Farazan, no?
It should, yeah. But I believe Shan is probably going to be the one ending first, which means the summon is going to hit before DVD switches over onto Lynette, because the way that works is the character statuses trigger on your turn.
Right.
So it's not going to quite work out like you want, unfortunately.
We'll see about that, as Farazan would say. Well, here comes the burst.
Yep.
Yeah. That is actually one of her lines. We'll see about that. She's a little bit sassy. I don't know if you play her in English or Japanese.
I play her
Chinese
in
or in Korean.
Yeah,
Which one, sorry?
My Japanese audio.
Okay, yeah.
Not
She
because-
in English has some very sassy lines.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I love it. I will say it's not because I think one is better than the other. I've been just listening to the Japanese audio like for this type of art for so long, my brain can't comprehend
No, that's
hearing
completely
English,
understandable. I didn't want to turn this into a dub
No.
sub or anything like that, right? Because I
Look,
like
you
both.
might not, but chat's
I know,
might not do
but-
something regardless. So I gotta put it out there. Gotta make the statement known.
Yeah.
So one super interesting thing for DVD right now, they could equip gamblers on Lynette or whatever character they're gonna switch to after Shan ends, and then someone's gonna take out Faruzan. We'll get those 2 dice to go to Lyman.
Right. That's a big play right there too.
Yeah, I think they should see it.
Hopefully.
I think that's got to be correct because you get 2 extra dice.
Well, hang on.
It's gonna be great.
So hang on, wait. They have to equip it on. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they have to equip it on a character that they're going to switch into after Faruzan.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very heads up play.
Is still unsolved.
That can go.
Time
Okay. Just the
didn't
siblings.
stop for me.
Yeah, so far another mirror match that's turning out very close, but I think so. DVD is going to have 2 extra dice going into next round, potentially 3 with Opera. But I think Shan can deny that by equipping King Squire and getting the equipment advantage.
Time for afternoon tea.
Strategize there. Gamblers back in the other hand. Ooh. This is their first matchup, right? It feels like it's gone on forever already.
Yeah, this is, and it's an aggressive matchup too. So we might not even be in for the longest match of this series just yet.
Not yet. Oh, I see Fatui Conspiracy finally. I have not seen that card play on either side yet.
No, you really need to draw a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if it comes in later on.
So if you're Shan, you maybe.
I mean, I think you start open with the Lynette skill. I think taking out the Lynette because she has gamblers is pretty important.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Then you should strategize right after, and so you can pull the talent card.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna strategize, you would do it now, but he has to make sure he has the right number of dice.
Right.
To go do that. So this is pretty crucial, right? You have to plan out basically your entire turn before you commit to your first action.
Right. Oh, I would never do that.
Over here.
I'll just go fast.
Just see what happens.
Yeah. See, I'll deal with it in my next turn. They can deal with the time.
Okay.
All right.
So notably, Shan didn't equip King Squire, which means DVD did get the Opera Epicles unleashed. Oh, it's Pyro.
Over here.
Nice. Right, strategize. Talent. Big play.
You know, I think DVD missing on the element there is pretty huge because I think if it was any other element than Pyro, then Lini is sure to go down to something.
Yeah.
But this way, Lini might actually be able to survive. She could make.
Ooh, it'll be tough.
Yeah. Well, you know, going into this round, DVD had a very significant advantage in terms of dice, but having just basically played 2 dice to do 1 damage is a big hit to the damage efficiency.
Swap over. So it procs on any attack, right?
Any skill, yeah.
Okay.
So we're probably not going to see
Oh,
King Squire anymore, and just going to be a burst.
Or Princess to get
A
placed.
round of applause.
Right. Molten Cat comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, not bad.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. We got a Hidden Gamblers as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely might come up.
Yeah.
And a reminder, with Faruzan's burst down, Lynette's skills are doing 4 damage each hit. So both
Ooh.
of DVD characters are within range of Lynette.
Yeah. I think
Surprise!
Shan should have this.
My show mustn't fail.
Yeah. So they just
Well,
have to.
Afternoon
They have to
tea.
play their dice. Equip Gamblers, tune a card.
Mm-hmm.
Lethal. Well, can Linny eliminate?
Linny can, because Linny has a prop arrow stack,
Oh,
so
yeah,
will
he
do
does have
4
prop arrow.
damage. Yes.
Oh, wait, where's that Talon card? Talon card can heal you though, right there, wouldn't it?
No. The talent card just does an extra damage, so it wouldn't
Oh,
actually
okay.
be relevant now. Okay. Oh wait, actually, with this line, does Shan have enough to? There's a food in his hand. I think if that's a Lotus, yeah,
Yeah.
that's gonna protect him enough.
Yeah. You do that. You don't play that dice either. You show them like, I don't have anything else, right?
I think that's gonna do it.
Yeah. I think that should be okay. Nothing on
Oh.
DVD aside. Yeah, this is Shan's round for sure.
And Shan getting out with by the skin of his teeth, like, because if that opera
Yeah.
hadn't triggered, he
Now
would not. Oh, I guess
disappear.
with the woven in hand, it would have been fine.
And now
Wow.
Shan just be like, now watch this.
Oh, and that heal on. If Linny hadn't taken that swell damage, or was just 1
There it
HP
is.
higher, he would have survived this hit
Over
as
here.
well.
And there goes
My
Lynette
show
showing she's the
must
better sibling.
fail.
All right, first round goes to Shan. Congratulations.
Yeah,
That
very
was
well
a
played.
much closer, much more, I feel like, they kind of displayed what that deck can do.
Mhm.
TCG, especially instead of it just like rolling right through right away.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
yeah.
a lot. So unfortunately for DVD, a large part of that, I think, came down to not getting something other than Pyro off of Fatui Conspiracy. Like, you
Yeah.
saw how close that damage was.
Right.
If Linny had just gone down to using his own skill
Yeah.
off of Fatui Conspiracy, then DVD does win that damage race there. I mean, I think it
Dang.
ended up being correct in terms of playing that card, because he trading blow for blow, he wouldn't have made it anyway without playing it. But it's really unfortunate that he lost like a 75% basically.
Yeah, just on a gotcha. Once again.
Yes, the Fatui gacha.
Yeah, gotcha in
Game is a
every element of this
surprising
game. Yeah,
Amount of gachas. We have Treasure gacha, we have Wagner gacha.
I love
we
Wagner
have-
gotcha. That's my favorite
Wagner
one.
gacha's great. Yeah, we haven't been seeing a lot of him very much. We have
Yeah.
Tamaya's gacha to make up for it.
Yeah. I don't know. The real gotcha is Storm Terror gotcha.
Storm Terror
Where it's
gacha?
just
Well,
one talent.
it's always
And
one
you win all the
talent.
time.
Yeah. It's the guarantee gacha.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see it in some future decks for sure. All right, so we do get to see their decks here. Oh,
Hmm.
that one, the Barber Child Layla deck, freeze stall. Is that like a still aggressive stall? It feels like it could go both ways actually.
It's a little bit more aggressive. Like, I like it better than the
Yeah.
crab version, but Shan's gonna have a pretty tough matchup, because at some point he is gonna need to play that into the Gilan OTK deck, which traditionally has been a very, very bad matchup, especially with Treasure.
Right.
I think
Yeah.
now to really help power out some of those turns. Yeah, I really wonder if he should have banned that one. He might have been faced with a situation where there were 2 bad decks. I think the crab deck, despite being a slower stall deck as well, is actually
Right.
advantaged in the mirror.
Mm.
Okay. One thing I'm really thankful that one of them banned one of the other stall decks, so we don't get into a mirror,
Oh my god.
because we could have been here for a little while.
Oh,
Uh,
we'll be here till like at least 7 p.m. today or something.
Yeah.
But we might see that on Saturday. That's the thing.
we might. Yeah. I mean,
we may see that.
it'll be super interesting to see how the decks develop, because they are, of course, allowed to select new decks, I believe, in going into the next rounds, and so they can
Yeah.
look at what not only what their opponents are playing today on stream and favoring and doing well with, but also just in general what the field looks like, and maybe we'll see some interesting things develop. And we basically saw that happen in the Asian Invitational.
Yeah,
as well.
we did. Some
Like,
people
day by
brought in
day.
like, yeah, some people brought in their kind of like own personal decks to play.
I know, it was great to see.
Yeah.
And honestly, if I remember, like day 1 was kind of like this, where like a lot of people brought the same 3 decks.
No, it was either Yolano Decay, Mew, Finale,
Yeah.
and then I
Lynette double
remember
Nemo?
Weep Kong, I believe. Was it Weep Kong? No, it was Kriblet. Kriblet brought 2 stall decks
Yeah.
into it. Yeah. Jeez.
By the time day 2 hit, everyone like started throwing in different varieties and
Yeah.
trying to next
Right.
level.
Exactly. Trying to see, oh, this works better here. Maybe I'll try this strategy. Once again, Fatuizan is coming back, but
Yeah,
what deck
interesting
will he go up
choice
against?
into the stall deck. I wonder
Yeah.
if DVD. So he's gonna have one good matchup and one potentially bad matchup because I think the swell decks can perform worse into Barbara depending
Right.
on if they can play around with cleanse.
Yeah. Let's see this one here. All right. So Barbara's skill.
Ooh.
Oh. Burns Visage, Tenshukaku.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. That arcane card, Judgment. Ah.
Judgment
okay.
and also Treasure Hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got thrown off. I was looking at the top list. I saw 5 artifacts in the base.
Yeah.
I was really worried for a second, but there's a General's Helm hiding there at
Yeah.
the bottom.
It's kind of thrown in as an afterthought. All right. Yeah. So yeah, 5 artifacts. I think right. That would makes a lot more sense. So this deck is definitely very stalled, for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely very stalled. But you know, with Treasure Hunt in there, and Child can really put a lot of pressure.
Right.
on-
Well, Child in like a classic setup, you would have Ningong there instead, where she could make shields off elements. I guess with Child instead, you could freeze and still do some pretty significant damage too. So
Yeah, so instead of you're trading Crystallize for Freeze, which are both pretty good defensive reactions. Freeze,
Right.
I think, tends to play better right now, at least in this specific metagame. That might change as we go forward.
Right.
You know, I think Ningguang has can hit a lot harder sometimes with her burst over Child without the help of weapons. But yeah, this will. I think we saw Shan play this matchup as well already in their first best of 3, and it was a really close game. Like we saw him get down to like 0, 1, 2 HP characters multiple times, and then eventually clutch out the win.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how this one goes here. I'm very curious about this Child deck. What do you call it?
I mean, it's just freeze stall, but
it needs a
frozen
name.
Treasure Hunt.
It needs a name. That's important.
It needs a name?
You know this.
I haven't got anything that will top for 2. Look, the power rankings for deck names, we have Fire Station at number 1. I like Vituizan personally. We'll see if it catches on. But the stall decks are pretty hard to name.
Yeah. Well, Chad, that's your job for us right now. Give us some good names. We'll see if they fly here.
Better be good.
Yeah. DVD with the double Lieben though, so they can play some ramp strategies coming up here.
Honestly, slowing down a little bit against aggressive deck can be pretty good, but more importantly, he
Yeah.
drew that King Squire, and one of the ways you can beat through stall decks with aggro is by having something like King Squire that can pile on damage quicker
Yeah.
than decks normally.
Right. See how they play this then.
Need the help of
Definitely
an
got to start on
elder,
Layla though. Right? You have to.
Yeah, I mean,
My
we
mind
could see
is
a
completely
Barbara stuff
blank.
potentially.
I
Yeah.
need to get out and unwind.
You want to get those cryo shots out as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
I was struggling trying to remember what was it called?
Was it Shooting Stars or
Yeah,
something?
some shooting stars or something like that. Here, I'll go take a
Yeah.
look real quick. Let's see.
And we see DVD starting on Farazan, which I think is correct. So we've seen kind of similar matchups before, but one of the funny things playing against Barbara,
Dare to mess with me?
in a Nemo deck, is if you don't apply anything for them to cleanse, they actually can't go to Barbara, or else they risk giving you a free swell.
Yeah.
Without Barbara's skill, it actually hurts your healing potential quite a lot. So I really like this opening from DVD going straight onto Farazan, especially having already drawn the King Squire.
Right.
Wait, is he can round 1 burst?
Yeah.
He has a Oh. Okay, that's
He could.
insane.
I don't know if you want. Yeah, if you can like take one of them out right now to really disrupt them, I think that's the play you go for.
I think that's what you. It's not only like the round 1 burst, but he has a Tandoori in hand to snipe someone like Barbara immediately. I
Yeah.
think that's a play you go for. You know, you don't want your stall opponent to get more value off of their equipments as the game goes on. If you can
Right.
take someone out as a surprise, it's actually huge.
Yeah. I think you play, as you said, aggressively as best as you can here. I think right now.
The only reason not to go for the burst round 1 is you could Woven Liben and hope to draw into Farazan talent, which is quite strong. But it's up to DVD if he wants to take that risk or not.
I think maybe you just you liven here. Both, yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a good move. That way you
I
can
think
just
so.
do for 2 dice on the next turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I personally like the aggressive line mainly because, like, if you can try and get the game to end by round 3, it's pretty
Right.
good for you. Although maybe the timing works out, because if you burst now, Farazan's burst will run out by
Right.
round 3.
Well, Shan also has the helmet right there. I think they should equip it if they can onto Layla and then just stall the game as much as they can while they collect everything else. Yeah, I think helmet goes on to Child.
Because
Okay.
you're not likely. Oh, okay. I think I see why DVD went for that line. So Layla had equipped Veteran's Visage,
Oh, right. Okay.
which when you get hit generates an extra dice
Right.
for Shan. So by making that line, DVD basically denies Shan the extra dice, and you're sort of having to tune to equip that tenacity.
Right.
So yeah, very important micro decision there that might actually end up mattering. Ooh.
Yeah. 2 conspiracy though coming in.
Yeah. But that
Treasure.
could give Shan something to cleanse.
Yeah. But right now we have a big shield to kind of chew through here. And the potential of Cryo coming right after his skill, right?
Yep, we might see Cryo and then trying to freeze Farazan, but not going to make it in before she bursts.
Let's see. Attack. All right.
And of course, that vacuum is going to put Layla on the field at the end of Shan's turn.
Wonder if they should have played Fatui Conspiracy first. Because Layla will likely do something, right?
So
Then-
the problem with playing Fatui Conspiracy, because it's something your opponent can see, if DVD had done that, then I think Shan would just stall. And then eventually, once DVD is out of dice, go to Barbara and then use her burst and cleanse whatever element DVD ends up getting. I think based on the Farazan start, we're really going to see DVD not trying to apply any elements on Shan, just so Shan can't go to Barbara and use her skill.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic
Have fun with
of
this gift.
Barbara matchups, deciding when to actually go for the skill.
Huh. Oh.
Okay, that's the reason.
Yeah, that's a good reason to go now.
Keep
Yeah,
your
the,
eyes
the
wide
value
open.
you get from doing that might even be worth it.
Just come a freeze.
Could be freeze. Also, just, when you do have something like Tenacity equipped, if you want to try as much as possible to use up those shields every turn, against, especially an aggressive deck, because that's how you outlast them in the long game. So this swap makes a lot of sense. Probably just see might be a normal attack. Could just be an end.
And on
Although they need
5?
something to do with the dice.
Yeah.
They-
Well, they have another helmet they can equip, too.
So on DVD side, they could choose to Fatui Conspiracy to deny that Tenacity dice. Although if Child does anything, then he can always proc it anyway. And that might actually be a reason not to use Conspiracy, because it lets your opponent very easily utilize, oh, it's going to go for it.
I think it should come out, though, still anyway. Make them play around that right now. I think that still can work in your advantage. What's Electro, too?
Okay, I think as long as DVD can end first, this probably works in his favor.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Lee
a soft
Nets.
stall.
Okay.
Preventing that freeze potentially.
Yeah. Trying to get in their minds right now. What do you do here? Hard to say what to do.
Yeah, I mean, Shan, let's see what is in his hand.
Hands
Has
got a
some
healing,
food.
helmet, treasure, and some food. Yeah.
Yeah, so he could try and pass this turn without triggering that Electro.
Right.
He could also just normal attack on Child now. It will refund a dice off of the Tenacity, but won't be able to use another skill at the end of his turn. Could opt to equip the General's Ancient Helm, but he's probably saving that for Timaeus, which is going to go up to 2 stacks next round.
There's normal hits.
Ooh, doesn't even trigger a Hydra application, unfortunately.
Drew a Hydro dice, though.
Yeah, from the Tenacity. We might see a
Right.
tune and going for another skill here.
I see.
does let your opponent get that swirl off. Oh no, it's gonna be a swap.
The
Wish
Barbara.
me luck.
All right, Barbara has been unleashed.
Barbara's been unleashed. Oh.
Well, with that Electro there, now Shan has a way to play around a cleanse potentially.
Yeah.
And that's definitely one of the risks of using Fatui Resonance, Fatui Conspiracy there. At least he didn't roll Pyro. I think if DVD had rolled Pyro on that one, it would have been the worst possible case, because then not only did you give your opponent an opportunity to cleanse, but you did it in a way that wasn't very efficient. So at least didn't lose it again.
Exactly correct.
Is that a second one I see?
To conspiracy? Yes.
Ooh. That's a big risk.
I think I would go for it.
Look, 25%, 75% odds to not get the same element sounds pretty good to me.
It is a random chance for Fatui Conspiracy, right? Just some random 4 element, right? Okay. What do we have in TVD's hand here?
A lot of stuff. We have Gamblers. So
Is that Tandoori?
Is it Tandoori? Yeah, so
Maybe you take Layla out right now.
She is very much in danger. I think that's a pretty good option.
I think that's the best option right here. Any stall deck that loses any of its members is the worst.
Definitely worse. Although I believe most stall decks these days do run Egg. So we don't want to cut them out yet. I've definitely lost to Egg on a character against Barbara first. But
I think
that Gambler's
here comes here. Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah, I think it's that play you were talking about.
Yeah, you get rid of Layla here. It's still not like it. Like Shan will be okay because the Layla passive will still be floating around.
Yep.
But that does take out, some escape potential here. Yeah,
Keep your eyes
you
wide
go
open.
into child and attack, and then get another swirl.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna flip into this probably is to eat up the Electro application.
Yeah.
Because Fatui Conspiracy will
Tidal
trigger
wave.
once again. So this way, it doubles up that Electro app and reduces the value. Plus, you get a dice back from the Tenacity here.
Yeah. Now you swirl it across. Or play Fatui Conspiracy again, then swirl it across.
Yeah, this is interesting. So I think DVD definitely wants to try and get Tandoori value now that he's played it by swapping to Farazan Aldani. If he had a quick swap, I could see him going for Farazan, but unfortunately doesn't have a Nemo Resonance right now. And so Farazan is going to get frozen. Oh, he's going to go for another
They
hit.
do have 2 extra dice where they can just swap over.
Yeah.
Right? So they can still like sneak that in there.
They could. Oh, and they have the Unseen Razor there.
Yep.
They could actually reset it onto Linny for skill. It might actually be very... Actually, how much damage is that? Hold on a second. Oh, but the problem is a freeze can come in anyway. Yeah,
Right.
I don't love staying on Lynette there. Because the Lila skill can now freeze.
Let the magic begin!
I think that's a good though.
Okay. I guess they're just giving up the Tandoori value.
I think that's fine. Eventually, at some point, Shen has to go to Barbara and start healing Child, or he's going to go down. Yeah. To force him to play defensively, I think is a good thing. I feel like DVD is in a good spot right now.
I think so too. Yeah, one of the ways that this one of the things that this play enabled from DVD's side is now Child can take out Lynette, but doing so uses up that Layla freeze, which is actually very crucial.
Right.
Forward. Like it's very important that he maintains that for the next round. So we might actually just see a swap onto Barbara or just a live and pass with food.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think I would burst on Child here. It's not worth it.
No, definitely
Wish
not.
me luck.
Okay, this
Barbara though. Okay. Probably did that and then probably use Leap in there. That Electro will go back to everybody though.
Yeah, the Electro Swirl is going to be a bit of a problem. But I guess if you don't swap into Barbara, Char takes way too much damage because remember Farazan is buffing the Boggle Cat as well, so it's 4 damage coming in the end phase.
Well, okay, so we got Liebman coming up here, correct? Yeah.
Yeah, almost certainly.
So We're gonna have her swirl. Takes the shield off. And our hit from the cat. 2.
Damage.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, outdoor talent. Kitty talent. The thing.
Okay.
Yeah, Lynette talent's there. I think they have Lotus too, don't they?
They might. Yeah,
That's all you gotta do. That's Lotus, yeah. Barbara's skill will apply Hydro, right? But that's at end of turn, not during turn, correct?
Yes, at end of turn. So you have to end turn to cleanse that. We'll
think-
probably see a freeze on Lynette though, with the Barbara skill.
Right, yeah. I think that's her move for sure. Maybe
always-
you. I think you swap the Fars on here for DVD. Force him to freeze.
If you do though, then Barbara gets to build energy. The one thing I don't like about that play is that then Barbara can build up energy into with a normal attack and then count burst to heal
Right, yeah.
back up.
Mm.
I think that would set you back too much.
And they do have dice advantage here too. Huh. Alright, let's see. I feel like DVD is gonna skill and then tune to use talent and surprise Barbara.
Surprise!
Well, I'm almost certain that we're gonna see Shan.
They're gonna be a freeze though, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So that won't happen anyway.
Shan doesn't he play around a Nemo resonance though? And it's
Yeah.
gonna be really awkward with the Hydro there, because if Barbara does
Yeah.
kill, she will.
Yeah, she'll get Hydro on her anyway.
Which also, so one of the key things that it actually shuts down something like Lotus, because no matter what Shan does, if he equips Lotus to Barbara, the Lotus will just eat that Hydro hit.
Right, yeah.
And leave her dead to anything else.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
this is a very hard play here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him get out of this spot before, right? Like, this is kind of
Right.
how it was looking against in that other best of 3, where both characters are really low, but then at some point, Child was able to take out enough characters that Shan was able to outlast. I think the crucial thing is playing around that Gamblers in DVD's hand, because that could represent another 2 actions, which could be pretty deadly.
I feel like Shen's gonna have to normal, because if they go to Child, he is just gonna take Child out.
Yep.
Yeah. So Barbara has to freeze here, but if they do that, I feel like Dia's next move might go to Farzan. They
Need
gonna
to
go
end a
Child?
few enemies?
I think they might be forced to do that. I mean, if your opponent runs out of dice,
So that's what? 3 mitigated plus the shield 5.
it's enough.
Lynette's skill should be how much?
It's
With the
6.
talent?
7.
6, yeah.
7 with the swell. Sorry, the Farazan burst.
Right. So that should be enough to take Child out, right?
Child's at 8. It's 1 short.
Is it 1 short?
It is 1 short, except Child then is gonna, if he does anything, is gonna lose to.
Yeah. I think you go for it.
I mean, I think you have to.
I think you just go for it. Yeah.
Your summons at the end of turn are also gonna do a bunch of damage, so this is
Yeah.
probably worth
You
it.
would force Shan to play defensively with their last 8 dice. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, it's actually. Wait.
That's right. It swaps. Right.
5,
Right.
6. Oh, it's only 6 damage. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
only plus 2.
Still pretty big because that thing. Well, if Barbara does anything now, she dies. Yeah.
Well, Barbara can still eat food. Barbara can still eat food. So we have 1 more food.
True. Yes.
And I think he's forced to use it right now.
Yeah. So I think this is a really good play because now, you just waste your 8 dice trying to like live, but the things are gonna come in anyway and
Need
take you
to
out.
end a few enemies?
Oh, back to Child. Okay. The Child first, and then he goes down. I think DVD has this. I don't think there's a way out from this.
So we might
Yeah.
see DVD load. Yeah, could be a Lotus here to at least eat the burst.
Yeah.
But the end phase is gonna be pretty brutal because if Child does anything, it applies Hydro to himself, and then no matter what, something is gonna get swallowed.
And no one can do anything. They die. I think it's GG here because it procs not 1 per round, right? Just anytime there's an attack.
It is 1 per round. It is 1.
Oh,
per
is it 1 per round?
It hasn't
Okay.
triggered yet. Yeah. There's no escaping the Fatui.
Nope. Not even Child.
That's true. Actually, yeah. He's getting.
Well, he
back
lives. Oh, it didn't do 2 damage. Only did 1 damage.
It only does 1, thankfully. He has
Right,
1 in
okay.
the elemental application.
Right. Man, if it had been anything else, once again.
But the problem is any swell right now.
Yeah.
On Shan's side.
Brace
Is
yourself.
gonna be
This is
lethal.
gonna hurt.
Yeah.
What detail
So that's
did I miss?
Okay.
okay.
Still not enough.
Not enough. You know, what do they got in their hand there?
I don't think it. I mean, I think it's one. It's probably a Lotus, but it's not going to be enough.
No, the swirl's gonna take out Child and then Barbara for 1 damage, and then the cat will go.
Well, the
GG.
swell's gonna electrocharge Barbara as well, so this is
Yeah.
just.
Oh yeah, it's a 2 damage thing. That's right. I thought it was 1. Yeah. Okay. Well, that goes to DVD.
Very well played there.
Wow. Congrats. I can't remember who won the first round now. Who was it?
It was Shan, so we are going
was
to
Shan,
game
okay.
number 3, and
Wow.
it's going to be that deck versus Yelan OTK. So Shan's definitely a disadvantage here. You know, that was the one match I think he needed to win
Right.
to avoid that unfavorable matchup, especially with the Treasure Yelan OTK deck. They have a lot more time to set up, and then can just finish the game with Yumpas very easily. But I think what we saw here was just the power of King Squire, and then also the talent as well from Lynette doing too much damage and adding up too quickly.
Right. Yeah, just taking out any of the characters in an assault team for sure does really hamper it down too. So yeah, Layla going down is definitely not good for anybody.
Yep. I think Shan played really well there. One of the things that I really want to call out DVD doing an excellent job in that opening round, like we identified, starting on Faruzan and not on Linny to lock out Barbara cleanses, but then also identifying, you know, not to attack into Lila with the Veteran's Visage to deny that extra dice and ramp instead really gave him an advantage going into round 3.
Yeah, very masterful play right there. But let's see how this matches against Yelan OTK.
I'm pretty worried for Shan
Right and
here.
true. Yeah.
That's kind of the risk of bringing a stall deck in the existing meta game, because I think combo decks are still very strong, and even though you might be more comfortable playing it, I mean, one of Shan's chosen tags was round 15 enthusiast.
Really?
If you don't know what that joke means, so for those of you who haven't experienced this, if you get to round 15 in Genius Invocation, the game just ends. There is no more game after round 15.
What the heck?
And 2 stall decks against each other are very famous for getting to round 15.
I think the longest match I've casted was 13 rounds.
Yes.
And it was 2 stall decks against each other. It was, I don't know, we can't use those names here, so I almost said them. Chingsho, Diona, Barbara? I think it was one of them. And then Ningguang, Kokomi, Barbara, I think was the other one.
As well, yeah. Those 2 decks. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, I feel like these treasure hunt combo decks for the players can be frustrating to play from their perspective because they have to play around so much, but they're really fun to watch.
Oh, for us. Definitely.
The Stole Mirror is the opposite, where I think for the players who like those decks, it's really interesting to play because it's a bit like a chess match. But for us, it's
just like, what? I don't know what to say right now because we've calculated every line they can do, but for them, they're like, all right, this is like numbers just like flying all over the face right now, for sure. I like personally, I like that too because I'm in that position because time feels like it's moving too fast. But for us, it is dragging, right? So
DVD, one of his treasure tags was mathematician. We have a couple of players choosing that. You know, there is a lot of math involved in not only Genius Invocation but TCGs in general.
Yeah.
And you know, if you miscount, we've definitely seen it on stream. Miscounting can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you need to keep track of things like having the right amount of dice if you want to do a charge attack for extra damage, right? So you don't want to overspend your cards or put you in a position where that doesn't happen because it can show you that calculation there and then you think to yourself, oh, let's put gamblers on. No, now you kind of ruin that moment. So you gotta be really careful with that.
Yeah, and
I do that all the time.
You know, sometimes you'll watch these streams and you'll see players pause during the dice roll and you might be wondering why they're doing that. It's not because they're thinking about the dice, they're thinking about what's happening in round 1 and they're using all the time at their disposal.
Yeah. Dang. Super advanced. I can't do that, Blep. I'm too impatient.
I mean, it's very hard to beat. Like again, you know, it takes so much skill to already be where these players are. Right? They've had to not only fight through the Catsdale Gathering tournaments to get here, but the Series Showdowns as well. Very tough competition. You know, I got knocked out of those, so obviously if they beat me, they must be extremely good.
Obviously.
But I guess one thing to note, you know, speaking of Catsdale Gatherings, the registrations are open for season.
Yes, that's right. Right, they are open, and if you sign up, you could, well, you will. If you do at least 3 games winning, I believe you get a card back, exclusive one, and I believe you can also get Primo Gems from entering this. And also, just by participating in the Cat's Tail Gathering preliminaries, you can try to work your way to get into a Prince Cup tournament like this. So
Yep.
And they're really cool because you get to do this, win some money, and if you do really well, you can even go on a little trip with everybody.
Yeah, these players are, of course, fighting for a spot not only as the top 8 for the prizes, but also getting to attend that live event.
Yeah.
I'm so looking forward to it.
That
It's
could
almost
be
a year.
anywhere. Yeah, it'll
It's
be
also 1 year anniversary until the first
Right.
North America Prince Cup.
Yeah, so like LA, if you want to go there and hang out with everyone else, could be fun. Or if you're really lucky, Shanghai, I guess, one day.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Asia Invitational will definitely a wild ride. We'll see if they do something similar again this year. Who knows? They're really ramping up. I mean,
Yeah.
It's
during the
time to
last
pull the
cups, we didn't get to
trigger.
watch every single match like
My
this.
mind
No,
is
but and also
completely blank.
just like the production
I
of
need to
everything
get
we've
out
seen
and
with TCG
unwind.
and how it's come out so far. So it's been really cool to see people really invested into this, and I do want to see it flourish some more still for like years to come.
Oh. We have another perfect dice roll, although it's
Oh
electric.
my gosh.
So
There's a lot of great dice roll both sides here.
yeah,
Huh.
second time it's happened where someone's rolled mono element.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
All
see.
right. All the
Big-
lumen stones. Okay.
Oh. Look, double Lumenstone opening has to be one of the worst things you can see from the other side.
Can you explain how lumenstone works again?
Yeah, so it's 2. It costs you 2, and then every time you play 3 action cards in one turn, it will go down in 1 usage, but then draw a card and give you 1 Omni dice.
Okay. You have to play 3 cards.
Yeah, so we saw Shan DVD basically play their entire hand. 2 Lumenstones, 2 artifacts,
Yeah.
and then trigger both of them, and now he has a brand new hand. Crazy.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is really rough.
Well, Shen can do what they do best. It's just stall. Just gotta stall. Stick to the plan.
He does have a decent opening as far as stall goes. You know, Timaeus might be able to draw a shield artifact. He did keep the Passing of Judgment, I believe, in his opening hand, which is going to be really crucial. He's going to have to pick the right turn for it.
Right.
But that could really prevent him from... It's really interesting. Like, Passing of Judgment, it really only stalls a turn, but because these slower decks do have equipments like Tenacity that refresh their shields every round, one turn can be like 10 or more HP difference.
Yeah. Veterans coming out though. Not bad pick.
I wonder if we're gonna see a swap over to Barbara with those double veterans.
Not now.
Definitely get the shield out first, so yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
play Lieben too, just to keep an extra step ahead of these guys.
Yeah, I think Liben is actually a pretty good.
Yeah.
You might play the veterans on Lila just so you can get the dice at the beginning of next round, but it looks like I'm gonna prefer the shields. I think the shields are more important.
Yeah, shields are always important on a Cell team for sure.
Oh wow, DVD. Okay. So he played Treasure Hunt. I think that shuffles 6 treasures into your deck.
Right.
So 24 cards, 6 of them are treasures. You just drew 2 of them.
Wow. Top. Does the treasure hunt count as an event card?
It does count as an event card. So yeah, but people at home, don't play that into Passing of Judgment.
Yeah. Very careful. Some people forget about it. Yeah. It doesn't show up on screen except as a debuff.
It does.
You
It's
can
under your
miss it.
characters, Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's only like so many slots that those debuffs show you. So if there's enough things happening on screen, it'll push them off to the side, and you have to actually like click the little handy button to look at it.
Yeah. There should be another way for it to like show on screen. Maybe like change the mat to something else.
Yeah.
Right. So, Shan's got a decent setup going though. They're getting their defenses up there.
But this double Lumenstone. So Lumenstone is an interesting card because it takes 3 turns to get full value.
Right.
And for a lot of these combo decks that are playing Lumenstone, they don't really want the game to go past round 3. So it's one of those cards that's just super powerful on round 1, but kind of drops off as the game progresses. So the fact that DVDL was able to open with a double Lumenstone already puts him at a significant advantage.
I think Judgment will come out the next turn then. I think Shen needs to find a way to end first too.
Yeah, Judgment's going to come basically, I think it's the round when Yilan Burst only has 1 use left.
Yeah.
The one downside of Judgment against the treasure deck is because treasure is 0 cost, the deck can actually get a pretty good way of just burning through.
Yeah, just burn through it. Right. Yeah. We'll see how that goes
Wish me
here.
luck.
That could still ruin someone's plan pretty significantly.
I definitely wish you luck, Barbara. You'll need it.
No, Barbara wants you to listen to her song for the next 15 turns. That's why it goes so long.
Gotcha.
I mean, if it gets that late, then Shan definitely is in a winning position. But somehow, I don't think DVD is gonna let him do that.
Let's see. I don't think they burst here now, do they?
That's interesting. They could, because I think if they play one more action card, it will trigger both Lumen Stones.
Yeah.
Which will put them up to 5 dice. But I do like waiting for burst. You could just go for a normal attack, draw another card, and just maybe find the second treasure hunt.
See what they do. What is that one?
Gamblers?
Gamblers, not bad.
Like if they...
Oh.
Okay. Flowing rings. Okay.
All right. Lotus and Sealy. Not a bad card.
Yep.
Do you burst here? I don't know if you burst here. You shouldn't. I think you should.
So one thing you could try with burst. So one of the things, ways that the Yelan OTK decks can beat stall is by basically doing a Yelan burst and then just staying on Yelan and building back up to 3 energy.
Right. Yeah. True.
Burst. Yeah. Oh. Yep.
Oh, it's a manifestation. Okay.
Ooh, so it's gonna eat that Hydro Aura on Barbara.
Veterans onto
Need to end a few
Child.
enemies?
Yeah. So that will generate an extra dice.
Sealy play. Skill into Barbara.
Yeah, I do like that from DVD. I think he's not really in a rush right now to finish this game because of how strong of an opener he had round 1.
Yeah.
And getting to use up that Hydro on Barbara is going to be pretty crucial. I think Shan's going to want to try and play around this freeze, though, that Lila's talent skill is going to tick up to that crucial 3. 4 is the magic number here.
Oh yeah, Dispensary got a bit of a nerf too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it got adjusted. It's hard to, it's definitely less played than before, but it's just changed in functionality from discounting 1 versus 2 cards. Oh wait, there's a... Hang on. There's a Calx.
There's a Calx.
Calx, with 2 energy on us. We can have a Calx Childburst with King Squire.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Would that be enough on any of them?
9
I think that is, yeah. That's like 9 damage.
Oh, but Lila's Freeze is an extra point. So if DVD just swaps to Yelan here, he's gonna get taken out.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay. He plays around it. That was a pretty tense moment. If you missed it, because things are flying on the screen. So if DVD hadn't done that, slow something Yelan, which at 10 health, you might think is a pretty safe total to be. Shan could have used that Calx to get 2 energy onto Child there, equip a King Squire, or maybe not even need to do that, and then burst right away, taking her out before burst.
I think Judgment here is a good call.
My mind is completely blank. I need to get out and unwind.
Oh, jeez. Layla, you have a lot to do there.
Layla does not want to be in the stall deck anymore. She's tired.
No.
Let her sleep.
So the problem now, DVD are delaying that that burst 1 turn has huge implications, because normally when you burst on Yelan, you do it towards the end of the round, and so you only have 1 full round to use it, which is where Judgment comes in clutch. But now, Shan not only has to survive this round of Judgment, but then next round, DVD is going to be able to do it again.
Yeah.
My guiding stars!
Alright, well, some shields on the Layla. That'll be helpful at least.
Mm-hmm.
Do here?
Yeah, fortunately,
it's gonna hurt.
Can't use any of the food. Of course, food are event cards that are blocked by Judgment.
But we can tune them. Tuning is okay.
It's not a skill, is he? Oh, he's tuning because he doesn't want to overdraw.
Right.
Yeah, that Sealy is about to pop.
Probably skill, no?
No. So once you have Yelan burst up, Thunder Manifestation normal attack does the same damage. And even more because of missing.
I mean, you still get it the next round though, so wouldn't be
not advisable not to do it.
No, once you have Yelan burst up, you're always like normally becomes better than skill unless you specifically need to hit someone off field. Then you can consider skill. But in this case, Lila is the one with the lightning probe there. You can see. Oh.
But you got the dice from that. Still
Yeah.
Dice from
Still
that,
get the dice from that. So
yeah.
I think that makes sense. DVD already has so much food in his hand that he can just use that to generate dice.
Right. So if Layla does a move here, the probe goes onto her, right?
No, because she already used a skill this round. The probe only goes on once a round.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she's perfectly safe. Well, safe in the sense that if she goes off field, but if she uses any skill here, she will just go down to another hit.
Right.
Because remember, we're playing before the balance changes, so Yelan's attack does the exquisite throw
right now.
2 damage, and so every attack for manifestation is 4 on the primary character with electro charge, and then 1 on each of the standbys.
That's what makes it so deadly.
It is, yeah. I mean, you're basically doing 6 damage for 2 dice, which, if people remember Ito, that was his magic number 2.
Yeah, good old Ito. Trying to build an Ito and Shinobu deck right now.
Oh,
it's more Shinobu though. I feel.
Isn't that kind of lore accurate?
It is, actually, especially with her talent card. But you can also like carry the Claymore on there for like a surprise attack.
Keep your eyes wide open.
Still refining it though.
I do hope we see more Cookie Shinobu. I've been playing her a lot actually, just in my own deck. I actually queued into Robot Wizard a couple of nights ago.
Yeah. How did that go?
I won that one actually. I will be posting that video pretty soon. I wanted to wait until this bracket is over, just in case there's, he's probably practicing for the tournament. I don't want to expose any decks that he may be considering.
Right. No, that's fair. Fair. But that. Okay, so Manifestation's burst went out, and that will stay locked on the child now.
So not anymore. They did change that, right? A couple
did they change that? Okay.
So now Manifestation can only lock on once a round, and then once you've hit an opponent with that status, it'll go away for the rest of the round.
I see.
The Manifestation burst, because Lila got the probe already, is just going to hit whoever's active. And it's probably going to be Barbara.
Here comes the magic dice.
Yeah.
Maybe go to Barbara and you heal here?
Yeah, I think the play is going to be try and Barbara burst with Calx.
Yeah, with Calx right there, yeah.
But the problem with doing that, though, is Yelan, if that happens, Yelan could potentially just get back up to 3 energy and burst again. And that's kind of the struggle playing these stall decks against combo, is that they can kind of, because you don't deal enough damage to them, they can just repeatedly smash at you with all of their skills.
Right. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't use Calx yet then. You want to keep Child for that surprise attack.
Maybe, but your character's so low, you need to...
Yeah, I think at this point you should heal, though.
Is that enough? Wait,
where'd all their dice go? Oh yeah, Calx costs the dice too, though.
Wait, was that a misplay?
Because I thought I counted it correctly too. Like, that should be enough to burst, right? But if you had to use Calx to use the dice up.
Okay. Well, I'm a little bit confused about... So I guess the healing on the... with the treasure might have just been play around a potential damaging effect on the other side, but I don't know what that could be, because Barbara should have been out of range even without using that treasure. Right?
See how it goes here.
She's at 8 HP right now. What would she go down to?
8 HP?
She should have been at 7, which isn't enough.
MMR onto Manifestation. Won't take her out, but it's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt! Yeah, this is a scary turn for Shan, because Judgment last time prevented DVDF from playing those minty meat rolls, but now they're completely unlocked.
Oh, there's a quick swap too in DVD's hand. I think DVDF probably just has this around here.
I mean, Barbara Burst is gonna get full value. And actually, because there's Cryo applied to Manifestation, Shan can normal attack on Barbara, freeze Manifestation here, and then prevent the full Minty Meat Rolls value from going off.
True.
He might be able to survive this.
Actually,
as crazy as it sounds.
Not a bad defense. Oh, swapping though.
Okay, I like...
We're getting ready to.
Is that playing around? Oh, playing around the Sealy draw because he's gonna draw too many cards.
Right.
Mhm. So if Barbara freezes manifestation here, she will go down. That's gonna be the trade. So that might force a swap onto Child instead. But then that does give manifestation another attack.
Hmm.
Oof.
Full hand
Yeah.
too. Gotta play something.
Unfortunately, Shan is one, so he could play the treasure to get Barbara up to 4, but 5 is going to be a crucial number here because that's how much damage both Yelan and Signora can do on that hit. And so without another treasure, there's no way for Barbara to survive.
Hmm.
And I think Lumenstone was already used.
On Dia's side or Shan's side?
On Shan's side, because I don't see it. It's really hard to tell because there's like a glowing border.
Right.
You can draw into one more treasure that could be worth it.
Hmm.
Oh no, it hasn't procced. Okay, so is he gonna
Okay.
go for it? He's gonna go for the draw. Is it a treasure?
Not yet.
You could play. Maybe you play the second. Yeah, you play the second treasure.
For that one.
You need to draw another treasure. Oh, it is.
It's another treasure.
That's really huge.
Yeah.
Okay. Very risky play from Shan, but I love it. I think you need to do stuff like that. Like that's really what separates, I think some of the good players from the really great players is they can see that even though they are in a losing position still, the game is very much in DVD's favor. They needed to get a little bit lucky to draw into the extra dice because they needed to freeze on manifestation here. And they were 1 health short, so they dug for that crucial extra point.
Would they go next though?
Yeah, they could go. Honestly, if it was me, I would just go Yelan and just build back up to burst because I think if you can do that,
Full health
Even
too
though-
right now.
yeah, even the whole sequence was very good for Shan. It's gonna be very hard to come back if there's a second Yelan burst.
Can you only play the treasure on your active character or can you play it on
Yes.
a character? Okay.
It's only the active character.
So
Yeah.
MMR and the Yelan. Probably play that treasure. Okay. Go in. On you.
Yep, just healing back up. It is funny how DVD's side is basically at full health still.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, I like this
Alright.
quite a lot.
Oh, and then there's a Covenant there too.
Mm-hmm.
Just gotta find a way to play that one dice.
As a strategizing hand, so it's gonna be easy.
Is Yelan wearing an artifact right now? Yeah.
Yes, I think she has a Heart of Cavarina. So
Maybe-
it's probably gonna get replaced.
Because she only used one MMR, maybe replace with Gamblers, Covenant, hit,
Can't sleep.
take Barbara out, and get another hit at one
Well,
Barbara
it's
out now.
For
If
a
you
walk,
replace
then.
it, if you place it the Gamblers, DVD has Ball Princess active. So if you place it Gamblers,
okay.
you'll actually not. But we're gonna see a strategize, I think.
Okay,
Either way, we're gonna be able to use up that one dice pretty easily. Or this works
Oh.
too.
that works
Yeah.
too, yeah.
Just building up to burst again.
Yeah, we'll be ready by the next... You just do it right now. Well,
So awkward. Lila can't actually freeze here either because her shooting stars are at exactly 0
yeah,
stat.
0 right now, yeah.
Her skill adds 3, but 4 again is the magic
Keep
number.
your eyes wide open.
Child.
Yeah, you're forced to do this. So tense. Shan needs to basically run DVD out of the rest of his deck, which probably is full of treasures at this point.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I think DVD's deciding to... So he could make a very risky play and strategize to try and draw into another dice, but okay, he's gonna do it.
Strategize.
And he does get it.
Ooh. Oh my gosh.
Yep, this is... Yeah, for those of you at home confused why it was so important for the adjustment to Treasure Hunt, I mean, this is one of the crazy things that it lets you do with so many dice in your deck, you can just draw your deck and just get more and more dice.
Bring it on.
You see why it was nerfed now. Sheesh. God, yeah, it's just those cards right now in there. It almost feels like Yelan OTK is a stall deck with this, you know?
It could very well be.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, what does... So I think DVD is trying to decide if he's in any danger from a child burst here. I think Shan is maybe faking out, being able to go for a burst here, but DVD should know there's no second calcs in Shan's deck, so there's actually no risk on Yelan. That's very important, because if he had swapped off and not gotten to burst with priority next round, then it would have probably swung back in Shan's favor.
You see some damage though.
But honestly, Yelan soaking up damage here is great for DVD.
Wow, that's crazy.
Oh, DVD has drawn the entire deck.
Yeah, they have actually. You're right. Wow, Shan still
Okay.
got plenty of cards in there too.
Okay, and he has a very... This is going to be the pivotal round. If DVD doesn't finish the game this round, and somehow lets Shan build up to another Barbara burst, then I think it's going to be out of resources.
There's at least 6 extra dice there though.
There is, 6 dice plus a Gamblers and a Ball Princess is 7 or 8 dice, plus the food into double Mal. Is that a Lotus? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Things are about to get dicey.
I think, you just... Signor's just been chilling this entire time, literally.
Look, Signora's just observing Child's battle and formulating her strategies.
I'm not part of this. What the heck? No, it's just because she's dead. She's not actually there. What do you mean? Foul. That was foul. Shan should know that there is a bunch of treasure in DVD's hand, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am a little surprised with that DVD went for the Lotus there, because protecting Yelan actually denies you a swap. Right, like if you let Yelan go down here, then you get to free swap onto Signora, and that probably, or manifestation, and it gives you another attack.
I think they want that so they can get the jump on Child here, bring him down as much as they can, and they can just clean up easily here. This would be at like 2 health. Right?
Yeah, but now Shan can just swap to Barbara.
What about No, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if Shan swaps to Barbara...
Yeah, you can't swap over to manifestation and get frozen. Huh. I guess you could just use all your dice on Yelan again and heal up.
I mean, you could just normal attack one more time on Yelan, but the thing is...
Hang on, go ahead.
Yeah, every round that goes by, because you're out of cards, is going to be is going to be less resources you can actually use to deal the finishing blow. And Shan is getting more value, right? He has that Tenshikaku and he has the Tenacities. So he has permanent value generation, whereas DVDs is all temporary. Once those treasures are used, they're gone.
Yeah, but how is Shan going to survive this now?
True, yeah.
Yeah.
I think without a quick swap, it might
My mind is completely blank.
You can still Gamblers on the Yelan here, I think. No?
I guess that could be the play. Just stay on Yelan again.
Because you'll take Layla out for sure. With a normal hit.
Would you not want to go to manifestation here though? Because there's no way they can freeze you, right?
Yes. Well, no.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
gonna
go
to
for
manifestation.
it.
Yeah.
I think that was important. I think with staying on Yelan, you don't do enough damage.
Well, her normal does 3 damage, no?
Normal does it's 4 to the primary and then 1 off field. So Barbara is in like very precarious situation right now.
Okay.
Like
because if they could do it here, then Gamblers will benefit from it huge, just from electrocharge.
Yeah. I think swapping manifestation is required to win the game here. It would lose if Well, would actually, if Shan had like a quick swap go on to Child, maybe that's still fine.
Yeah.
Maybe DVD is always fine. I don't know. It's really hard to tell.
I don't think you can get out of this. I
I
think
don't think
Shan
you can
loses anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's too low. You can't freeze. Can't take him out. Nothing. What can you do? Oh, I think that's GG.
I think that might be GG.
Yeah.
Not now.
Yeah. One more shield.
Go get him, Lila.
Yeah. So you got a treasure, then you got a gambler's on. You just do a normal attack, right?
Yep.
Yep. I think this is it right here.
Oh,
4 dice.
for the skill, yeah. That's actually
Yeah.
really astute. Because otherwise, the Child would not have gone down.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
I think that's it. I don't. There's nothing else. Unless
No.
do you have an egg in the deck that could come out like right now?
I think okay. Also, one of the brilliant thing about that skill play, I think it was an obvious line anyway. I just totally missed it. But notice Lila still has her 2 shields up because the piercing damage was off field. Now she can't use her skill again to get another 2 HP. Because if you had just attacked Lila, you would have eaten up the 2 shields. She could skill again and maybe somehow get a way out of it. But this is just checkmate, I think.
Right. Actually, that's huge. I thought he just did that just so he can get 4 dice.
Yeah, well, you would do that anyway, but I think it's fun to point out that's like that. Not only does that win him the game, it wins him even more.
Yeah, there's another layer to this which prevents
Wow.
I think that is GG. Just use a single burst and just let the turn run out, maybe.
No,
use
you
up all your cards.
Don't want to make any risk. Yeah, it's gonna be a normal attack here. Oh, I guess it still needs 1 more attack.
I mean, the burst is what, 2 damage?
The burst is only, I think it's only 1. Yeah, it's 1 or 2 damage. It's not enough.
Yeah, but the follow up does 3.
I mean, you would probably just need to shield here to just hope your opponent doesn't have that extra dice and somehow make it into the next round. But even then, Yelan burst is still up, by the way.
Yeah,
I would like to point out. It is not yet over.
Yeah. This
It's
is
somehow
why, Yelan is better in this situation than Xingqiu. It's crazy, man. Game over. There it is. Final dice.
The final dice, the final card.
Dang.
DBD has exactly 0 cards, 0 dice.
Jesus. Yelan OTK will never be seen again after this, you guys.
Well, we got 2 more days left on this.
Yeah, congrats to DVD for that. We'll see you in the next round for sure. But Shan isn't completely out yet. They can still have another shot. So we'll have to see them on another day during another weekend coming up here. But that was a pretty crazy match.
All the players that you saw here playing today will get another chance in the lower bracket. You know, this is one of the differences as well from the previous Prince Cup. This is a full double elimination bracket, meaning all players have 2 lives for the tournament. So 1 loss is not counting them out of the game yet. But, you know, winning day 1 is like a huge, I think, for momentum and just like your morale, I would have to think.
Yeah. So whoever is flying high right now, going across everyone winning, must be feeling really good, whereas everyone else probably exhausted out of their minds, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Get a good night's sleep after this.
Definitely. Yeah, we got 2 more days of TCG action left. And
for now.
And each day is, I think it's gonna get even better than the last one, because again, players are gonna adapt to what they're seeing from these early days and changing things up. But man, this matchup, you know, DVD had an overwhelming advantage in terms of matchup. And I think he played it, he not only drew those double Lumenstone, which helped a lot, but he played it perfectly. You know, going for that secondary Yelan burst was really key, right? He didn't rush to try and finish the game on round 3, and then where he could have potentially lost to that Calx Barbara burst, but instead identified that, okay, he needs to play for 2 more rounds, go back to Yelan and try again.
Yeah. All right, DVD in the upper bracket. Now we'll wait for Hakio or Robot Wizard. Well, that's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, you're gonna. I think you'll be opening tomorrow, so you'll be able to witness that game. Because I think that will be the first game of tomorrow's stream.
Oh boy! All right, yeah, because we have streams all weekend. Tomorrow and Sunday both will start at 10 a.m. Pacific, I believe.
Yes, same time as today.
Same time as today, and we'll get through that then. Hope to see what else happens later in the month because there's still so much more TCG to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Again,
go ahead.
so,
Sorry.
I just want to say, like, congratulations, of course, our winners, but great play on both sides. Shan, honestly, very, bring a stall deck in this meta really says. I mean, his tag was round 50 enthusiast. He's not afraid of the combo decks, but maybe there's a reason to be, and we'll see if he switches it up going to the next couple of rounds.
Maybe some other versions of stall decks will come out pretty soon here, like the crab. Because I believe tomorrow we will be seeing a different version of the game with the hotfixes that were added to this, right?
No, I think the whole weekend will be played.
The whole weekend? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So we won't
so
see
this
that
meta
yet.
game, the decks will be pretty similar, but they may be adapting to again what they saw their opponents, because they know who they're playing against, and by at the end of today, each player in that bracket has one game on stream, and so their opponents can see what decks they brought, what decks they banned, and they can maybe adapt a strategy for that.
All right, well, we'll have to see tomorrow, but that is it for the day, you guys. Very long stream, but we got through it. Once again, we'll be back tomorrow 10 a.m. With the next matchups. I will be I don't remember who I'm casting it, but we will be switching casters each day just to give it a different dynamic each time. So I believe I'm opening tomorrow, as you said. But don't forget to subscribe to the Aster Carnival on all the channels: YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. Subscribe to us, Run Tight Show, Flip the Cat on YouTube. And that's about it. Bluff, you have anything else you want to add?
No, we'll let people, thanks for tuning into the stream. For those of you who watched the beginning, great job hanging in there. And we'll be back tomorrow.
All right. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.